Welcome, in my tired little sleep bunch, to another super soothing and relaxing story here with me tonight. It's Christmas Eve, so let's snuggle up and go back to a time where Christmas Day arrived not with a frenzy of torn wrapping paper and buzzing electronics, but with the patient unfurling of a winter morning that had nowhere urgent to be. We're stepping back to a time when everything moved slowly. Let's settle in and remember what it felt like when everything, even celebration itself, took its time. But before we start, I'd love to know how you're doing down below, where in the world you're listening in from, and what time it is for you. Now, while I do my brief little pause, make sure to turn on a fan of some kind for some comforting white noise, and let's time travel to Christmas Day. You wake on Christmas morning to a darkness that feels less like night time and more like a held breath. Outside your window, the world hasn't quite decided to become itself yet. There's no alarm clock jangling you into consciousness, no phone screen glowing with notifications, just your own body recognising that something about this particular December dawn is different. The cold has worked its way through the bedroom walls overnight, patient as a craftsman, and you can see your breath making small clouds in the air above your quilt. You don't leap out of bed. That would be ridiculous. Instead, you do what people did before central heating taught us to take warmth for granted. You lie there a moment longer, gathering your courage and letting your mind wake up before your body has to follow. Through the frost-fuzzed window, you can just make out the blue-grey quality of pre-dawn Christmas light. It's the colour of pewter, or of old silver that needs polishing. A light that seems to come from the snow itself rather than from any sun. The silence has texture to it. You can hear the house settling, those small wooden groans that sound like an old person easing into a chair. Somewhere downstairs the stove has gone cold, waiting for someone to resurrect it. The room holds the accumulated cold of the night, and you can feel it pressing against your face, the only part of you exposed above the quilts. Your nose has gone numb, the tip of one ear aches with cold, but under the heavy layers of fabric, the cotton sheet, the wool blanket, the pieced quilt that someone's grandmother made before you were born, your body has created a warm cave, and leaving it requires genuine willpower. You finally sit up, and the floorboards protest under your weight, creaking in that particular way old wood does when temperatures drop. The sound travels through the quiet house like a small announcement. Someone is awake. The person you are now is moving into the person you'll be today. Your feet find the floor, and even through wool socks, the cold bites hard enough to make you suck in a breath. Your clothes are where you left them last night, draped over the chair back near the window, and they've absorbed the room's chill. The fabric feels stiff, almost brittle, as you pull on your layers. Long underwear first, then your regular clothes, then a heavy sweater that smells faintly of mothballs and the cedar chest where it spent the summer. Getting dressed is an archaeological process, building up layers of warmth one stratum at a time. The window draws you before you leave the room. You wipe a clear spot in the frost with your palm, and the world outside appears like a revelation. The garden sleeps under its white blanket, every post and branch wearing elaborate icing. The well pump stands like a hunched figure. Beyond the fence, the fields roll away toward the tree line, unmarked except for the wandering tracks of some night creature. A fox, perhaps, or a rabbit seeking whatever rabbits seek in the small hours of Christmas morning. The sky's beginning its slow brightening, though the sun itself won't show for another hour at least. The light increases by degrees so subtly you can't catch it happening. Only notice after several minutes that yes, you can see a bit more now, can distinguish the individual trees in the distant windbreak, and can make out the shape of the neighbours, barn a quarter-mile away. Downstairs you move through the house in semi-darkness, not bothering with a lamp yet. Your feet know the way, 12 steps down the staircase, turn left into the hallway, straight ahead to the kitchen. The air down here is even colder than upstairs, if that's possible. It smells like the ghost of last night's supper, like old wood and lamp oil and the peculiar scent of a house that's been sleeping. The stove squats in the corner like a cast-iron Buddha, its surface cold enough that you could leave your hand on it indefinitely without discomfort. You kneel before it, lifting the heavy lid to reveal yesterday's ashes, and begin the morning ritual that millions of people are also doing in millions of houses across the countryside. coaxing fire back into existence from its hiding place in cold. Metal and dry wood. The kindling goes in first, arranged in a careful lattice. You learned this as a child. Airflow matters. The wood needs room to breathe, and fire is a living thing with requirements. Then the newspaper was twisted into loose knots and tucked among the sticks. The match scratches against its box, flares into brief brightness, and you touch it to the paper, watching the flame catch and spread. Fire has its own schedule and its own requirements. You can't rush it. You can't demand it perform faster than it's willing. You blow gently on the infant flames, feeding them slivers of wood, watching them catch and spread with the patience born from knowing there's no other way to do this. The kindling catches. Small flames begin their dance. You add slightly larger pieces, then larger still, building the fire like you're building an argument, each piece of evidence supporting the next. The stove begins to tick and ping as metal expands with heat. You can feel warmth starting to radiate outward, pushing back against the cold. It will be another 20 minutes before the kitchen is properly warm, another hour before heat has spread to the other rooms, but the process has begun. Christmas morning is being pulled from the grip of winter cold, 1 degree at a time. While the fire grows, you fill the kettle from the bucket near the door. Someone hauled water from the well last night so it would be ready this morning, and set it on the stove top. The metal bottom makes contact with a small sizzle. You pull your chair close to the warming stove and wait, hands wrapped around yourself, watching through the window as the world outside continues its slow brightening. A crow lands on the fence post, a black as a coal mark against the snow. It sits there for a long moment, head cocked, considering the silent morning with whatever thoughts crows have. Then it lifts off, wings making soft whooshing sounds in the cold air, and disappears toward the barn. The fence post remains, still wearing its cap of snow, looking somehow more lonely for having been briefly occupied. The sky has gone from deep blue-grey to a lighter shade, almost silver now. You can see the texture of the clouds layered like sediment. There's no wind. The bare branches of the apple trees stand perfectly still, each one holding its burden of snow without movement. The world has the quality of a photograph. Everything frozen in place, waiting. The kettle begins to mutter to itself, not yet boiling, but thinking about it. You get up to prepare tea, measuring leaves into the pot from the tin that lives on the shelf, the one with the faded picture of Chinese mountains on its lid. The smell of the dry tea is sharp and pleasant, cutting through the wood smoke smell that's beginning to fill the kitchen. When the kettle finally boils, you pour the water over the leaves and watch them swirl and settle, already beginning to release their colour into the water. You cover the pot with its quilted cosy and let it steep. This is not instant anything. This is tea made properly given the time it needs to become itself. While you wait, you stand at the window, cup cradled in both hands once the tea is ready, and watch Christmas morning arrive in full. The sun hasn't broken the horizon yet, but the light has strengthened enough that you can see colours now. The blue shadows on the snow, the brown of the fence rails, and the dark green of the pine trees beyond the barn. The world is waking up, but doing it slowly, without fanfare, like someone easing out of sleep rather than being jolted awake. By the time the rest of the household begins to stir, you've gotten the kitchen properly warm and started coffee percolating on the stove for those who prefer it to tea. There's something deeply satisfying about being the one who wrestled heat back into the house, who proved that warmth could be summoned from cold metal and dry wood, and who made Christmas morning possible in the most basic way. The first footsteps overhead are slow and hesitant. Someone else is awake, moving through the same process of convincing themselves to leave their warm bed. You hear the floor creak, a door open and close, and more footsteps. Then the stairs complain as someone descends, and your mother appears in the kitchen doorway wrapped in a heavy robe, her hair still in the braid she wears for sleeping. She doesn't say Merry Christmas right away. She just nods at you, acknowledging your presence and the warm kitchen you've created, and pours herself coffee from the pot. She stands near the stove, both hands around the cup, letting the warmth work its way into her bones. Outside the window, the sun is finally showing itself, a pale disk pushing above the tree line, turning the snow briefly pink and gold. "Cold night," she says, eventually, which is both an observation and a morning greeting. Left ice in the water bucket, you reply, which is your way of agreeing. This is how conversation happens in the early morning, especially on cold winter days, in fragments, in single observations, nothing requiring an elaborate response. The silence between sentences isn't awkward. It's companionable, the way silence can be when people are comfortable existing in the same space without constant chatter. Your father appears next, then your siblings one by one, each emerging from sleep at their own pace, each gravitating to the stove's warmth. The kitchen fills gradually, like a cup under a slow-flowing tap. Someone adds more wood to the fire, someone else starts setting out plates and cups. The coffee gets replaced by a fresh pot. More tea is made. Outside, full daylight has arrived, and with it a brightness that seems almost aggressive after the long dim morning. The snow reflects the sunlight back upward, creating a double dose of brilliance that makes you squint. But it's a cold light, offering no warmth. The windows are still furred with frost on the inside, elaborate ferns and flowers of ice crystals spreading across the glass. Breakfast preparation begins without anyone declaring it should. Your mother starts pulling food from the cold pantry, eggs brought in yesterday from the hen house, kept from freezing by the relative warmth of the pantry, but still cold to the touch. A ham that's been waiting, a side of bacon, and butter that has to be scraped rather than spread because the cold has made it nearly solid. You're assigned to slice bread, and you take the loaf from its box and set to work with the long serrated knife. The bread is from yesterday's baking, dense and dark, the kind that actually fills you up rather than dissolving into sweetness on your tongue. Each slice takes effort. You have to saw through the firm crust, then the tender crumb, trying to keep your cuts even and straight. Your sister sets the table, laying out the everyday dishes, not the fancy ones. Christmas breakfast is family only, nothing formal, just fuel for the day ahead. She folds napkins into simple triangles and sets them beside each plate. The cutlery is the regular set, the one with handles worn smooth from decades of use. She works methodically, placing each item just so, the way she's been taught since she was small enough to barely reach the tabletop. The kitchen fills with cooking smells, bacon frying in its own fat, the edges crisping up, the whole strips curling into parentheses of salty crunchiness. Eggs are cracked into a bowl, whisked with milk and butter, then poured into a hot pan where they scramble slowly, pushed around with a wooden spoon until they form soft curds. Slices of ham laid in another pan, already cooked but cold, needing just enough heat to warm them through and brown their edges. You toast bread over the stove, holding each slice on a long fork, turning it carefully to get both sides golden without burning. The bread drips butter when you spread it on hot, the butter melting immediately into a glossy sheen. The smell combines with all the other smells, pork fat and wood smoke and coffee and the underlying scent of the house itself, that smell that every house has, compounded from years of cooking and living and existing. When everything is ready, you all sit down together at the kitchen table. 7 people squeezed around a table meant for 6, but nobody minded the crowding. Your grandfather says a brief grace. Nothing elaborate, just a thank you for food and warmth and family, and then serving dishes start circulating. You load your plate carefully, knowing your capacity but also knowing it's Christmas, and normal rules about portions don't quite apply. Scrambled eggs, fluffy and studded with bits of butter, 2 slices of bacon, crispy enough to shatter when you bite them, a thick piece of ham with a rim of sweet glaze, buttered toast that's already going soft from the steam of the other hot foods. Eating is serious business at first. Everyone is too hungry to do much talking, too focused on the immediate pleasure of hot food filling cold bellies. The only sounds are cutlery on plates, the occasional request to pass something, and the scrape of a chair being adjusted. Outside the window, a chickadee lands on the feeder, pecks at the seeds someone remembered to refill yesterday, and then darts off in that bouncing flight pattern chickadees have, like they're riding invisible waves. As everyone's initial hunger gets satisfied, conversation begins. Not about anything important, just the meandering talk that happens when people are comfortable and fed, and have nowhere they need to be. Your brother mentions he heard coyotes in the night. They're yipping, carrying across the frozen fields. Your sister wonders aloud whether it will snow again later, pointing at the clouds building in the west. Your mother reminds everyone that dinner will be at 3, not to fill up too much at breakfast, though she knows no one is listening to this advice. Your father tells a story about a Christmas when he was young, when the snow was so deep they couldn't get out to the barn and had to tunnel a path to feed the animals. You've heard this story before, multiple times, but you listen anyway because that's what you do. You hear the familiar stories again, letting them settle into the family's collective memory, each telling slightly different details, shifting like sand, but the essential truth remaining. The breakfast stretches out longer than it needs to. The food is gone, but people linger, warming their hands on their coffee cups, nibbling at one more piece of toast, and delaying the moment when they'll have to leave the warm kitchen and attend to the day's other requirements. A cat appears from wherever cats go when they're not bothering humans, winding between chair legs, making plaintive sounds that suggest she's on the verge of starvation despite obviously being well fed. Eventually someone stands, starting the slow process of clearing the table. Plates get stacked, cutlery gathered, and serving dishes carried to the counter near the sink. Your mother fills the dishpan with water heated on the stove, adds soap that makes a thin layer of bubbles, and begins washing. You grab a towel and take up your position beside her, ready to dry. This is the rhythm of household work in an era before machines did it for you. People standing side by side, hands in hot water, performing the simple, repetitive tasks that maintain a home. Your mother washes each plate thoroughly, even though they are already fairly clean, wiped nearly empty by hungry people. You dry each one, feeling the warmth of the water still in the ceramic, and stack them in their proper place in the cupboard. The conversation continues, quieter now, more desultory. The work doesn't require much attention, leaving your minds free to wander. Outside, the day has achieved its full brightness, that peculiar winter quality of light where everything seems etched and clear. Icicles hang from the porch roof, catching sunlight and throwing tiny rainbows. By the time the dishes are finished and put away, the kitchen has cooled slightly from its earlier warmth. Someone adds more wood to the stove. Someone else sweeps the floor, gathering crumbs and pushing them into the dustpan. The room slowly returns to order, ready for whatever comes next. With breakfast finished and the kitchen restored, the day opens up like a book whose middle pages are all blank, waiting to be filled however time decides to fill them. The main meal won't be until mid-afternoon, but preparations for it have been underway for days, weeks even in some cases. You wander into the pantry, that cool, dim room where food lives between harvest and consumption. Jars line the shelves in ordered rows, tomatoes put up in August, green beans from July, and pickles made when cucumbers threaten to overrun the garden. Each jar represents hours of work in the summer heat, but right now in December they seem like small miracles, summer captured and preserved, waiting. The Christmas pudding sits in its basin, wrapped in cloth, hiding in the back corner where it's been aging since October. Your mother made it on a rainy afternoon, mixing dried fruits and sweetened flour and spices, pouring in brandy with a generous hand, and letting everyone in the family take a turn stirring while making a wish. It's been sitting here ever since, the flavours melding and deepening, becoming something more complex than the sum of its ingredients. In the cold cellar, reached by a steep flight of stairs, the ham hangs in its cloth wrapping, already soaked and ready for cooking. Potatoes and turnips and carrots sleep in bins of sand, the way root vegetables do when you need them to last through winter. Apples from the fall harvest rest in careful layers, each one wrapped in newspaper to keep them from touching, from bruising, and from rotting and taking their neighbours with them. The house has been decorated, though that word seems too elaborate for what's actually been done. There are pine boughs arranged on the mantel in the parlour, their needles already beginning to drop, leaving a green scatter on the floor below. Candles have been brought out, the good ones kept for special occasions, taller and finer than the everyday candles you burn for light. Someone has woven a wreath from grapevines and winter berries, and it hangs on the front door, visible from inside when you pass through the hallway. In the parlour, where you don't usually spend time during regular days, it's too cold, too far from the kitchen's warmth. A fire has been laid in the fireplace but not yet lit. You'll save that for later, for after dinner when everyone will want to sit and let their food settle. The good chairs have been dusted, the rug has been beaten free of dust and lies smooth on the floor. The piano, which gets played maybe once a week during normal times, has been opened up, its lid raised and the keys revealed like a smile of white teeth. The presents, such as they are, sit in a small pile on the side table. They've been there since yesterday. A few packages wrapped in brown paper and tied with string. Nothing elaborate, nothing that required hiding until the last minute. Everyone knows roughly what they're getting because most gifts were discussed beforehand. Do you need new gloves? Would you like a book? Your boots are getting thin. Should we get them resoled or get new ones? There's something honest about this approach to gift giving. Something that removes the element of desperate surprise seeking that will characterize later eras. You give people what they need or what they've specifically wanted. The joy comes not from shock, but from the solid satisfaction of receiving something useful, something chosen with care, something that will make the next months or years slightly better than they would have been without it. You notice the light coming through the parlour window, how it falls across the floor in a bright rectangle, illuminating dust motes that drift slowly through the air like very small snow. The window glass is old and slightly warped, and it bends the light in subtle ways, making the view outside seem slightly liquid and slightly uncertain. Your younger brother has sprawled near the fireplace with a book, though you suspect he's more looking at the pictures than reading the text. He's at that age where sitting still is a challenge, where his body wants to be running or climbing or doing anything other than being sedentary. But it's Christmas morning and even he seems to feel the obligation to be quiet, to let the day unfold slowly. In the dining room, which sits between the kitchen and the parlour, the table has been extended to its full length, the extra leaves added, and the crack down the middle where they join is barely visible. The good tablecloth has been laid out, the one that only emerges a few times a year, weddings, funerals, Christmas and Easter. It's white linen, or was white once. Now it's more of a cream colour from years of washing, and it has careful darning in two places where someone once spilled candle wax that had to be scraped off, leaving small tears. The china has been brought down from its high shelf in the kitchen, each piece handled carefully, washed even though it was clean when it was put away last time, dried, and set in its proper place around the table. The plates have a pattern of blue flowers around the rim, faded now from countless washings, but still visible, still beautiful in their way. They belong to someone's grandmother, maybe someone's great-grandmother, passed down through inheritance or brought from the old country in careful packing. Silverware that doesn't match, a few pieces from one set, a few from another, accumulated over years through gift-giving and second-hand purchases and occasional replacements when something gets lost, has been polished until it shines. Your hands still smell slightly of the tarnish cream you used yesterday, that peculiar metallic odour that lingers despite washing. The forks and knives and spoons lie beside each plate in their proper arrangement, the one you learned young. Forks on the left, knife and spoon on the right, blade facing inward. Glasses for water, glasses for wine, not matching either. A collection of different sizes and shapes and patterns, but all clean, all catching the light from the window and throwing small prisms onto the tablecloth. A salt cellar sits in the centre of the table next to the pepper mill that requires serious effort to operate, grinding the peppercorns between its mechanism with each vigorous twist. The table is ready. The house is ready. Everything is prepared and waiting, and now there's nothing to do but let time pass until the hour arrives to start cooking in earnest. This waiting, this gap between preparation and execution, has its own quality. You're neither getting ready nor celebrating, just existing in the space between, letting the day breathe. You return to the kitchen, where your mother is checking her mental inventory of everything that needs to happen before dinner. She's not writing anything down. She's done this enough times that the sequence lives in her head. First the ham goes in, it needs 3 hours. Then the vegetables, time to be done when the ham comes out. The pudding gets steamed. The rolls get shaped and left to rise, then baked at the last moment. Everything has its slot in the afternoon schedule. Everything interlocks with everything else, but that's still hours away. Right now the kitchen is peaceful, the stove radiating gentle heat, and the coffee pot keeping warm on the back burner for anyone who wants another cup. The clock on the wall ticks steadily, its pendulum swinging back and forth in its glass-fronted case, measuring out seconds that feel longer than seconds usually feel, as if time itself has decided to take its own advice and slow down for the holiday. Around noon, the kitchen transforms from a place of rest into a place of purposeful activity. Your mother ties an apron around her waist and begins pulling out the heavy roasting pan, the one that only gets used for occasions like this, its bottom darkened from years of exposure to oven heat. The ham emerges from the cold cellar, unwrapped from its cloth, and gets positioned in the pan like a ship in a dock. The glazing is a ritual in itself. Brown sugar dissolved in water with mustard and cloves, painted onto the ham surface with a brush dedicated to this purpose. The glaze pools in the score marks that crosshatch the fat, turning the surface into a geometric pattern of diamonds. Your mother works with the careful attention of someone decorating a cake, making sure every surface gets covered, making sure the cloves get positioned in the intersections of the score marks, little dark points against the lighter meat. The ham goes into the oven, which has been heating for the past hour, the firebox stoked until the temperature is right. There's no dial to set, no digital readout. Your mother judges the heat by holding her hand inside the oven for a few seconds, by long experience knowing when it's hot enough, when it needs more wood, and when it's too hot and needs to cool slightly. This is cooking by feel, by instinct developed over decades of feeding a family. While the ham begins its slow roasting, filling the kitchen with smells of caramelizing sugar and pork fat, attention turns to the vegetables. Potatoes are hauled up from the cellar in a bucket, each one inspected for soft spots or sprouting eyes, and the good ones set aside for cooking. They're earth-covered still, dirt clinging to their skins, and they get scrubbed at the sink with a brush until they're clean enough to peel. You take up a paring knife and begin working through the pile, the peel coming off in long spirals if you're careful, in chunks if you're not. The naked potatoes go into a pot of cold water to keep them from browning. This is mindless work, soothing work, the kind where your hands know what to do and your mind can wander. Through the window, you watch a squirrel run along the fence top, tail streaming behind it like a flag. Carrots get the same treatment, scrubbed, peeled, and cut into chunks. Turnips too, though they're harder to peel, they're skin tougher, requiring more effort. Your sister works beside you, both of you standing at the counter, both peeling, neither talking much. The pile of vegetable scraps grows in the bowl between you, destined for the pig bucket. Nothing is wasted. The actual cooking timeline is a carefully orchestrated sequence that your mother manages with the ease of someone conducting a familiar symphony. She knows exactly when each element needs to start, how long each requires, and how to time everything so it all finishes simultaneously. This knowledge isn't written down anywhere. It exists only in her head, acquired through years of practice passed down from her mother, who learned it from her mother before that. By 2 o'clock, the kitchen has become seriously warm, the oven radiating heat, every burner on the stove occupied with something bubbling or simmering. Steam rises from multiple pots. The windows have fogged completely, the frost on the inside melted by the warmth, and water is running down the glass in slow rivulets. The smell is complex now, layered, meat and vegetables and baking bread all competing for attention. The table gets set more elaborately now, not just with plates and silverware, but with serving dishes brought out and arranged strategically. The gravy boat, its lips slightly chipped but still functional. The vegetable dishes, each large enough to hold generous portions. The bread basket lined with a cloth to keep the rolls warm. Everything is positioned where it needs to be for easy serving, for passing dishes around the table without reaching awkwardly. Your father appears in the doorway, drawn by the smells, and gets shooed out again. Not ready yet. Another half hour. Go occupy yourself elsewhere. He retreats, grumbling good-naturedly about being hungry, about how a man can't even enter his own kitchen. You hear him in the parlour, lighting the fire finely, the scrape of the match and the crackle as kindling catches. The final half hour is controlled chaos. The ham comes out of the oven, its surface dark and glistening, and gets set aside to rest. The oven temperature gets adjusted for the rolls, which have risen to double their size and now go in for their final baking. Potatoes get drained and mashed with butter and milk, beaten with a fork until they're smooth and fluffy. Carrots get drained and glazed with butter and a little brown sugar. Turnips get mashed with black pepper and more butter. The ham gets carved, your father wielding the long knife with more confidence than skill, the slices coming off uneven but adequate. They get arranged on the serving platter, overlapping like roof tiles, with the bone left intact in the centre. Gravy gets made from the pan drippings, flour whisked in, milk added gradually, and the whole mixture stirred constantly until it thickens to the right consistency. And then, somehow, everything is ready at once. The serving dishes get carried to the table in a parade. Ham, potatoes, vegetables, gravy and rolls straight from the oven, and so hot you have to juggle them from hand to hand. The family gathers without needing to be called, drawn by the smells and by the knowledge that dinner is ready. You take your seat, the same one you've occupied at family meals since you grew tall enough to sit on a regular chair without needing a cushion for height. The chair knows your shape. The table edge sits at exactly the right height. Everything feels familiar, comfortable, and right. There's a moment of silence before eating begins. Not exactly a formal grace, but a pause. Everyone looking at what's been assembled, acknowledging the work it took and the tradition it represents. Your grandfather, as the oldest person present, serves himself first, taking modest portions despite everyone knowing he'll have seconds. Then the dishes begin circulating, each person serving themselves, the food making its way around the table in a clockwise rotation that nobody planned but everyone follows. Your plate fills gradually. A slice of ham, the outside caramelised and dark, the inside pale pink and tender. A mound of mashed potatoes with a depression made in the top to hold gravy. Carrots glistening with butter. A spoonful of mashed turnip, its peppery bite a counterpoint to the sweeter elements. A roll, torn open, still steaming, with more butter melting into its fluffy interior. The first bite is always the best. Your appetite sharp, your expectations high, and the food meeting both admirably. The ham is salty and sweet simultaneously, the texture yielding under your teeth. The potatoes are creamy and rich with dairy fat, the gravy adding savoury depth. Everything is hot, genuinely hot, not lukewarm but freshly cooked and immediately served. For the first few minutes, eating takes precedence over talking. Everyone focuses on their plates, on the immediate sensory experience of flavours and textures. The only sounds are cutlery on china, the occasional request to pass something, and the small satisfied noises people make when eating food they genuinely enjoy. Then, as the initial hunger gets addressed, conversation begins to bubble up. Your uncle mentions how this is the best ham your mother's made in years, and she deflects the compliment while obviously being pleased by it. Someone asks to pass the rolls, then comments on how perfectly they turned out, golden brown and light as clouds. Your sister reaches for more carrots and nearly knocks over her water glass, catches it just in time, and everyone laughs at her reflexes. The stories begin, as they always do, at family meals. Small anecdotes, memories triggered by the food or the occasion or just the fact of being together. Your grandfather talks about Christmas dinners when he was young, when they couldn't afford ham and made do with chicken. Your mother counters with the year she burned the ham completely, served it anyway, and everyone pretended not to notice the charred edges. These stories aren't new. You've heard most of them before, some many times, but they're part of the tradition too, as much a part of Christmas dinner as the food itself. Eating continues at a leisurely pace, interrupted by conversation, by laughter, and by someone getting up to fetch something from the kitchen that was forgotten. The wine gets poured, homemade from last summer's grape harvest, a little rough but drinkable, warming your throat on the way down. The meal stretches out, filling the afternoon. Nobody is in any rush to finish. Second helpings are encouraged, expected even. The serving dishes make another circuit of the table, and plates get refilled with smaller portions this time, people pacing themselves, knowing there's still dessert to come. The ham disappears slice by slice. The potato bowl gets scraped nearly clean. The rolls vanish except for one that nobody seems to want, and it sits lonely in the basket until your brother finally claims it. By the time everyone's finally full, genuinely full, too much food full, the light outside has begun its subtle shift toward late afternoon. The sun, which never climbed very high to begin with, is starting its early descent. Shadows are lengthening across the snowy yard. Inside, the dining room has grown warm from the number of bodies, from the heat of the food, and from the candles that someone lit even though the afternoon is still bright enough not to need them. The table is a battlefield of used dishes, empty serving bowls, wine glasses with varying amounts remaining, and napkins crumple beside plates. But nobody moves to clear it yet. Instead, there's a collective pause, a sitting back, and a letting the food settle. Your father unbuttons his vest, which has gotten uncomfortably tight. Your mother closes her eyes for a moment, looking satisfied in the way that comes from feeding people well and watching them enjoy it. "Pie in a bit," she says eventually, and there's a collective groan of protest from people claiming they couldn't possibly eat another bite, though everyone knows that in half an hour or so, pie will sound like exactly the right thing. After sitting so long, after eating so much, your body demands movement. The house, warm and full of people and heavy with cooking smells, suddenly feels too close, too dense. You push back from the table, excuse yourself, and head for the back door where your coat and boots wait. The cold outside hits you like a bucket of water, shocking and clarifying. Your breath plumes out in thick clouds. The air feels sharp in your lungs, almost painful after the warmth of the house. But it's exactly what you needed. The sudden wake-up of temperature change, the clearing of your head, and the reset of your senses. You pull on your gloves and start walking, not with any destination in mind, just moving because movement feels necessary. Your boots crunch through the crusted snow, breaking through the frozen top layer into the softer snow beneath. Each step takes effort, your legs working harder than they would on clear ground, and you welcome the exertion, the way it starts your blood moving faster, warming you from the inside. The yard looks different in late afternoon light. The shadows have grown long and blue, stretching across the white ground like reaching fingers. The sun, low on the horizon now, casts everything in shades of gold and pink and lavender, colours that seem too delicate for the brutal cold. The snow sparkles where the light hits it directly, individual crystals catching and throwing tiny prisms. You walk toward the fence line that marks the boundary between your property and the neighbour's field. The fence posts stand at regular intervals, each one wearing a cap of snow that tapers to a point like a tiny peaked hat. The wire strung between them has collected frost in elaborate patterns, feathers and ferns and abstract lace, all created by the simple physics of water vapour freezing in still air. At the fence, you stop and look back at the house. Smoke rises from both chimneys now. The kitchen stove and the parlour fireplace are both going. The smoke climbs straight up for 20 feet or so, then bends where it meets some current of air you can't feel from down here. The windows glow with warm light, yellow and inviting against the white landscape and the darkening sky. From this distance, the house looks like a painting of itself, like an illustration from a children's book about winter. A murder of crows passes overhead, maybe a dozen of them, heading somewhere with apparent purpose. They call to each other in their harsh voices, sounds that seem to scratch the quiet air. You watch them until they disappear beyond the tree line, and then the sky's empty again, just clouds and fading light. The quiet out here is extraordinary. In the summer, this same field buzzes with insect life, chirps with birds, and rustles with the movement of growing things. Now there's almost nothing, just the occasional creak of tree branches moving in a breeze you still can't feel, the distant bark of a dog, and the soft whisper of your own breathing. You notice details you wouldn't see if you were moving faster, if you had somewhere to be. The way wind has sculpted the snow into subtle drifts, creating patterns like sand dunes but frozen solid, the tracks of small animals, rabbits probably, or maybe a fox, crossing the open space in meandering paths. A single dried weed poking up through the snow, its seed head still intact, rattling softly when a breath of wind finally reaches this far down. Your fingers are starting to ache with cold inside your gloves. Your nose has gone numb, your cheeks feel tight and tingling, but you're not quite ready to go back inside yet. There's something about this cold stillness that feels important to experience, to remember. This is what winter truly is, stripped of human comfort, just raw temperature and frozen water and air so cold it hurts. You walk along the fence line, following it toward the back corner of the property where the old apple trees stand bare-branched and patient. Their bark is dark against the snow, almost black in the fading light. They won't flower for another 4 months at least. and won't bear fruit until long after this snow has melted and been forgotten. But they're still alive in there, still carrying the promise of spring in their dormant buds, still waiting with the patience that trees have in abundance. Under one tree you find evidence of deer, hoofprints in the snow, dropping scattered nearby, and the lower branches stripped of bark where hungry animals browsed what they could reach. They were probably here last night, moving through while everyone slept, finding what food they could in the lean months. The light is fading faster now. The sun has nearly reached the horizon, turning the western sky into something spectacular. Layers of orange and pink and deep purple. Clouds lit from below. The whole display reflected in the snow so that you're standing in coloured light. It's the kind of sunset that makes you stop whatever you're doing and just watch, witnessing beauty that exists whether you're there to see it or not. As you watch, the colours deepen and shift. The orange intensifies, then fades. The pink spreads and dilutes. The purple darkens toward blue, toward the colour of coming night. The temperature, which has been cold all day, begins to drop more noticeably as the sun disappears. You can feel it happening, the heat of the day, such as it was, radiating back into space, leaving nothing but cold behind. You turn finally and head back toward the house, your body demanding warmth now, having reached its limit of cold tolerance. The walk back seems longer than the walk out, each step requiring conscious effort, your legs heavy and tired. But the house waits ahead, windows glowing brighter now as the outside world darkens, smoke still rising from the chimneys, promising heat and light and the company of people. Back inside, the warmth feels almost aggressive after the sustained cold. Your fingers and toes begin that painful tingling that comes from frozen extremities warming up. You stamp your feet, blow on your hands, hang your coat on its peg to dry, and make your way to the parlour where the family has migrated. The fire in the fireplace has settled into mature coals, radiating steady heat. Your father has claimed the chair closest to it, a book open in his lap though his eyes are closed. Your mother sits in her usual spot near the window, mending something in the failing light, her needle moving with practised efficiency. Your siblings are scattered around the room in various states of repose, one reading, one attempting a puzzle, and one simply staring into the fire with the glazed expression of someone digesting a large meal. You find your own chair and sink into it, feeling your body relax into the familiar contours. The seat cushion has moulded itself to you over years of use. The armrests are worn smooth where your hands naturally fall. This chair knows you, and you know it. A comfortable mutual understanding. The clock on the mantel ticks steadily, its brass pendulum swinging behind the glass face, measuring out time that seems to have no particular urgency. It's perhaps 4:30, maybe 5. The day is winding down but not finished, existing in that peculiar space between afternoon and evening where nothing much happens, and that's entirely acceptable. Someone has lit candles around the room, small flames adding their warm light to the firelight. The combination creates a gentle illumination that softens edges and that makes everything look slightly unreal, slightly removed from ordinary existence. Shadows pool in corners. The ceiling disappears into darkness. The room has become a cave of light in a world going dark. You pick up a book from the side table, one of your Christmas presents, a novel you've been wanting to read. The cover is stiff and new, the pages crisp, still adhering to each other slightly. You open it carefully, cracking the spine as little as possible, and begin reading. The story pulls you in gradually, not with dramatic action, but with the quiet accumulation of detail and character. You read slowly, savouring the language, occasionally rereading a particularly well-crafted sentence. There's no rush to finish, no need to find out what happens next immediately. The pleasure is in the reading itself, in the way words create worlds inside your head. Around you, the room pursues its own quiet activities. Pages turn, yours and others. The fire mutters and pops. Someone gets up to adjust a candle that's guttering. The cat, having finally emerged from whatever hideaway she claimed during dinner, appears and begins making the rounds, visiting each person, demanding attention with small chirping sounds. She reaches you and jumps into your lap without invitation, circling twice before settling herself across your legs, making reading harder but not impossible. You shift the book to one hand and use the other to stroke her head, feeling the rumble of her purr through her body. She's warm and heavy, a living weight that pins you to your chair, and you don't mind at all. Time passes in that strange elastic way it has when you're absorbed in something. You finish a chapter and look up, surprised to find that the windows are now completely dark, showing nothing but reflections of the room back to itself. What happened to the day? Where did the hours go? You can't account for them. You can only note that they've passed while you were busy doing nothing in particular. Your mother sets aside her mending and stands stretching, announcing that she supposes people might want pie now, if anyone has any room left. There's a collective stirring, bodies shifting, and people rousing from their various stupors. Yes, pie sounds good. Pie sounds possible. Stomachs have settled enough that dessert no longer seems like an impossibility. The migration to the kitchen happens slowly, with people moving at different speeds and arriving at different times. The table has been cleared and cleaned while you were outside, the evidence of dinner removed and everything reset. Your mother begins slicing pie. Apple and mince, both made yesterday, both still fresh. She cuts generous wedges and slides them onto small plates. You eat your pie standing up, leaning against the counter, too comfortable to sit properly at the table again. The apple pie is perfect. The crust flaky and buttery, the apples soft but not mushy, and the cinnamon and nutmeg in balance. You eat it slowly, making it last, washing it down with fresh coffee that someone just made. The mince pie is darker, richer, and heavier with dried fruits and spices, and that hint of brandy that makes it distinctly adult and distinctly celebratory. You take smaller bites of this one, its intensity requiring more measured consumption. The flavours are complex, sweet and tart, and spiced all at once. Each bite slightly different as you hit different combinations of fruit and filling. Conversation picks up again, lazy and meandering. Someone mentions they should probably check on the animals soon to make sure they're settled for the night. Someone else wonders if it will snow again. Those clouds earlier looked promising. The talk drifts from topic to topic, never staying anywhere long, just words filling the comfortable silence. By 6 o'clock, full darkness has settled in, that complete winter darkness that comes early and stays late. The world outside the windows has ceased to exist as anything but blackness pressed against glass. Inside, the house has become its own universe, self-contained and self-sufficient. The evening tasks begin their familiar rhythm. Your father pulls on his coat and boots to go check the animals. The chickens need to be shut in safe from foxes. The cow needs checking, and the pig needs one last feeding. You volunteer to go with him, wanting one more taste of the cold before settling in for the night. Outside, the darkness is almost absolute. Your father carries a lantern, its small flame creating a circle of light that moves with you, pushing back the dark just enough to see where you're stepping. The snow crunches loudly in the silence. The cold bites harder now. No sun is left to provide even the illusion of warmth. In the barn, the animals are settling themselves for sleep. The chickens are already on their roosts, feathers fluffed against the cold, making small, sleepy sounds. The cow stands in her stall, chewing cud with the patient rhythmic grinding that cows do, her breath steaming in the lantern light. You throw down fresh hay, make sure her water hasn't frozen, and scratch behind her ears the way she likes. The pig grunts hopefully when you appear, always optimistic about food despite having been fed regularly all day. You dump kitchen scraps, vegetable peelings, plate scrapings, everything carefully saved, into his trough, and he sets to work with enthusiasm, his snuffling and chomping loud in the quiet barn. When everything is settled and secure, you and your father walk back to the house, the lantern swinging between you, casting wild shadows that leap and dance across the snow. The house windows glow like beacons, guiding you home. The smoke from the chimneys is invisible against the black sky, but you can smell it. Wood smoke mixed with the clean, cold smell of winter air. Inside again, you shed your outdoor layers for what feels like the final time today. The house has reached its evening temperature, not as warm as midday, but comfortable. All the fires banked to their sustainable level, radiating steady, gentle heat. The kitchen has been cleaned up from the pie eating, everything washed and put away, and the counters wiped down ready for tomorrow. In the parlour, someone has brought out a deck of cards, and a game is organising itself without much planning. Just people sitting down, hands being dealt, and the comfortable rhythm of play that doesn't require much thought. You join in, picking up your cards, arranging them by suit and value, and considering your strategy. The game proceeds at its own pace, interrupted by conversation, by people getting up to tend the fire or fetch something to drink, and by the cat deciding to walk across the table and disrupting everything. Nobody keeps careful score. Winning matters less than the simple act of playing, of having something to do with your hands while the evening passes. Around 8 o'clock, people begin yawning. The day, despite its slowness, has been tiring in that peculiar way holidays are tiring. All that eating, all that warmth, all that family togetherness somehow exhausting in a pleasant way. The card game winds down naturally, with no one declaring it finished, just people setting down their cards and not picking them up again. Your mother announces she's going to bed, which is earlier than her usual time, but not surprising given how long she's been up and how much work went into the day. Others follow her lead, drifting off one by one, calling out good nights, footsteps on the stairs and doors opening and closing. You stay up a bit longer, not quite ready for sleep, tending the parlour fire one last time, making sure it's properly banked for the night. The coals glow red and orange, beautiful in their way, hot enough to burn you but slow enough to last until morning if you spread them right and cover them with ash. The house settles into its night sounds, old wood contracting in the cold, the wind picking up outside and testing the walls, and the tick of cooling metal from the stoves. You blow out the last candles, watching the small spirals of smoke rise from the wicks, and climb the stairs in darkness, your feet knowing the way without need for light. In your room, the cold has reclaimed its territory during your absence. Your breath clouds in the darkness. The floorboards are ice under your feet. You undress quickly, pulling on the heavy nightshirt that hangs on its peg, and dive under the quilts, curling into a tight ball, waiting for your body to warm the small space around you. Through the window you can see stars emerging between clouds, hard, bright points in the infinite black. Thousands of them, more than you could ever count, more than you'll ever have names for. They're the same stars people have been watching on Christmas night for centuries. The same ones shepherds saw, the same ones that guided wise men according to the story, and the same ones that care nothing for human celebration but shine anyway, indifferent and eternal. You lie there thinking about the day, letting it play through your memory, not analysing it, not judging it, just acknowledging it. The slow morning, the big meal, the quiet afternoon, and the gentle evening. All of it ordinary in its way, unremarkable, nothing that would make a story worth telling, but also perfect in its ordinariness, satisfying in its simplicity, and exactly what it needed to be. Your body relaxes gradually, the warmth building under the covers, sleep approaching like a tide coming in. You think about tomorrow, which will be much the same, cold and slow and quiet, another winter day with nothing urgent to accomplish. The thought is comforting rather than disappointing. There's pleasure in knowing that tomorrow doesn't demand anything of you, that you can move through it at whatever pace feels right. The morning after Christmas arrives without ceremony, just another December day. You wake to the same cold room, the same frost-flowered windows, and the same reluctance to leave the warm nest of your bed. But eventually you do, going through the familiar motions, dressing in layers, descending to the kitchen, resurrecting the fire from yesterday's ashes. The routine is soothing in its repetition. You know exactly what needs doing and in what order. The kindling catches, the fire grows, and the kettle goes on for tea. The kitchen warms gradually, pushing back the cold 1 degree at a time. Another day has begun, and you've helped it begin, which gives you a small satisfaction that never quite gets old. The rest of the family emerges slowly, one by one, following the same pattern as yesterday, but without the holiday's special quality. This is just Thursday morning, or Friday, or whatever day it happens to be. The world has returned to its normal rotation, Christmas having been a small interruption in the usual rhythm, but not a permanent change. Breakfast is simpler today. Leftover ham sliced cold, bread and butter, tea and coffee. Nobody's particularly hungry after yesterday's excess, but you eat anyway. Bodies requiring fuel regardless of appetite. The conversation is quieter and less animated. People are still half asleep or thinking ahead to the day's chores. After breakfast, the tasks begin. Animals need tending, the same as every day. Wood needs bringing in. Snow needs shoveling if it fell during the night. The house requires its constant maintenance. Fires fed, water hauled, food prepared, dishes washed, and floors swept. These jobs don't stop for holidays, and don't care that yesterday was special. They simply exist, demanding attention, providing the structure around which days organise themselves. You pull on your coat and head outside to split firewood. The cold is fierce this morning, the kind that makes your eyes water and your lungs ache. The splitting stump stands in its usual spot near the woodshed, the maul leaning against it, waiting. You set up a log, raise the maul, and bring it down with all your weight behind it. The wood splits with a satisfying crack, the two halves falling away cleanly. You set up another log, split it, then another. The work warms you quickly despite the cold, your muscles generating heat, your breath coming faster. There's a rhythm to it, a meditation in the repetition. Position the log, raise the tool, swing, split, repeat. The pile of split wood grows steadily. Each piece will feed a fire and will become heat that keeps the house livable and that makes winter survivable. You're not just splitting wood, you're splitting frozen water that fell as trees absorbed it, splitting sunlight that those trees captured through leaves and stored in cellulose, and splitting last summer's warmth and releasing it bit by bit through the cold months. It's a practical magic, turning solid matter into heat and light through the simple process of burning. You work until you've split enough for the next few days, then carry the wood inside, stacking it near the stove where it will dry and be ready for use. Your arms ache pleasantly, your face feels raw from the cold, but you're satisfied with the work, with the tangible evidence of effort, that pile of wood that wasn't there an hour ago. The day proceeds at its own pace, one task leading to another without rush or pressure. You help your mother in the kitchen, preparing a simple midday meal from yesterday's leftovers. You spend time reading, the novel pulling you deeper into its world. You sit by the fire and let your mind wander, thinking about nothing in particular, just existing in the warm quiet. This is what life was like before the invention of busyness, before productivity became a virtue, before every moment needed to be filled with purpose or accomplishment. You simply lived through your days, doing what needed doing, resting when you were tired, eating when you were hungry, and moving at a pace dictated by the work itself, rather than by some external schedule. There's a lesson in this slowness that you're beginning to understand. It's not that doing things slowly is inherently better than doing them quickly. It's that certain things can't be rushed and won't be rushed, and fighting against that reality only creates frustration. Fire takes the time it takes to grow. Bread rises at its own pace. Winter lasts as many months as it lasts, and you can't hurry it towards spring no matter how tired you get of the cold. Learning to move with time rather than against it. To accept the pace that different tasks require. To distinguish between what can be hurried and what cannot. This is a kind of wisdom that modern life will largely forget. But here, now, on this cold December day following Christmas, it's simply how things are. You don't think about it as wisdom. You just do it because there's no alternative, because the world demands it. Afternoon slides into evening with the same gradual dimming of light as yesterday. The sun, having made its brief appearance, gives up early and heads for the horizon. Darkness gathers in the corners of rooms, pools under furniture, and spreads across the floor like water. Candles get lit, fires get built up. The house becomes its own small world again, separated from the cold and dark outside. The evening meal is simple, quickly prepared, and quickly eaten. Nobody's in the mood for another feast. Instead, there's soup made from yesterday's ham bone, vegetables and beans simmered until everything is soft and the broth is rich. Bread to soak up the liquid, more tea. The food is warming rather than exciting, comfort rather than celebration. After dinner, you find yourself back in the parlour, back in your chair near the fire, book in hand, cat on lap. The routine has reasserted itself. This is your spot. This is what you do with evening hours. Read or think or simply sit, letting the day wind down at its own pace. There's comfort in this predictability, in knowing that tomorrow evening you'll likely be doing the same thing, and the evening after that. Your younger brother sits on the floor near the fireplace, building something with blocks. A house, perhaps, or a barn, something with walls and a roof. He works with complete concentration, tongue between his teeth, placing each piece carefully. When the structure finally collapses, as structures made by children usually do, he doesn't get upset. He just starts over, rebuilding from the scattered pieces, trying a slightly different approach. Watching him, you think about how children understand slowness in ways adults forget. They don't rush through play. They don't worry about finishing quickly. They just immerse themselves completely in whatever they're doing, whether it's building blocks or digging in dirt or watching ants carry crumbs. They know, instinctively, that the point isn't to be done but to be doing. Somewhere along the way to adulthood, most people lose that understanding. They start measuring activities by their outcomes rather than their experience. They start rushing through the present to get to some imagined better future. They forget that life happens in the doing, not in the done. But here, in this era before technology accelerated everything, before speed became confused with efficiency, and efficiency with virtue, the lesson is easier to remember. You can't rush the seasons, you can't make bread rise faster by wanting it to. You can't convince the sun to stay up longer just because you have work to finish. The world moves at its own pace, and you either match it or exhaust yourself fighting it. The fire burns down to coals. The candles gutter and go out one by one. People yawn and stretch and announce they're heading to bed. The day is ending, not because anyone decreed it should end at this particular time, but because bodies are tired and tomorrow will come whether you're ready for it or not. You climb the stairs one last time, each step familiar under your feet. Your room waits, cold as always, the bed calling with its promise of warmth. You undress quickly, slide under the quilts, curl into your warming ball, and let sleep approach at its own pace. Outside, the winter night continues its own activities. Stars wheeling overhead, wind pushing clouds across the sky, snow settling and compacting under its own weight, and animals moving through the darkness on their various errands. The world doesn't stop when humans sleep. It just continues without them, patient and indifferent, following rhythms older than consciousness. You drift towards sleep thinking about slowness, about pace, about the gift Christmas gave you not through presents but through permission. Permission to stop rushing, to stop performing, and to stop treating every moment like it needs to be optimized for maximum productivity. For one day, maybe two, you are allowed to simply be, to move through time at a human pace, and to remember what it feels like when life isn't a race towards some distant finish line. This is what gets lost in the coming centuries, what industrialization and electricity and instant communication will gradually erode. Not just the slowness itself, but the understanding that slowness has value, that some things are better for taking time, and that rushing through life means missing most of what makes life worth living. But you don't think of it in those terms. You don't know what's coming, what the future will bring, or how different life will become. You just know that today moved at the right pace, that tomorrow probably will too, and that the rhythm of seasons and days and tasks provides all the structure anyone needs. Sleep comes gently, pulling you down into dreams that you won't remember come morning. The house settles around you, wood contracting in the cold, fires burning low, everyone tucked into their beds, the whole structure resting like a person after a long day's work. And in the morning it will start again, the slow waking, the cold room, the fire to be built, the endless patient work of living through a winter day. But that's tomorrow's concern. Tonight there's just sleep and warmth, and the knowledge that you moved through Christmas at exactly the pace it required. And that was enough. That was everything. You stand at the edge of a northern European forest in the depths of December, centuries before anyone had heard the name Nicholas. The air bites at your cheeks with a cold so complete it seems to crystallize your breath before it can escape. Above you, bare branches sketch patterns against a sky that darkens by mid-afternoon, and the snow beneath your boots squeaks with each step, that particular sound that only happens when temperatures plunge well below freezing. Your ancestors understood something profound about this season. Winter wasn't simply cold weather to be endured. It represented a threshold between the living world and something else entirely. When the sun weakened and shadows stretched across the land for most of each day, the boundary between ordinary existence and the realm of spirits grew thin as parchment. You can feel it even now, that peculiar quality of winter twilight when familiar landmarks take on unfamiliar shapes. The Romans called this period Saturnalia, and their celebrations began on the 17th of December. For them, winter's darkness demanded light, feasting, and the temporary suspension of ordinary rules. Masters served meals to their slaves. People exchanged small gifts, usually candles or clay figurines. Everyone wore the pileus, a soft conical cap that normally marked freed slaves. Because during Saturnalia, all were equal. The rigid social hierarchies that governed every other day of the year dissolved like frost in the morning sun. You would have loved the chaos of it. Gambling, normally forbidden, became not just permitted but encouraged. Wine flowed freely. People sang in the streets at hours that would normally bring sharp reprimands from authorities. The whole affair served a purpose deeper than mere revelry. It was a collective acknowledgement that darkness and cold held power, and the only way to survive them was together, with warmth and light, and the bonds of community. Further north, Germanic peoples observed their own winter customs. They brought evergreen boughs into their homes, holly, ivy, mistletoe and pine, as reminders that life persisted even when the world seemed dead. The evergreens weren't decorations in the modern sense. They were statements of defiance against winter's grip, symbols of resilience. When snow piled shoulder high and wolves howled in the forests, those green branches whispered a promise. Spring will return. The Norse had Yule, their own winter celebration that stretched across 12 nights. They burned enormous logs, the bigger the better, because the Yule log's flames were thought to hold back the darkest forces of winter. Families gathered around these fires and told stories that lasted hours, tales of gods and giants, and the endless struggle between order and chaos. The stories weren't entertainment. They were instruction manuals for living, reminders of courage and cunning, and the importance of loyalty to kin. During these ancient winter celebrations, mysterious figures sometimes appeared, not the jolly rotund character you know from shopping malls and holiday cards, but stranger, more unsettling beings. In some Germanic traditions, Odin himself was said to lead a wild hunt across the winter sky, a ghostly procession of spirits and lost souls. Children left offerings for his 8-legged horse, Sleipnir. Hay and carrots set out in hopes of receiving gifts in return. The practice carried an edge of fear alongside hope. These weren't beings to be trifled with. Elsewhere, there were tales of an old woman who visited homes during winter, checking whether children had behaved themselves. In some regions, people spoke of spirits that travelled with winter winds, able to see into homes through cracks in walls and gaps in shutters. The message was clear. Winter's darkness allowed for judgments and reckonings. Your actions throughout the year would be weighed. You see how the pattern forms. Long before Christianity spread across Europe, winter already belonged to gift-giving, to mysterious visitors, and to the idea that generosity and community celebration could push back against the harshest season. The customs ran deep, braided into the very fibre of how people understood time and survival. When you live close enough to nature that a failed harvest means starvation, when wolves are real threats and not metaphors, winter becomes something more than a season marked on calendars. It becomes a test. Now imagine you're in a small village somewhere in what would become Germany, around the year 200. Your family's home is a single-room structure with walls of wattle and daub, woven sticks plastered with mud and straw. The thatched roof keeps out most of the rain and snow, though not all of it. A central hearth provides the only heat and light. At night, everyone sleeps near the fire on platforms covered with straw and furs. The smoke from the hearth escapes through a hole in the roof. though much of it lingers, stinging your eyes and coating everything in a fine layer of soot. During the darkest days of December, your father brings in the Yule log, a massive piece of oak he's been saving for this purpose. It takes 3 grown men to manoeuvre it into position. Once lit, the log will burn for the entire 12-night celebration. Your mother has been preparing for weeks, preserving foods and brewing special ale. On the first night of Yule, she brings out bread shaped like boars and horses, sacred shapes, though you're too young to fully understand why. The village elder comes to your home, as he does to every home, carrying a carved staff older than anyone can remember. He speaks words in a language that sounds almost like yours, but not quite. An older tongue that people only use during these ceremonies. You don't understand all of what he says, but you catch phrases about honouring the ancestors, about the sun's return, and about the debts and bonds that hold your community together. Later, after the elder has left and the Yule log crackles with fierce heat, your father tells you about the gods. Not in the sanitised way these stories are sometimes presented today, but in their original form, bloody, strange, and full of bargains and transformations. He tells you about Odin trading his eye for wisdom, about Thor defending the gods' realm from giants, and about Loki's tricks that sometimes helped and sometimes nearly destroyed everything. But the story that captures your imagination most is simpler. Your father describes a figure, neither quite god nor quite human, who travels during the darkest nights, observing households. This being notes on which families share their food with neighbours, which ones take in travellers despite having little themselves, and which children show kindness to animals and respect to elders. And on Yule morning, those who've shown generosity find small gifts, carved wooden toys, honey cakes, and nuts preserved from autumn's harvest. Your father doesn't explain this as a moral lesson. He simply describes it as fact, the way he'd describe the changing of seasons or the habits of deer in winter. Generosity attracts good fortune. Selfishness invites hardship. The mysterious winter visitor merely makes these natural consequences visible. You fall asleep that night with the Yule log's warmth on your face, and the smell of pine boughs in your nostrils. Outside, wind howls across the frozen fields, but inside, surrounded by family and the certainty of community, winter feels less like a threat and more like a challenge you'll meet together. These were the beliefs, the customs, and the deep-rooted traditions into which Christianity slowly spread. The new faith didn't erase the old ways, not entirely, not immediately. Instead, something more interesting happened. The 2 streams of tradition merged, creating something neither could have produced alone. Now shift forward in time and south in geography. You're in Patara, a prosperous port city in Lycia, a region on the southwestern coast of what is now Turkey. The year is approximately 270. The air here carries the salt-sharp smell of the Mediterranean, and sunlight bounces off whitewashed walls with an intensity that makes you squint even in winter. This is where Nicholas was born, though precious few reliable facts about his early life have survived. History offers fragments, glimpses, and stories that may or may not be true, but that people believed so fervently they shape reality through sheer force of repetition. What we do know is that Nicholas came from wealth. His parents were devout Christians at a time when practicing this faith required genuine courage. The Roman Empire, which controlled this region, viewed Christianity with suspicion that frequently erupted into active persecution. Christians refused to honour the emperor as divine, a refusal that authorities interpreted as disloyalty, even treason. Your neighbours might know you're Christian and say nothing, or they might report you to the magistrates. Either outcome remained possible at any moment. Nicholas's parents died during an epidemic when he was young, probably in his teens. Ancient sources don't specify the disease, but epidemics swept through Mediterranean cities with grim regularity. Smallpox, typhoid, plague, any of these might have been the culprit. In a matter of weeks, perhaps days, Nicholas found himself orphaned and in possession of a substantial fortune. Picture yourself in his position. You're wealthy beyond what most people in your city will ever experience. You could live comfortably for the rest of your life without working. You could indulge every desire, build a grand home, commission art, and travel to distant lands. The entire known world lies open to you. limited only by imagination and the reach of Rome's roads. Nicholas chose a different path. He became a priest, then eventually a bishop, the Bishop of Myra, a city about 60 miles from his birthplace. Being a bishop in the 4th century bore little resemblance to the role as it would later develop. Nicholas had no ornate cathedral, no vast bureaucracy, and no political power in the modern sense. He led a small community of believers who met in homes and, when possible, in modest buildings that could be quickly abandoned if persecution resumed. Myra itself was built into coastal hills, its buildings rising in tiers from the harbour. Ships arrived carrying grain from Egypt, timber from the Black Sea forests, and wine from Greek islands. The city's theatre could seat more than 10,000 spectators for performances that would last entire days. Above the city, tombs carved into cliff faces stared down like empty eyes. Monuments to Lycian nobles from centuries past, long before Roman conquest. As bishop, Nicholas became responsible for his community's spiritual welfare and increasingly their physical welfare too. Christianity, as it was practiced in those early centuries, placed enormous emphasis on caring for the poor. This wasn't optional or supplementary to the faith. It was central, definitional. If you had resources and your neighbour lacked food, shelter or clothing, then your resources weren't truly yours. They were held in trust for the community. You would have seen Nicholas walking through Myra's streets in the early morning, when shadows still stretched long and shopkeepers were just opening their stalls. He dressed simply, no elaborate vestments or symbols of office. People recognised him not by costume but by reputation. He knew the poor by name. He knew which families were struggling with debt, which widows had no one to support them, and which children were going hungry. The stories that accumulated around Nicholas during his lifetime and after his death share certain themes. He gave secretly. He intervened to prevent injustice. He showed particular concern for children, and for anyone powerless in the face of institutional authority. Some of these stories may be embellished or entirely legendary, but they point to a consistent character, someone who understood wealth as responsibility rather than reward. The most famous story takes place in Myra, and involves a desperate father. This man, once prosperous, had lost everything through some combination of bad fortune and unwise decisions. He had 3 daughters of marriageable age, but without dowries they couldn't marry. In 4th century Lycia, an unmarried woman from a good family who lacked resources faced limited options, most of them grim. The father, seeing no other choice, prepared to sell his daughters into prostitution. Nicholas learned of the situation. Rather than confronting the father directly, which would have shamed the man publicly and accomplished nothing, Nicholas waited until night. The family's house had windows that opened onto the street, as most houses did, for light and ventilation. Nicholas approached after dark when the household had settled for sleep. He carried a bag of gold coins, probably a substantial portion of his inherited wealth. Through the open window, Nicholas tossed the bag of gold. It landed, according to legend, in a stocking or shoe that had been left by the fire to dry. The gold was exactly enough for the eldest daughter's dowry. She could now marry honourably. You might picture the father's confusion the next morning. Where had this gold come from? Who knew of their desperate situation? The daughter married, her future secured. But the father still had 2 more daughters and no prospects for them. Nicholas waited some time, perhaps weeks, perhaps months. Then, on another night, he returned and repeated the gift. Another bag of gold through the window, another daughter's future secured. By now the father was determined to discover his mysterious benefactor's identity. When the time came for the 3rd daughter's dowry, he stayed awake, watching the street from a darkened room, and he saw Nicholas approach, saw him heft the 3rd bag of gold, and saw him prepare to throw it through the window. The father rushed out and fell at Nicholas's feet, overwhelmed with gratitude and shame. Gratitude for the generosity and shame that he'd been reduced to accepting charity. Nicholas's response became central to his legend. He asked the father to tell no one about the gifts while Nicholas lived. The generosity was to remain anonymous, known only to the giver, the receiver, and God. Why did this story resonate so powerfully across centuries? Partly because it demonstrated an alternative to the zero-sum thinking that governed most economic relationships in the ancient world. The wealthy hoarded resources because wealth meant security, power, and status. The poor resented the wealthy, sometimes violently. Nicholas's actions suggested a different possibility, that abundance could flow toward need without diminishing the giver, that generosity could be practiced without seeking credit or control. But the story's power also comes from its specificity. Nicholas didn't distribute charity to anonymous masses. He learned about one family's particular crisis and responded with exactly what they needed, delivered in a way that preserved their dignity. The gift through the window allowed the father to believe, if he chose, that Providence itself had intervened rather than accept that he'd become a supplicant to his bishop. Another story places Nicholas at the Council of Nicaea in the year 325. The Roman Emperor Constantine had recently converted to Christianity and called together bishops from across the empire to settle theological disputes that threatened to fragment the new faith. The central question concerned the nature of Christ. Was he fully divine, merely an exceptional human, or something in between? A priest named Arius argued that Christ, though exalted and perfect, was created by God and therefore subordinate to the Father. This position, called Arianism, struck many bishops as heresy, a fundamental misunderstanding that undermined Christianity's core claims. Nicholas was among those who passionately opposed Arius. The legend says that during one heated debate, Nicholas became so frustrated with Arius's arguments that he struck him in the middle of the council. The accounts vary on whether it was a slap or a punch, but the act was shocking regardless. Bishops were supposed to be models of self-control and peaceful behaviour. Physical violence during a theological debate was completely unacceptable. Constantine himself intervened. Nicholas was temporarily stripped of his bishop's office and possibly imprisoned. But here the story takes an interesting turn. Other bishops reported that Nicholas received a vision during his imprisonment. Mary and Christ appeared to him, returning his vestments and gospel book, symbols of his authority. Interpreting this as divine approval, the council reinstated him. Whether this story is historically accurate matters less than what it reveals about how people understood Nicholas's character. He combined profound generosity with fierce conviction. He could give away everything he owned to help the poor, but he couldn't tolerate what he viewed as attacks on truth. The same passion that drove his charity drove his anger at the council. You see then, a more complex figure than later legends would suggest. Nicholas wasn't simply kind in some generic harmless way. His kindness had teeth. He fought injustice directly, whether the injustice came from poverty, exploitation, or theological error. He made enemies. He took positions that brought consequences. During the persecution of Christians under Emperor Diocletian, which began around the year 303, Nicholas was imprisoned. Diocletian's persecution was systematic and brutal, perhaps the most severe the Christians had yet faced. Churches were destroyed, scriptures burned, and clergy imprisoned or executed. The goal was nothing less than Christianity's complete eradication from the empire. Nicholas survived. Many others didn't. The experience of imprisonment, of seeing fellow believers tortured and killed for their faith, shaped him profoundly. When Constantine later legalized Christianity and the immediate threat passed, Nicholas understood that freedom and safety were neither permanent nor guaranteed. The gift of safety demanded gratitude expressed through action, specifically through protecting the vulnerable who couldn't protect themselves. The practice of secret giving, so central to Nicholas's life, carried particular resonance in the ancient world. Gift-giving in Greek and Roman society was rarely private or selfless. Wealthy patrons gave publicly to gain honour, to bind recipients in webs of obligation, and to demonstrate status. The gift created a debt that recipients were expected to repay through loyalty, service, or public praise. Nicholas's anonymous gifts represented something different, a form of generosity that expected nothing in return because the giver's identity remained hidden. This must have seemed strange, even suspicious to many of his contemporaries. Why give if you won't receive credit? What kind of power game was this? But for Nicholas, anonymity was precisely the point. The moment a gift became public, it changed character. It became leverage, became control, and became an investment in reputation. Anonymous giving allowed the recipient's dignity to remain intact. They could receive help without becoming subordinate, without entering a patron-client relationship that would define their social position permanently. Imagine you're a struggling merchant in Myra, unable to pay your debts after a shipment was lost to pirates. You've borrowed from multiple sources, and the interest compounds daily. Your family faces losing everything: home, business, and respectability. One morning you discover that someone has paid your largest debt. There's no note, no name, and no demand for future loyalty. Just the debt, erased. You never learn who helped you. For the rest of your life you wonder, was it the wealthy widow who lives near the harbour? The olive oil exporter who occasionally nods to you in the market? Or was it the bishop, the man who seems to know everyone's troubles? Not knowing changes everything. You can't repay the specific person, so instead you find yourself looking for others who need help. When you see someone struggling, you remember your own rescue and act. The anonymous gift ripples outward, creating a culture of generosity rather than a single transaction. Nicholas understood this intuitively. His gifts weren't charity in the modern sense, with its implications of distance between giver and receiver. They were more like adjustments to the natural order, redistributions that moved abundance toward need the way water flows downhill. The stories accumulated. Nicholas saving sailors caught in storms by appearing to them in dreams with navigation instructions. Nicholas rescued boys who'd been kidnapped and sold into slavery, somehow always learning of these crimes and intervening before the situation became irreversible. Nicholas providing dowries for poor girls, not just once, but repeatedly, making this his particular mission. Some stories stretched credibility. They included miraculous elements that modern audiences might dismiss as impossible, but focus on the pattern rather than the literal details. Every story emphasized intervention on behalf of the powerless. Every story featured generosity delivered with discretion. Every story showed Nicholas responding to specific needs rather than distributing generic aid. You're in Myra's harbour on a winter morning, watching workers load grain onto ships bound for Constantinople. The work is hard and dangerous. Men balance on narrow gangplanks carrying sacks that weigh nearly as much as they do. A misstep means a fall into cold water, or, worse, being crushed between ship and dock as the tide shifts. The workers are mostly free men, but desperately poor. They're paid by the load, and the work is irregular. Some days there are ships to unload. Other days there's nothing. No work means no food. Their children go hungry more often than not. Nicholas appears regularly at the docks, not to preach but simply to be present. He knows the workers' names and knows whose child is sick and whose mother recently died. Sometimes he brings food, bread and dried fish, nothing fancy. Sometimes he simply listens as men talk about their troubles, their fears and their small hopes. One of the workers, a man named Cyrus, tells you about a morning when he woke to find a small leather pouch outside his door. Inside were silver coins, enough to buy medicine for his daughter, who'd been burning with fever for 3 days. Cyrus never learned who left the pouch. He suspects Nicholas, but can't prove it. And when he tried to thank the bishop, Nicholas simply said that God provides in mysterious ways, and then changed the subject. This is the pattern that would echo through centuries. Not grand gestures witnessed by crowds, but small, specific acts of generosity delivered quietly and without expectation of recognition. The approach seems almost calculated to prevent the kind of institutional charity that would later develop in Christianity. Charity as bureaucracy, as social control, as distance between wealthy benefactors and anonymous poor people who exist mainly. As statistics, Nicholas died on the 6th of December, probably in the year 343, though the exact date is uncertain. He was buried in Myra's cathedral, and his tomb immediately became a pilgrimage site. The faithful reported miracles, healings, visions, and answered prayers. Within a generation, Nicholas was recognized as a saint, but his association with children developed gradually. emerging from specific stories that emphasised his protection of the young and vulnerable. The tales became darker and stranger as they spread across cultures, absorbing local legends and pre-Christian folklore. The most disturbing story concerns 3 boys travelling to study in Athens. They stopped at an inn for the night. The innkeeper and his wife, facing poverty and seeing an opportunity, murdered the 3 boys, butchered their bodies and preserved the meat in brine, planning to serve it to future guests. Nicholas, travelling the same route, stopped at the inn. He immediately sensed something wrong. The accounts say he perceived the crime through divine revelation. He confronted the innkeeper, who confessed in terror. Then Nicholas prayed over the barrels of brine, and the 3 boys were restored to life, completely whole, as if nothing had happened. Modern readers might recoil from this story's grotesque elements, but in medieval Europe, where child mortality was staggeringly high, and dangers both natural and human constantly threatened the young, the tale carried enormous power. Nicholas appeared as a protector who could reverse even death itself when children were threatened. The story also connected Nicholas to older, pre-Christian myths about death and resurrection, about journeys to underworlds and returns to life. In Greek mythology, Demeter searches for her daughter Persephone, who has been dragged to the underworld. In Norse myths, the god Balder is killed and mourned by all creation. These ancient patterns, loss, searching, miraculous return, echoed in the story of Nicholas and the 3 boys. As Nicholas's cult spread across Europe during the Middle Ages, local communities adopted him as the patron saint of children. Parents prayed to him for their children's safety. Children left offerings at shrines dedicated to him. And gradually the tradition developed that Nicholas brought gifts to good children on his feast day, the 6th of December. You're in a German town in the year 1300. It's late autumn, and you're a child of perhaps 7 or 8. Your parents have told you about St. Nicholas, the holy bishop who watches over children and brings gifts to those who've been good throughout the year. Watching over isn't entirely comforting. According to what you've heard from older children, Nicholas knows everything you've done, every lie you've told, every time you've been lazy with your chores, every unkind word to your siblings. All of it has been observed and recorded. On the night before Nicholas's feast day, he'll review this record and decide whether you deserve a gift or punishment. The fear is real, but so is the anticipation. If you've tried your best to be good, and you have tried mostly, then St. Nicholas might leave something for you. Maybe nuts or fruit preserved from the harvest, maybe a small carved toy, maybe sweet bread baked in special shapes. On the evening of the 5th of December, you help your mother set out your shoes by the hearth, just as every child in town does. The shoes are meant to receive whatever Nicholas leaves, whether gift or punishment. You've heard stories of children who received switches or coal instead of treats. Your stomach churns with nervousness. You go to bed, but sleep comes slowly. Every sound in the house makes you wonder, is that him? Has he come? Your younger brother is snoring softly beside you, apparently unbothered by the momentous judgment occurring downstairs. Morning arrives eventually, as mornings do. You creep from bed, heart hammering, and descend to the main room. There, in your shoes, you find an apple, 3 walnuts, and a small wooden horse, beautifully carved with real horsehair for the mane and tail. Your brother has received similar gifts. Your parents are smiling. The relief is overwhelming. You've been judged and found worthy. But beneath the relief is something else, an awareness that you're seen, that your actions throughout the year matter, and that someone is paying attention. It's not entirely comfortable, this sense of being watched, but it's also not entirely unpleasant. Someone cares enough to watch. Someone cares enough to judge. Someone cares enough to give. The tradition spread with regional variations. In some areas, Nicholas travelled with a dark companion, Knecht Ruprecht, or Black Peter, or Krampus, depending on the region. This figure punished bad children while Nicholas rewarded good ones. The companion's appearance varied but was always frightening. Sometimes devil-like with horns and chains, sometimes dressed in dark furs with a blackened face, and sometimes described as a captured devil or demon that Nicholas had bound to his service. These dark companions represented something important that later, more sanitized versions of the tradition would lose: They acknowledged that judgment had two sides, that rewards implied the possibility of punishment, and that protection required enforcement. Nicholas wasn't simply a gentle gift-giver. He was a figure who maintained moral order, who insisted that actions had consequences. But the tradition also emphasised mercy. Stories frequently featured Nicholas intervening on behalf of children who'd been labelled bad, but who had understandable reasons for their misbehaviour. A child who stole food because the family was starving might still receive a gift. A child who lied to protect a sibling might be forgiven. Nicholas, according to these tales, saw past surface actions to intentions and circumstances. As Christianity spread deeper into northern Europe, Nicholas's cult travelled with it. Monasteries and churches were dedicated to him. His relics, fragments of bone, bits of cloth that had touched his tomb, were distributed to churches across the continent and became focal points for local devotion. In the year 1087, something extraordinary happened. Italian merchants and sailors from Bari, a port city in southern Italy, travelled to Myra with a specific goal: to steal Nicholas's remains. Myra had fallen under Muslim control, and the Christian merchants argued they were rescuing the saint's bones from infidel hands. They bribed guards, broke into the tomb, and extracted the bones, though according to some accounts, they left some skeletal material behind in their haste. They shipped the relics to Bari, where they were installed in a specially built basilica. Myra was furious. Bari was jubilant. The Pope officially recognised Bari's claim. This theft mattered enormously. Relics in medieval Christianity were powerful objects. They could heal the sick, protect cities from plague and invasion, and attract pilgrims whose spending enriched local economies. By possessing Nicholas's relics, Bari instantly became a major pilgrimage destination. The city's wealth and prestige grew accordingly, but the theft also demonstrated Nicholas's pan-European reach. His cult wasn't confined to his original homeland. He belonged to all of Christian Europe, and multiple cities competed for connection to him. Churches across the continent claimed to possess secondary relics: a finger bone, a tooth, fragments of clothing. Whether these were genuine was almost beside the point. The claims themselves showed how deeply Nicholas had penetrated European consciousness. You're in Lorraine, in what is now eastern France, in the year 1200. Your village has a small church with a wooden statue of St. Nicholas in a side chapel. The statue shows him dressed as a bishop, wearing a mitre and holding a staff. At his feet are three boys emerging from a barrel, the visual shorthand for the innkeeper story. The statue isn't beautiful in any technical sense. The carving is rough, and the paint has faded and chipped. But it's yours. Your grandfather helped build the chapel that houses it. Your mother lights candles before it when children in the village are sick. And every year on the 6th of December, the entire village gathers here for a feast and celebration. The celebration isn't solemn, it's loud, chaotic and joyful. Someone dresses as St. Nicholas, usually the richest man in the village, though he pretends to be humble about it. He processes through the streets, followed by children singing traditional songs about Nicholas and his miracles. He stops at each home where children live, and the children must answer questions about their behaviour during the past year. Have you obeyed your parents? Have you been kind to your brothers and sisters? Have you said your prayers faithfully? The children answer, sometimes truthfully, sometimes hopefully. Nicholas, actually Martin the miller in borrowed robes, nods sagely and distributes small gifts. Even the poorest children receive something. The gifts aren't equal. Wealthier families can afford to contribute more, but everyone participates. No child is excluded. Later, after Nicholas has finished his rounds, the adults gather in the church for a more formal service. The priest speaks about the real Nicholas, about his generosity and faith and courage during persecution. But the sermon is brief because everyone's hungry and eager to get to the feast. Tables have been set up in the church's yard, loaded with food each family has contributed. There's roasted meat, a rare luxury for most families. There's bread and cheese, stewed vegetables and pastries sweetened with honey. The village's modest resources have been pooled to create abundance, at least for this one night. Children run between the tables, Wild with excitement and sugar, old women gossip about whose children were best behaved during Nicholas's inquisition. Young men flirt with young women, emboldened by the feast day atmosphere. And through it all, there's a sense of community, of shared tradition, of connection across generations. Your grandfather, sitting beside the fire with a wooden cup of wine in his gnarled hands, tells you about St. Nicholas's Day when he was young. Just the same, he says. My grandfather told me it was the same when he was a boy too. The saint watches over us generation after generation. Some things don't change. But of course, things were changing. Trade routes expanded, cities grew, books and ideas circulated more freely. And Nicholas's tradition travelled with these changes, adapting to new contexts while retaining core elements. In the Netherlands, Nicholas became Sinterklaas, arriving each year by steamship from Spain, a detail that reflected Dutch maritime trade and conflict with Spanish rulers. Sinterklaas rode a white horse across rooftops, and children left carrots and hay for the horse in their shoes. The tradition maintained Nicholas's bishop's attire, and his focus on judging children's behaviour, but it added theatrical elements that made the annual visit increasingly elaborate. The Dutch version of Nicholas traditions would eventually prove crucial for the tradition's transformation in America. But first it flourished in the Netherlands as a cultural phenomenon that bound together communities through shared rituals and expectations. You're in Amsterdam in the year 1600. The Netherlands has recently won independence from Spain after a brutal 80-year war. The nation is experiencing a golden age, wealth from trade, artistic achievement, and religious tolerance unusual for the era. And Sinterklaas is everywhere. He arrives in mid-November by steamship, accompanied by his helpers, Zwarte Pieten, dressed in colourful Renaissance-style costumes. The arrival is a public spectacle. The entire city turns out to watch the ship dock to see Sinterklaas disembark on his white horse. The mayor greets him officially, children sing traditional songs, the saint processes through the streets, waving to crowds before taking up residence somewhere in the city. The location kept secret, part of the mystery. For the next 3 weeks, until his feast day on the 6th of December, Sinterklaas maintains his presence. Children see him in the streets occasionally. Parents warn misbehaving children that Sinterklaas is watching, and they point to the helpers who seem to be everywhere, carrying large books supposedly recording each child's deeds. The book is central to the tradition's power. Sinterklaas knows everything because it's all written in his book. Every act of kindness, every moment of laziness, every lie and every truth, recorded in permanent ink. The book will be consulted when gift-giving decisions are made. On the evening before his feast day, children place their shoes by the fireplace. Some families have elaborate rituals, particular songs that must be sung, specific treats for the saint's horse, and handwritten notes with wishes or confessions. The anticipation is almost unbearable. You've been mostly good this year, but there was that incident with your sister's toy that you broke and tried to hide, and you wonder if Sinterklaas knows about that. Sleep is impossible. You lie awake listening for sounds from the main room. At some point, you're not sure when, you finally drift off. In the morning, you find your shoes filled with treats and small gifts. Your parents are already awake, smiling mysteriously. Your sister's shoes are also full. Even the family dog seems to have received treats. But there's something else in your shoe. A note written in elaborate script completely unlike your parents' handwriting. It's addressed to you by name. It mentions specific incidents from the year, some you'd almost forgotten. It praises you for helping your grandmother without being asked. It gently chides you about the broken toy and suggests you apologise to your sister. It ends with encouragement to continue growing in kindness and responsibility. The note staggers you. How did Sinterklaas know these details? Your parents claim ignorance, though they're not very convincing. But the effect is profound. Someone is paying attention to your life in its specifics. Your actions matter. You're seen. The Dutch tradition succeeded partly because it balanced judgment with mercy and accountability with grace. Sinterklaas recorded everything, but almost always gave gifts anyway. The threat of punishment remained mostly theoretical. Coal or switches could appear in shoes, but this happened rarely and usually only for truly serious misbehaviour. The tradition's genius was maintaining moral seriousness while ensuring that almost every child experienced affirmation and joy. Dutch immigrants would carry this tradition to New Amsterdam, later called New York in the 17th century. But the tradition didn't transfer unchanged. It encountered different cultures, different expectations, and different economic and social realities, and it began to transform. The transformation of St. Nicholas into Santa Claus happened gradually, across decades, through the work of writers, artists, marketers, and families adapting old traditions to new circumstances. The figure who emerged bore resemblance to the original Nicholas, but had become something new, more secular, more commercial, and more focused on material abundance than on moral judgment. You're in New York City in the year 1810. America is young, still defining itself, still figuring out which European traditions to keep and which to discard. Christmas itself isn't yet the major holiday it will become. Many Protestant Americans view Christmas celebrations with suspicion, considering them too Catholic, too pagan, and too prone to drunken revelry. But New York has a large Dutch population, descendants of the original New Amsterdam settlers, and they maintain their Sinterklaas traditions. A writer named Washington Irving, fascinated by Dutch culture and history, publishes a satirical history of New York that includes descriptions of these traditions. Irving's writing emphasises the quaint, charming aspects of Dutch customs, making them seem appealingly exotic yet harmless. Irving describes St. Nicholas, he calls him both that and Sankt Claus, riding over treetops in a wagon and dropping presents down chimneys. The details are deliberately fantastical, part of Irving's comedic approach, but the image captures imaginations. Other writers begin incorporating similar elements into their work. In 1823, a poem appears in a New York newspaper, A Visit from St. Nicholas, later known as "'Twas the Night Before Christmas." The poem, attributed to Clement Clarke Moore, though authorship remains disputed, transformed the tradition completely. The poem's St. Nicholas is explicitly magical. He drives a miniature sleigh pulled by 8 flying reindeer, each named. He's described as an elf, a little old driver so lively and quick, with a round belly that shakes when he laughs like a bowl full of jelly. He enters homes through chimneys carrying a sack of toys. He knows which children are sleeping and which are awake. He delivers presents and departs within minutes. The poem made no mention of judgment or moral instruction. This St. Nicholas simply brought joy. He didn't carry a book of deeds. He didn't discriminate between good and bad children, or at least the poem didn't address that question. He was purely benevolent, magical, and dedicated entirely to making children happy. The image proved irresistible. The poem was reprinted in newspapers across America year after year. Families began reading it aloud on Christmas Eve. The tradition shifted from the 6th of December to the 25th. St. Nicholas became an essential part of Christmas celebrations rather than a separate feast day. But the transformation wasn't complete. The figure's appearance remained unsettled. Some illustrations showed him in bishop's robes, others depicted him in various costumes. His size varied, sometimes elf-like, sometimes normal human proportions. The reindeer was established, but almost everything else remained flexible. Thomas Nast, a political cartoonist working in the mid to late 1800s, created a series of illustrations that gradually standardized Santa Claus's appearance. Nast's Santa was rotund and jolly, dressed in fur-trimmed robes, usually red but sometimes tan or brown. He lived at the North Pole, Nast's innovation, where he maintained a workshop for toy production. He kept lists of good and bad children. Naughty children still face consequences, though these were usually depicted as receiving fewer or less desirable gifts rather than punishment. Nast's illustrations appeared in Harper's Weekly during and after the Civil War. In those drawings, Santa Claus sometimes appeared visiting Union Army camps, bringing comfort to soldiers. The figure became associated with American nationalism, with Union values, and with hope during a brutal conflict that threatened the nation's survival. After the war, as America industrialized and consumer culture developed, Santa Claus evolved further. Department stores began featuring Santa displays where children could sit on Santa's lap and tell him their Christmas wishes. This served obvious commercial purposes. Parents took note of what children requested and shopped accordingly, but it also created a ritualized encounter that millions of American children shared. You're in a Manhattan department store in 1895. You're 6 years old and your mother has brought you to meet Santa Claus. The store's display is elaborate. Fake snow, evergreen trees, a throne-like chair for Santa, and elves busy wrapping presents. A line of children snakes through the display, each waiting their turn. When your turn comes, an assistant elf, really a store employee in costume, lifts you onto Santa's lap. Santa is enormous, warm and soft. His beard is white and full, though you're pretty sure it's fake. His suit is deep red velvet with white fur trim. He smells like peppermint and pipe tobacco. Have you been good this year? Santa's voice is deep and kind. You nod, suddenly shy. What would you like for Christmas? You've rehearsed this. You've thought about nothing else for days. A toy train, you say, the kind that goes in circles on a track. Santa nods seriously as if considering. That's a fine gift. I'll see what I can do. He hands you a candy cane and helps you down from his lap. You leave the store convinced you've met the real Santa Claus. Your mother doesn't contradict this belief, though she exchanges a knowing look with another parent in line. And on Christmas morning there's a toy train under your family's tree, not exactly like the ones you saw in the store, but close enough to seem miraculous. The modern Santa Claus, the one you know from countless movies, advertisements, and shopping mall displays, reached his final form through 20th century marketing, particularly through Coca-Cola advertisements illustrated by Haddon Sundblom. Starting in 1931, Sundblom's Santa was definitively human-sized, not elf-like. His suit was always bright red with white fur trim, the red matching Coca-Cola's brand colours, though Santa had worn red in earlier depictions too. He was grandfatherly, warm, and absolutely benign. He appeared in various domestic scenes, reading letters from children, checking his list, taking a break to enjoy a Coca-Cola, and interacting with his reindeer. The illustrations were painted realistically, making Santa seem like someone who might actually exist somewhere. These advertisements ran for decades and were seen by hundreds of millions of people worldwide. They cemented a single, consistent image of Santa Claus that transcended national boundaries and cultural differences. Santa might be called different names in different countries, Father Christmas in England, Papa Noel in France, but his appearance became remarkably uniform. The commercial appropriation of Santa Claus raises obvious questions. Had a figure originally based on a saint dedicated to anonymous generosity become nothing more than a tool for selling products? Had the meaning been lost entirely? Maybe, partly. But something more complicated was happening too. The Santa Claus tradition, in its American form, maintained elements of the original Nicholas's approach, even while transforming almost beyond recognition. Santa's anonymity persisted. Children believed gifts came from Santa, not from their parents. The generosity appeared magical, unearned, and disconnected from economic exchange. Parents gave without expectation of thanks, because in the child's mind, thanks belonged to Santa. The tradition still connected generosity to moral behaviour. Children were told that Santa brought more or better gifts to good children. Whether parents actually enforced this varied enormously, but the idea persisted that actions had consequences, that someone was paying attention, and that behaviour throughout the year mattered, and the tradition remained focused on children, particularly on children's joy and wonder. In a world increasingly complex and often harsh, the Santa Claus myth created a space where children could believe in pure benevolence, where magic seemed real, and where kindness could arrive unexpectedly without strings attached. You're in suburban America in 1975. You're a parent now, with 2 children of your own. Christmas Eve has arrived, and after the kids are finally asleep, you and your spouse begin the elaborate ritual of becoming Santa Claus. You retrieve the carefully hidden gifts from various closets and storage spaces. You arrange them under the tree according to a mental calculation about which should be opened first and which should be saved for last. You eat the cookies the children left for Santa and drink the milk, though you'd prefer coffee at this hour. You write a note from Santa, thanking them for the snacks and commenting on how good they've been this year. It's past midnight before you finish. You're exhausted. Tomorrow will be chaos, wrapping paper everywhere, children hyper with excitement and sugar, relatives arriving, and a massive meal to prepare and clean up after. But right now, looking at the tree lit up in the dark room, the presents arranged underneath, you feel something unexpected. Contentment, pride, a sense of continuity with your own parents. Who did this for you? You're perpetuating a lie, technically. Your children believe Santa Claus is real, and you've carefully maintained that belief through various acts of deception. But it doesn't feel like lying. It feels like giving them something precious. A few years of believing that magic exists, that someone cares about them unconditionally, and that the world contains benevolent forces dedicated to children's happiness. Eventually they'll learn the truth. Eventually you'll have awkward conversations about how Santa isn't real, but the spirit of giving is. Eventually they'll feel the complicated mix of disillusionment and understanding that comes with that knowledge. But not yet. For now, Santa Claus lives. And tomorrow morning, when your children race downstairs and see the presents and the eaten cookies and the note, their joy will be real, even if its proximate cause is based on a carefully constructed fiction. The historical Nicholas of Myra would probably not recognise the jolly figure in the red suit. The transformation has been too complete, too thorough. A 4th century bishop who gave away his wealth to prevent desperate fathers from selling their daughters has become a magical being who lives at the North Pole and manages a toy factory staffed by elves. And yet something persists. Something essential survived the journey from Lycia to America, from saint to secular icon. The impulse toward generosity without expectation of return, that remains. Parents give to their children through Santa Claus without seeking recognition for themselves. The joy comes from the giving itself, from seeing children's delight, and from maintaining a tradition that stretches back through generations. The protection of children and the powerless, that remains. Santa Claus, in virtually all his incarnations, belongs to children. He exists to bring them joy, to shield them from the world's harshness for at least a few magical moments. This echoes Nicholas's original concern for children in danger. The idea that generosity observes and responds to individual needs, that remains, at least in theory. Santa Claus supposedly knows what each child wants and brings gifts tailored to individual wishes rather than identical generic presents. The practice often falls short of this ideal, but the aspiration persists. And the connection between moral behaviour and reward, that remains, though weakened and complicated. Parents still tell children that Santa watches their behaviour, and still sometimes use Santa as an incentive for good conduct. The approach is problematic in various ways, but it maintains a thread to Nicholas's original witness, that how we treat others matters, that our choices have consequences, and that attention must be paid. The winter customs that existed before Nicholas, the ancient celebrations that marked the darkest time of year with light and feasts and gifts, those persist too, are woven into Christmas traditions that combine Christian elements with pagan survivals, with commercial innovations, with family-specific rituals that no one quite remembers starting but which feel essential anyway. You're in your living room on a cold December night. Snow falls outside, visible through the window where evergreen branches frame the glass. The tree lights glow softly. Children are asleep upstairs. Somewhere in the house, gifts are hidden, waiting for Christmas morning. You're tired. The season has been hectic. Shopping, decorating, cooking, and attending various events. But you're also satisfied. You've maintained traditions your parents kept and added new ones your family created together. You've given your children the experience of believing in something magical, even if that belief is temporary. And maybe you think about Nicholas, the actual man who lived 17 centuries ago in a city on the Mediterranean coast. A man who inherited wealth and gave it away. A man who protected children and fought injustice. A man who believed that how we treat the most vulnerable members of our society defines us more surely than any other measure. The modern Santa Claus isn't that man, but he grew from seeds that man planted. The radical idea that generosity need not be transactional, that gifts given in secret have particular power, that children deserve protection and joy, and that abundance should flow toward need. On this winter night, with darkness pressing against your windows and cold wind rattling the shutters, you're participating in a tradition that stretches back through centuries and across continents. The particulars have changed almost beyond recognition, but the core impulse remains: to create light in darkness, to share abundance, to protect innocence, and to give without seeking return. That's St. Nicholas's legacy. Not the red suit or the flying reindeer or the North Pole workshop. Those are decorations, elaborations, and the accumulated barnacles of cultural evolution. The legacy is the idea that generosity freely given, especially to those who cannot repay it, makes us more fully human. That attention to individual need matters more than grand gestures. That children deserve particular care and protection. That secret giving preserves dignity for both giver and receiver. These ideas aren't uniquely Christian or uniquely Nicholas's. They appear in various forms across cultures and religions, but Nicholas embodied them in ways that resonated across centuries and transformed cultures. His particular witness, a wealthy man who chose poverty in service to others, a bishop who struck another bishop for what he viewed as heresy, and a saint who somehow became associated with flying reindeer, proved durable enough to survive, transformations that would have destroyed most historical figures beyond recognition. So when you bite into a gingerbread cookie or sing carols or place presents under a tree, you're participating in something ancient and layered. You're honouring Nicholas of Myra, whether you know his story or not. You're maintaining winter customs that predate Christianity by centuries. You're adapting traditions to contemporary circumstances. You're giving your children experiences they'll remember for the rest of their lives. And maybe, if you're paying attention, you can feel the thread that connects all of this. The thread of generosity, of care for the vulnerable, of light in darkness. That thread runs from prehistoric winter celebrations through Nicholas's lifetime, through medieval feast days, and through modern Christmas mornings. It's been bent and twisted and recoloured until it barely resembles its origins. But it's never broken. That's what remains. That's what endures. Not the specific customs or the particular myths, but the impulse they serve. To create warmth and joy in the coldest, darkest season, to share what we have with those who need it, to protect those who cannot protect themselves, and to give without demanding recognition or return. The historical Nicholas would understand that impulse, even if he wouldn't recognise the fat man in the red suit, because at its core the Santa Claus tradition still serves the same purpose that drove Nicholas to throw bags of gold through windows late at night. To meet need with abundance, quietly and without fanfare, trusting that the act itself is reward. Enough! And on this December night, as snow continues falling and the house settles into sleep, that ancient purpose continues. The names change, the costumes evolve, the stories grow more elaborate, but the gift at the centre, the gift of generosity given freely, expecting nothing in return, that gift persists precious and unchanged, from Nicholas's time to ours and onward to generations yet unborn. You wake on a September morning to find the light has changed. It slants through your window at a different angle now, golden rather than white, and carries with it the faint promise of cooler days ahead. The quality of the air has shifted too, still warm, yes, but no longer holding that thick, languid heaviness of high summer. There's a crispness around the edges of things, a clarity that wasn't there a week ago. For your grandmother, and her grandmother before her, this shift in the light meant something specific. Christmas preparation had begun. The notion seems absurd to you at first. Christmas lies 3 months away, separated from this warm morning by the entire harvest season, by autumn's slow decline into winter, and by weeks and weeks of ordinary time. But your grandmother moves through the kitchen with purpose, her hands already sorting through the previous year's stores. She counts jars of preserved fruit, examines the seals on crocks of salted butter, and runs her fingers along the hanging herbs to test their dryness. Her lips move slightly as she calculates, not with anxiety, but with the calm assurance of someone following a pattern laid down by generations. You learn that Christmas abundance doesn't simply appear. It accumulates, layer by layer, task by task, beginning when the garden still yields its bounty, and the orchards hang heavy with unpicked fruit. The work ahead isn't frantic or stressful. Instead, it possesses a meditative quality, each action flowing naturally from the season that contains it. The first task involves the pantry itself. Before you can fill it with Christmas provisions, you must create space. Your grandmother empties shelves that haven't been disturbed since spring, finding treasures and oddities in equal measure. A jar of pickled walnuts from 2 Christmases past, their brine turned cloudy. A tin of biscuits, now soft with humidity, suitable only for the chickens. A crock of lard that's taken on the musty smell of the shelf beneath it. Half a bag of flour, weevil-infested and beyond saving. A bottle of vanilla extract, mysteriously half empty, though no one remembers using it. Together, you carry everything into the yard. The good items return to the kitchen. The questionable ones go to the pigs, and the truly spoiled contents get buried in the garden to enrich next year's soil. Nothing goes to waste, not really. Even failure feeds something. With the shelves empty, you scrub them with water so hot it turns your hands pink. Your grandmother adds a splash of vinegar to cut through years of accumulated grease and dust. The sharp scent makes your nose wrinkle, but she seems unbothered, humming tunelessly as she works. The scrubbing reveals wood grain you'd forgotten existed, patterns and knots that had disappeared beneath layers of grime. Once everything dries, you line the shelves with fresh paper, saved throughout the year from packages and parcels smoothed flat and hoarded for precisely this purpose. Your grandmother has an eye for which paper goes where. The sturdier brown wrapping paper lines the lower shelves where heavier items will rest. The lighter tissue paper, saved from the draper's shop, covers the upper shelves meant for delicate things. The clean pantry smells of vinegar and possibility. Its bare shelves won't remain empty for long. By mid-September, the plum trees in your neighbour's garden droop under the weight of fruit that must be picked before it drops and bruises. The branches hang so low they nearly touch the ground, and wasps circle the ripest specimens with lazy persistence. Your neighbour has more plums than any family could reasonably eat fresh, and you have strong arms and empty jars. The exchange requires no negotiation. You spend an afternoon balanced on a ladder, dropping purple fruit into a basket hung from your belt, while your neighbour's youngest child gathers the windfalls for immediate eating. The child's face and hands turn purple from the juice, and she laughs with the unself-conscious joy of someone who has discovered a simple pleasure. You remember being that age. Remember the revelation that fruit could be eaten directly from the tree, still warm from the sun, without any intervening preparation. The memory makes you smile even as you reach for another cluster of plums. The plums come home in bushels, and your grandmother transforms the kitchen into something between a laboratory and a magical workshop. She sorts the fruit by ripeness, setting aside the firmest ones for bottling whole, the slightly soft ones for jam, and the truly ripe ones for a plum wine that won't be ready until next September, but will be magnificent when it is. You watch her work with the jam first. She doesn't measure with cups or spoons, but by hand and eye. A method that would horrify a modern cook, but produces perfect results every time. The plums go into her largest copper pot with sugar and the juice of lemons carefully preserved in salt since last spring. The pot is so heavy that it takes both of you to lift it onto the range, and once there, it occupies 2 burners. As the mixture heats, the kitchen fills with a scent so rich and sweet it feels almost visible, like coloured steam. The smell wraps around you, clings to your clothes and hair, and seeps into the very walls. Days later, you'll catch faint traces of it in unexpected places, on the dish towel hanging by the sink, in the curtains of the front room. Your job involves skimming the foam that rises to the surface. You use a broad silver spoon, worn thin at the edges from decades of this same task, and transfer the foam to a small bowl. The foam appears delicate, full of tiny bubbles that catch the light. Later, once it cools, this foam will be your reward. Spread on bread still warm from the oven, it tastes like the essence of summer preserved in sweetness. The jam takes hours. You stir while your grandmother prepares the jars, heating them in a pot of boiling water to sterilise them. The stirring requires attention but not constant thought, and you find your mind wandering pleasantly. Through the window, you watch the afternoon light change, lengthening shadows announcing the approach of evening. Your grandmother tests the jam periodically, dropping a spoonful onto a cold plate and watching how it behaves. Too liquid, and it needs more cooking. Too stiff, and it's gone past perfection. She's looking for that precise moment when the jam wrinkles slightly when pushed with a finger, but still holds a glossy sheen. When the jam finally reaches the right consistency, she ladles it into the waiting jars with practiced efficiency. The hot jam steams as it hits the glass, and you can see fragments of plum skin suspended in the deep purple mass. Each jar gets sealed with a circle of waxed paper pressed directly onto the jam surface, then a larger circle tied over the mouth with string. Your grandmother writes the date on each one with a careful hand, not just the month and year, but the day too, because she says it helps her track which batches are oldest and should be used first. The jars go into the pantry while still warm, and you hear their lids pop and seal throughout the evening, each small sound a promise kept. 24 jars of plum jam line the shelf by bedtime, their contents still faintly warm, their labels declaring them ready for winter. The next day, you help with bottling the firm plums whole. These get packed into jars with sugar syrup and processed in the water bath until the fruit softens slightly but doesn't collapse. The result is something between fresh fruit and jam, plums that will taste like summer even in the depths of February, that can be eaten on their own, or baked into tarts, or served with cream as a simple dessert. Your grandmother bottles fruit with an artist's eye for composition. She arranges the plums in each jar so they fit snugly without crushing, turning them to show their best sides, creating little still-life compositions that look almost too beautiful to eat. When you comment on this, she shrugs. "We'll eat them anyway," she says, "but that doesn't mean they can't be pretty while we're waiting." The plum wine goes into a large earthenware crock, the fruit crushed and mixed with sugar and water, and a handful of raisins to encourage fermentation. Your grandmother covers the crock with cheesecloth tied down tightly to keep out insects while allowing gases to escape. The mixture will bubble and work for weeks before being strained and bottled. Next year's Christmas will include glasses of this wine. Its taste complicated and interesting, nothing like the simple sweetness of the fresh fruit. October arrives with morning frost that melts by noon. The last of the garden tomatoes ripen on the windowsill, their skins wrinkled but their flesh still sweet. The chickens molt, leaving feathers scattered across the yard like careless confetti. Each morning you gather eggs and find fewer than you did in summer. The hens are conserving energy for winter survival rather than production. In the village, conversations turn to Christmas pudding with a seriousness usually reserved for matters of great importance. You hear discussions in the baker's shop, at church after Sunday service, and in chance encounters on the lane. Miss Henderson reveals that she's trying a new recipe this year, one that includes grated carrot for moisture. Young Mrs. Cooper confesses anxiety about making her first pudding as a married woman, worried it won't meet her new mother-in-law's standards. Old Mrs. Barrett announces that she's made the same recipe for 63 years, and sees no reason to change now. This seems comical until you understand what Christmas pudding represents. It isn't merely dessert, but a symbol of abundance, a demonstration of a household's prosperity and preparation. A proper pudding contains ingredients that must be gathered over months, dried fruits from summer, suet from autumn butchering, spices that travelled across oceans, and brandy bought specially and hidden from casual consumption. The quality and quantity of a family's pudding speak volumes about their circumstances and their housekeeping skills. Your grandmother keeps a list, written in her careful script on the inside cover of her recipe book. Each item gets checked off as it's acquired. Raisins, tick. Currants, tick. Candied peel, made from the oranges that appeared in your Christmas stocking last year and were carefully preserved for this exact purpose. Tick. Suet. Obtained from the butcher and chopped so fine it resembles coarse sand. Tick. Breadcrumbs. Collected all year from heels of loaves too dry to eat but too good to waste. Tick. The spices present more of a challenge. They're expensive, these fragments of distant places, and must be purchased with care. Your grandmother visits the grocer's shop on a grey October afternoon, and you accompany her. She examines the small tins and packets with the attention usually reserved for significant purchases. She opens containers to smell their contents, checking for freshness and strength. Cinnamon, nutmeg, mace, and allspice. Each one gets the same careful evaluation before being added to her basket. The brandy requires a special trip to the wine merchant in the next village. Your grandfather handles this purchase, returning home with a bottle wrapped in brown paper and tied with string. The bottle goes into the cupboard in the front room, placed behind the good china where it won't be accidentally discovered and consumed. Your grandmother checks on it periodically, as though it might evaporate if left unattended. The mixing of the pudding happens on a Sunday afternoon in late October, a week before it's traditionally done because your grandmother likes to give her pudding extra time to mature. The kitchen table gets cleared of everything except the largest mixing bowl you own. Cream-coloured pottery with a blue stripe, chipped along one edge from the time your uncle dropped it in 1923. The bowl is so large that it barely fits on the table, and you wonder momentarily how anything could require such a vessel. Your grandmother arrays the ingredients around the bowl in a careful arrangement. Flour and breadcrumbs occupy their own bowls. The chopped suet sits in a covered dish, protected from the warmth of the kitchen. The dried fruit, so much of it, pounds and pounds, fills 3 separate containers. Dark sugar that smells of molasses, eggs beaten until they're frothy, and milk with a splash of cream added for richness. Into the great bowl goes everything. Flour and breadcrumbs first, forming a pale base. The suet gets rubbed in, your grandmother's fingers working with swift efficiency, breaking up any clumps until the mixture resembles coarse meal. Dark sugar follows, then the spices, their scents rising up to make you sneeze when you lean too close. The dried fruit goes in next, so much of it that you wonder how the mixture will hold together. Raisins and currants, chopped dates and figs, and candied peel cut into small pieces. Your grandmother adds the peel of a fresh lemon, grated so finely it's almost a powder, and the juice of that same lemon. The beaten eggs go in, and milk, and then she reaches for the brandy. She adds a splash, then another, then pauses and adds a third because, as she says, the pudding will keep better with a generous hand. The brandy smell rises sharp and potent from the bowl, cutting through the sweetness of the dried fruit. The mixing requires everyone in the household. This tradition carries superstition with it. Each person must stir 3 times, turning the spoon from east to west in honour of the 3 wise men who travelled from the east to find the Christ child. Your grandfather goes first, grasping the heavy wooden spoon and pulling it through the mixture with visible effort. Your mother follows, then your father, then your younger siblings in order of age. You wait your turn, watching the mixture evolve as each person stirs. It seems impossibly dense, more solid than liquid, holding together in a mass that barely shifts even when the spoon moves through it. When your turn comes, you grasp the heavy wooden spoon and pull it through the mixture. The resistance surprises you even though you watched others struggle. This isn't cake batter that flows smoothly, but a dense, heavy mass that clings to the spoon and requires real effort to move. As you stir, you make a wish. The tradition permits this and encourages it even. What you wish for remains your secret. Though your grandmother watches you with eyes that seem to read thoughts and offers a small, knowing smile, you complete your 3 stirs and pass the spoon to the next person, your wish sealed into the pudding along with everyone else's hopes for the coming year. Once everyone has stirred, your grandmother adds the final secret ingredients, a silver sixpence wrapped in paper to keep it clean, and a small charm in the shape of a thimble. Whoever finds the sixpence in their portion will have wealth in the coming year. The thimble promises something different depending on who you ask, either continued spinsterhood or a life of usefulness. You've never quite determined which interpretation your grandmother favours, and she maintains an enigmatic silence on the subject. The pudding mixture gets divided among several basins, pottery bowls of various sizes, each one greased with butter until it shines. Your grandmother has a system for this division. The largest basin holds the main pudding for Christmas Day. Medium-sized basins contain puddings that will be given as gifts to family and close friends. A few small basins hold individual puddings, perfect for households of 1 or 2 people. Each basin gets filled to within an inch of the rim, leaving space for the pudding to expand. Your grandmother covers each basin with a circle of cloth, pleated carefully to allow for expansion, then ties it down with string so tightly it would take determination to remove. She makes a handle of sorts by tying string across the top of each basin, creating a loop that can be used to lift the pudding from its water bath. The puddings stim for hours. Your grandmother sets them in a large pot of simmering water on the back of the range, where they'll cook gently until evening. The water level must be maintained. Too low, and the basins might crack from direct heat. Too high, and water might seep under the cloth and ruin the pudding. You check the pot every half hour, adding boiling water from the kettle as needed. The kitchen grows warm and humid, the windows fogging over until you can't see outside. The scent of the puddings permeates everything, your clothes, your hair, and the very walls. It smells of Christmas and promises and time suspended. The spices predominate at first, their sharp sweetness filling the air. As the hours pass, deeper notes emerge, the caramelizing sugar, the brandy becoming more mellow, and the dried fruits releasing their concentrated essence. When the puddings finally finish, your grandmother tests them with a skewer, which should come out clean. She lifts them from their water bath and sets them aside to cool. They sit on the kitchen table like a collection of mysterious offerings, steam still rising from their cloth coverings. Once cool enough to handle, the puddings get unwrapped, examined for any signs of problems, then rewrapped in fresh cloth and tied up again. They'll hang in the pantry now, suspended from hooks in the ceiling beam, where air can circulate around them and prevent any mould from forming. Your grandmother will check them weekly, looking for any signs of spoilage, but mostly they'll simply hang there, slowly maturing, developing flavours that can't be rushed. The tradition satisfies something deep and wordless within you. You've participated in a ritual that connects you to every woman in your family line who has performed these same actions, in kitchens that no longer exist, with hands now long gone to dust. Your great-great-grandmother stirred pudding in this same bowl. Your great-grandmother added brandy with the same generous hand. Your grandmother learned these exact motions from her own grandmother, and now she's teaching you. The continuity feels important, like you're part of something larger than your individual life, connected backward through time and forward into a future you can't yet see. When you have children and grandchildren of your own, if you have them, you'll teach them these same traditions, passing along not just a recipe, but a connection to everyone who came before. November brings darker mornings and the first real cold. You wake in darkness now, the sun not rising until you're already dressed and downstairs. The garden is finished except for the winter vegetables, parsnips that taste better after frost has converted some of their starch to sugar, Brussels sprouts that cling stubbornly to their stalks like strange green flowers, and kale that seems immune to cold and continues producing leaves even as everything else dies back. The trees stand bare against grey skies, their branches creating delicate patterns that shift and change as you move. Without their leaves, the trees reveal structure you don't usually see, the way branches divide and subdivide the specific architecture each species favours. You can identify trees by their silhouettes now. The spreading form of oak, the upright thrust of poplar, and the weeping grace of birch. This is the month of transformation, when raw materials become gifts and decorations through patient work. Your grandmother's friends gather weekly now for what they call their Christmas afternoons, though the work continues long past afternoon into evening. They arrive carrying baskets and bags, settling into chairs around the kitchen table with sighs of relief, as though they have each been waiting all week for this moment of companionship and productive rest. The women range in age from barely older than you to properly ancient. Mrs. Henderson from next door, whose hands shake slightly until they grasp her crochet hook, at which point they steady as though the tool itself provides medicine. Young Mrs. Cooper, married only this past spring, is attempting her first Christmas as a housewife, and seeks advice on everything from candied fruits to dealing with difficult mothers-in-law. Old Mrs. Barrett, who must be approaching 90 and whose eyesight has dimmed to the point that she works entirely by feel now, her fingers moving through familiar patterns without requiring visual confirmation. They settle into work without much discussion. Needles flash, catching light and releasing it. Crochet hooks dart and dance, pulling thread into intricate patterns. Knitting needles click in rhythms that vary from woman to woman. Mrs. Henderson works quickly with short, sharp clicks, while Mrs. Cooper's slower pace produces a more measured sound. The collective noise creates a kind of music, irregular but pleasant. The conversation flows around and through the work, gossip certainly, but also recipes exchanged, problems solved, sorrows shared, and joys celebrated. You learn that Mrs. Peterson's son has written from London with news of a promotion. Mrs. Cooper's mother-in-law continues to make pointed comments about the state of her linen cupboard. Someone's cousin has become engaged to a man from the next county, and opinion on the match is divided. The talk shifts and meanders, touching on everything and nothing. Someone mentions a recipe for pickled cabbage that sounds promising. Someone else describes a new pattern for tatting lace. Mrs. Barrett tells a story about Christmas during her childhood, when snow fell so heavily that the village was cut off for 3 days, and they had to make do with whatever provisions were already in their homes. You sit slightly apart, working on your own project. A set of handkerchiefs for your father, each one requiring a rolled hem so tiny it's almost invisible. The work demands concentration that borders on meditation. You fold the edge of the fabric over itself, then over again, creating a roll as thin as a pencil lead, and sew it down with stitches so small they almost disappear into the cloth. Your grandmother taught you this technique, sitting beside you for hours while you practiced on scraps until your fingers learned the motion. Now you can complete one handkerchief in an evening if you work steadily, though the light must be good or the strain on your eyes becomes too much. The conversation around you provides pleasant background noise, rising and falling like waves. You find yourself smiling at particularly funny comments, making small noises of sympathy at sad ones, but mostly you simply listen while your hands move through their practiced motions. Mrs. Henderson has found a pattern for crocheted doilies shaped like snowflakes, delicate and beautiful. She's making a set of 6 for her daughter's Christmas table, each one slightly different from the others. She works without looking at the pattern now, the design committed to memory, her hook moving with hypnotic speed. Young Mrs. Cooper is attempting to knit slippers for her new husband, though she's had to unravel and restart 3 times already because the sizing proved wrong. She holds up her latest attempt, and the assembled women examine it critically. "The heel's still not right," Mrs. Barrett says, running her fingers over the work. "See how it puckers here? You need to decrease more gradually." Mrs. Cooper sighs, but doesn't seem discouraged. She begins unravelling the slipper again, winding the yarn back into a ball. "I'll get it eventually," she says with determined optimism. This prompts a round of encouragement from the other women, along with various pieces of advice about knitting slippers. The conversation meanders from there to the general difficulty of making gifts for men, who somehow manage to be both particular about comfort and entirely unable to articulate what they actually want. Men's feet, Mrs. Cooper mutters, are completely unreasonable in their proportions. This prompts general agreement and sympathetic laughter. The conversation expands to encompass the general unreasonableness of men, their inability to locate items directly in front of them, their conviction that any work done sitting down doesn't count as real work, and their mysterious capacity to track. Mud through a house that was just cleaned. Your grandmother defends your grandfather mildly, noting that he's never once complained about the weeks of Christmas preparation that overtake the household, that he willingly relinquishes his favourite chair when it needs to hold cooling baked goods, and that he doesn't grumble when dinner comes late because she's been too absorbed in some project to notice the time. Mrs. Barrett snorts at this. "That's because he knows better," she says. A smart man learns early that the weeks before Christmas aren't the time to voice opinions about domestic arrangements. The wise ones make themselves scarce and appreciate whatever eventually appears on the table. The afternoon progresses. Tea appears at regular intervals, accompanied by whatever baking is currently being tested for the Christmas season. Today it's ginger biscuits, their edges crisp and their centres still slightly soft. The spice warms your mouth and sits pleasantly on your tongue. You find yourself taking a second one despite your intention to show restraint. Then a third, until your grandmother gives you a look that suggests you might want to leave some for others. The light fades early these November afternoons, the sun setting by 4 o'clock. Lamps get lit, their glow warm and golden. The kitchen takes on a cosy quality, the darkness outside making the warmth inside feel more precious. The work continues, and you find yourself pulled into a comfortable rhythm. Stitch, breathe, stitch, breathe. Your handkerchiefs grow slowly, one microscopic hem at a time, but they grow, and that's enough. You understand now why these gatherings matter. They're not just about accomplishing tasks, though tasks certainly get accomplished. The women will leave tonight with bags full of completed work, doilies and handkerchiefs, mittens and scarves, and all manner of small gifts and useful items. But the real value lies elsewhere, in the companionship and conversation, in the shared experience of working toward the same goal. These afternoons create a pocket of time outside normal time, a space where women can be fully themselves without the constant demands of household management and family care. The work gives their hands something to do while their minds and hearts range free. They can speak honestly here, sharing frustrations and fears that might seem petty or inappropriate elsewhere. They can laugh without worrying about being too loud. They can be competent and skilled and recognised for that competence. As the afternoon stretches toward evening, someone suggests that you all should sing. This becomes a carol practice session of sorts, with voices joining in familiar harmonies. The singing is informal and imperfect, some voices stronger than others, some more tuneful, but it fills the kitchen with sound and joy. You sing along, your voice joining the collective harmony, and feel connected to these women in a way that transcends the specific tasks you're performing. When the gathering finally breaks up, well after dark, everyone leaves with full baskets and lighter hearts. You help your grandmother tidy the kitchen, putting away scraps of fabric and loose threads, washing the teacups and setting them to dry. The kitchen feels empty and quiet after the afternoon's bustle, but the silence is comfortable rather than lonely. The problem with a small house is that hiding anything requires genuine creativity. You can't simply tuck a gift into a closet or slide it under a bed without risking discovery. Every cupboard might be opened at any moment. Every drawer might need something from its depths. The house is too small and too busy for easy concealment, and so the gifts you're creating for your family must be hidden with the care of a spy concealing state secrets. Your father's handkerchiefs, 3 completed now with 3 more still to go, live inside a clean flour sack, tucked into the very back of the pantry behind jars of pickled onions that won't be opened until spring. The flour sack itself is unremarkable, indistinguishable from others stored in the same area. Your father would have no reason to look inside it, and even if he did, the handkerchiefs are wrapped in tissue paper at the bottom, concealed beneath a layer of actual flour you added as camouflage. Your mother's embroidered pillowcase, a project that's consumed your evenings for the past month, hides in a hat box on top of the wardrobe in the guest room, wrapped in tissue paper and prayers that no one decides to reorganise storage in the next few weeks. The pillowcase features a design of roses and forget-me-nots, worked in colours that match your mother's bedroom. The embroidery is the finest work you've ever done, each petal and leaf rendered with care, and you're proud of it in a way that makes you simultaneously eager to give it and reluctant to let it go. Other family members employ similar strategies. You notice your younger brother's suspicious interest in the shed, the way he lingers there after completing his usual chores. When you investigate, casually, as though you just happen to be passing, you find nothing obvious, but the smell of fresh wood shaving suggests he's carving something. For whom, you can't determine, but the evidence of his industry pleases you. He's taking this seriously, putting real effort into creating something meaningful. Your mother has commandeered the small bedroom that once belonged to your eldest sister before she married and moved away. The door stays closed now, and your mother emerges from it with a vague, distracted air, as though her mind remains behind that closed door even as her body moves through the house. She's sewing something, you're certain, though what remains a mystery. You've caught glimpses of fabric, something blue, possibly wool, but nothing clear enough to identify the final object. Even your grandmother, who seems to know everything that happens in this house, has secrets. You've caught her consulting a small notebook that disappears into her apron pocket whenever anyone enters the room. She's planning something, but what? The notebook is small enough to conceal easily, and she guards it with such care that you're intensely curious about its contents. The subterfuge adds a layer of pleasant conspiracy to daily life. You pass each other in hallways and exchange knowing glances that mean nothing and everything. You catch your brother sneaking into the shed at odd hours and pretend not to notice. Your mother emerges from the closed bedroom with pins in her mouth and thread in her hair, and you act as though this is perfectly normal. The house fills with secrets that aren't really secrets, mysteries that will be solved in a few short weeks. The anticipation builds slowly like water rising behind a dam. Each hidden gift represents not just the thing itself, but the thought and care invested in its creation, the hours spent in secret labour, and the hope that the recipient will appreciate the effort. Shopping for the few items that must be purchased rather than made requires careful planning and even more careful budgeting. The village shop stocks some Christmas luxuries this time of year. Oranges that arrive in wooden crates, their skins thick and dimpled, dates in long boxes, each fruit nestled against the next like dark jewels, figs wrapped in paper, nuts in their shells, crackers that snap with hidden prizes inside. But these items cost real money, and money must be carefully allocated across competing needs. Your grandmother keeps the Christmas fund in a brown teapot on the highest shelf in the pantry. Throughout the year, small amounts have been added to it. Pennies from the egg money when the hens laid particularly well, a shilling from selling extra vegetables to neighbours, and the odd coin found in a coat pocket and designated for the fund. Rather than general expenses, the additions have been modest but steady, the result of small economies and careful management. In mid-November, she tips the teapot's contents onto the kitchen table and counts it carefully. The coins make small clicking sounds as she sorts them into piles. Pennies here, sixpences there, the occasional shilling standing apart like a dignitary among commoners. She counts twice, then a third time to be certain, her lips moving silently as she calculates. The total seems simultaneously more and less than you expected. More because the pile of coins looks substantial when spread across the table, less because you know how quickly money disappears when confronted with actual prices. Enough for oranges, certainly, and perhaps some dates. Enough for crackers if they're the modest kind rather than the elaborate ones in the shop window. Enough for the extra sugar and butter that Christmas baking demands, but not enough for waste or frivolity. Your grandmother divides the money into careful piles, each representing a category of expenditure. This much for fruit. This much for Christmas dinner ingredients. The goose, the extra butter, and the cream for the pudding. This much is for small gifts to give the postman, the coal man, and the other people who serve your household throughout the year. This much for unexpected necessities, because there are always unexpected necessities. The calculations absorb her completely. You watch the concentration on her face as she moves coins from pile to pile, balancing competing needs against finite resources. Occasionally she mutters to herself, working through some mathematical problem. Should she buy 1 more pound of sugar and make do with fewer crackers? Would it be better to get less expensive fruit and use the savings for something else? The trip to the village happens on a grey afternoon when rain threatens but hasn't yet begun. The sky hangs low and heavy, the colour of old pewter, and the air carries that particular dampness that suggests precipitation is imminent. You accompany your grandmother, carrying the shopping basket and the list she's prepared. The list is written in her careful hand, each item followed by a maximum price she's willing to pay. The village shop is warm after the chill outside, heated by a small stove in the corner that makes the air shimmer slightly. It smells of everything at once: coffee and soap, paraffin and peppermint, dried fish and fresh bread, tobacco and molasses. The scents layer over each other, creating combinations that shouldn't work but somehow do. Mr. Morrison behind the counter greets your grandmother by name and asks after your grandfather's rheumatism. Your grandmother reports that it's neither better nor worse, which seems to satisfy both of them. This exchange of pleasantries is obligatory but genuine. People in the village track each other's health and circumstances with real interest. The shopping proceeds methodically. Your grandmother examines each orange individually, checking for soft spots or signs of age. She holds them up to the light, looking for skin that's too thin or too thick. She sniffs them, checking for the bright citrus scent that indicates freshness. Mr. Morrison watches this examination with patient amusement. He knows better than to rush her or suggest she's being too particular. The dates get similar scrutiny. She counts them into a paper bag one by one, testing their plumpness with gentle pressure. Too dry, and they won't be pleasant to eat. Too soft, and they might have started to ferment. She's looking for dates that yield slightly under pressure, but spring back, that have a glossy skin but not a sticky one. The crackers require the longest deliberation. She examines several different boxes, comparing their contents and prices. The expensive ones promise better prizes inside. Silver charms, tiny toys, clever riddles. The cheaper ones offer less exciting rewards but cost half as much. She debates this for a full 5 minutes before selecting a box of moderate price, neither the cheapest nor the most expensive. A compromise that satisfies her sense of both economy and celebration. The other items on her list get selected with similar care. Extra sugar, bought by weight and poured into a paper bag. Butter in a wrapped block, examined to ensure it hasn't begun to turn rancid. Cream in a small bottle, its contents rich and yellow. Currants and sultanas to supplement what she already has at home. A small package of candied cherries, a luxury she allows herself once a year. Mr. Morrison wraps each purchase with care, creating neat parcels tied with string. He makes a show of consulting his ledger, running his finger down columns of numbers, though you suspect he knows exactly what your family owes without needing to check. Your grandmother keeps her own accounting, and the two of them compare notes, finding their records in agreement. The total comes to slightly less than your grandmother budgeted, a fact that pleases her visibly. She tucks the remaining coins back into her purse with satisfaction. Unexpected savings that can be deployed elsewhere or simply saved against future need. On the walk home, fat raindrops begin to fall, scattered at first and then more steadily. You hurry the last few yards, laughing as you burst through the door with your parcels intact but your hair decorated with droplets. The shopping gets unpacked and stored away, each item in its designated place, ready for the Christmas that draws steadily nearer. That evening, you add the dates to your mental catalogue of Christmas markers. The oranges in the pantry, wrapped individually in tissue paper. The crackers are on the high shelf, their contents a mystery until Christmas dinner. These purchased luxuries join the made things, the jam and bottled fruit, the hanging puddings, the hidden gifts, in creating the accumulating evidence that Christmas is coming. The house itself must be prepared, though not in the frantic, last-minute way of later eras. Instead, preparation happens in layers, each task completed in its proper season. November brings the deep cleaning that will carry the household through winter's darkest months, and early December sees the beginning of decoration. The house must be both spotlessly clean and festively adorned, a combination that requires planning and sustained effort. You start with the windows. This seems counterintuitive. Why clean windows when winter rain and wind will only dirty them again? But your grandmother insists. Christmas requires light, whatever light can be coaxed from short winter days and long winter nights, and dirty windows diminish even that meagre offering. Clean glass allows every possible photon to enter, brightening rooms that spend most of December in shadow. The work requires planning. You can't clean windows when rain threatens or when wind might blow dust into the wet glass. You wait for a still, dry day, increasingly rare as winter deepens, and prepare your supplies. Vinegar and water mixed in a bucket, newspaper torn into squares for polishing, rags for the initial washing, and chamois leather for the final buff. The process is more elaborate than modern window cleaning. You start by washing the glass with the vinegar solution, removing the accumulated grime of months. The rag comes away black, revealing just how dirty the windows had become without your quite noticing. You wash each pane twice, then dry it with crumpled newspaper, the printer's ink leaving faint grey smudges on your hands. The final step involves the chamois leather, which polishes the glass to a clarity that seems almost liquid. You work in circular motions, buffing until the window squeaks under your touch. The transformation is remarkable. What seemed merely dirty glass becomes transparent, almost invisible, allowing light to pour through unimpeded. You clean windows all morning, moving from room to room, climbing step ladders, and leaning out of upper windows in ways that would horrify a modern safety inspector. Your arms ache from the repetitive motions, and your fingers grow numb from the cold. but the work produces visible results, and there's satisfaction in that. The difference, once you finish, seems almost miraculous. Light pours into rooms that had grown dim without your quite noticing. Corners emerge from shadow, revealing cobwebs that must now be dealt with. Colours brighten. The faded roses on the wallpaper are suddenly visible again, and the blue and white of the kitchen pottery is restored to its proper vibrancy. You understand why your grandmother insisted on this task despite the effort it required. The curtains come down next, all of them, room by room. Some get washed, the light cotton ones from the bedrooms that will survive the treatment. You fill the copper in the yard with water and heat it over a fire, add soap flakes and carefully submerge the curtains. They must be agitated gently to avoid damage, rinsed thoroughly to remove all soap, and hung to dry in a way that prevents wrinkles. The heavier curtains receive different treatment. The velvet ones from the front room would be ruined by washing, so instead you take them outside and beat them with a carpet beater, releasing clouds of dust that make you cough and sneeze. You work systematically, folding the curtain over a line and beating each section until no more dust emerges. The physical effort leaves you breathless, but the curtains look significantly better when you finish. The wool curtains from the dining room get brushed carefully with a soft brush, working with the nap to avoid damage. Your grandmother performs this task herself, her movements patient and methodical. Each curtain receives the same careful attention, with brush strokes following the fabric's natural grain, collecting dust without abrading the material. Once cleaned, the curtains must be aired before being rehung. You drape them over lines in the yard where sun and wind work their restorative magic. They hang like strange banners, moving gently in the breeze, gradually releasing the indoor smells they've absorbed and taking on the fresh scent of outdoors. Floors receive attention next. The rugs go outside for beating, a job that requires 2 people and considerable strength. You and your father carry each rug to the yard, drape it over a sturdy line, and take turns beating it with a carpet beater. The dust that emerges seems impossible. How could one rug contain so much dirt? The beating continues until the dust clouds diminish to almost nothing, until your arms burn with exhaustion. With the rugs removed, the floorboards beneath them see light for the first time in months. The revealed wood looks pale and neglected, marked with indentations from furniture legs and darkened in the paths people walk most frequently. You sweep these boards thoroughly, getting into corners and under furniture, amazed at how much dust and debris a household can generate even in rooms that seem clean. In the front room, you even polish the floorboards with beeswax, working on your hands and knees with soft cloths. The wax has to be applied sparingly and buffed vigorously to achieve the proper sheen. Your grandmother shows you the technique. Small circular motions building up heat through friction, the wax gradually achieving a deep glow. The work is tedious and hard on the knees, but the results justify the effort. The floorboards gleam like honey, reflecting light in a way that makes the entire room seem warmer. Your mother tackles the kitchen range, a job she's been dreading for weeks. The range serves faithfully all year, heating water and cooking meals and warming the kitchen, but it rewards this service by accumulating grease and soot in quantities that seem impossible. It's a beast of cast iron and fire brick with hot plates and ovens and a water reservoir, and every surface requires attention. She starts by letting the fire go out completely, waiting until the range is cool enough to touch. Then she begins disassembling what can be disassembled. Hot plate covers, oven doors, and the various metal pieces that can be removed for separate cleaning. Each piece gets soaked in a solution of washing soda, the caustic mixture cutting through grease that has baked on over months of use. The scrubbing requires determination and elbow grease. Your mother works with wire brushes and steel wool, her hands protected by thick gloves that are nevertheless inadequate against the harsh cleaning solution. She scrubs until her arms ache, removing layers of accumulated carbon and grease, revealing the original metal beneath. You help by running back and forth with buckets of clean water for rinsing and bowls for the dirty water. The dirty water is spectacularly filthy, black with soot and clouded with grease. You empty bowl after bowl, pouring the contents into the drain in the yard, watching it soak into the ground. The range's interior requires special attention. The firebox must be scraped clean of ash and clinker, the build-up that forms when coal burns incompletely. Your mother uses a special tool for this, working carefully to avoid damaging the firebrick lining. The flue gets swept, releasing a fall of soot that must be caught and disposed of. Every surface gets scrubbed and rinsed and dried. By the time the range is reassembled and polished, your mother's hands are raw and her face streaked with soot. But the range gleams like new. The black iron shines, the chrome fittings sparkle, and the oven doors close with a satisfying click. It seems to draw better afterward, as though it appreciates the attention and wants to reward the effort with improved performance. The bedrooms receive fresh whitewash where needed. The walls in houses of this era weren't painted with the durable paints of later years, but whitewashed with a mixture of lime and water that absorbed dirt and had to be renewed periodically. Your father tackles this job, mixing the whitewash to the proper consistency and applying it with a wide brush in smooth, even strokes. The whitewash goes on wet and translucent, looking nothing like its final appearance. As it dries, it transforms, becoming opaque and brilliant white. The transformation makes rooms feel larger and brighter, reflecting whatever light manages to enter. Fresh whitewash also has a clean, chalky and somehow optimistic smell that makes a room feel renewed. Minor repairs get completed in this general atmosphere of improvement. Your father spends a Sunday morning with his toolbox, moving from room to room and addressing the small maintenance issues that have accumulated. Loose door handles get tightened. Squeaky hinges receive drops of oil. A loose floorboard in the hallway gets nailed back down. The banister that wobbled slightly is secured firmly to the wall. These small fixes make the house feel more solid, more cared for. The accumulation of minor problems, none serious individually, had created a general sense of shabbiness that you didn't fully recognise until it disappeared. Now doors close smoothly, floors don't creak unexpectedly, and everything works as it should. The house settles into better order and seems to stand a bit straighter, ready for the celebration to come. Walking through it now feels different. The increased light from clean windows, the fresh walls, and the gleaming floors, all of it combines to create an atmosphere of readiness and welcome. In the eyes of adults, children exist somewhere between helpers and obstacles during Christmas preparations. You're old enough now to be genuinely useful, capable of completing tasks without constant supervision. But you remember clearly when you were young enough to be merely decorative, included in tasks more for the tradition of it than for any real assistance you could provide. Your youngest cousin, visiting for the afternoon while her mother helps your grandmother with some project, demonstrates this perfectly. She's 5 years old, gap-toothed and solemn, and she's been set to stringing popcorn for garlands. This is a traditional task for small children, one that keeps their hands busy and produces something genuinely useful, while minimising the potential for disaster. She approaches the work with intense concentration, her tongue poking slightly from the corner of her mouth as she threads each kernel onto the string. The needle is blunt and the thread is thick, reducing the likelihood of injury. A bowl of popcorn sits beside her, carefully prepared, popped the day before so it's dry enough to thread without crumbling, but not so old it's gone stale. The problem, you notice with amusement, is that she eats approximately 3 kernels for every one she threads. The process goes like this. She selects a kernel from the bowl, examines it carefully and eats it. Selects another kernel, threads it onto her string and eats the next one. The resulting garland grows with glacial slowness, but she remains absorbed in the task, humming tunelessly as she works. Your grandmother, supervising while she works on something else, pretends not to notice the ratio of eaten to threaded popcorn. The popcorn is cheap, the child's happiness valuable, and the mathematics of the situation favour letting her continue even if the garlands progress slowly. Eventually there will be enough garland for decorative purposes, and in the meantime the child is occupied and content. Older children get more substantial responsibilities. Your brother, recently turned 13 and newly aware of his own capabilities, has been tasked with polishing all the brass in the house. This is a significant job. Your family possesses a surprising amount of brass for people of modest means. Candlesticks of varying sizes, door handles and knockers, the coal scuttle and fire irons, drawer pulls and picture frames. and even the small brass ornaments your grandmother displays on the mantelpiece. He works methodically at the kitchen table, which has been covered with layers of newspaper to protect it from the polish. His supplies are arrayed with military precision: a tin of metal polish, soft rags for application, slightly rougher ones for buffing, a small brush for getting into crevices, and a bowl of water for rinsing his hands between items. The work transforms him over the course of an afternoon. He starts cheerful and energetic, making good progress on the first few items. The brass responds to his efforts, dull surfaces becoming bright, tarnish dissolving under the polisher's chemical action. But brass polishing is tedious work, requiring sustained effort, and there's so much brass. By the third candlestick, his movements have slowed. By the fifth, he's singing quietly to himself, some made-up song about brass and Christmas, and the unfairness of having been born into a family with so many metal objects. The song has a mournful quality, but also humour. He's complaining but not seriously, marking time in a way that makes the work pass faster. You take pity on him and help with the fire irons, which are large and awkward and require real muscle to polish properly. Working together, you fall into a rhythm, and the job moves faster. Your brother's spirits lift, and his song becomes slightly less mournful, evolving into something almost cheerful. The transformation of each piece of brass follows a predictable pattern. At first, the polish seems to make things worse, creating a dark smudge that obscures whatever shine might have existed before. Then, as you buff, the smudge begins to lift, revealing brightness beneath. The tarnish transfers to your cloth, leaving black marks that demonstrate both the amount of cleaning needed and the effectiveness of your work. The final stage requires vigorous buffing with a clean cloth, building up heat through friction, the brass warming under your hands as it achieves its full shine. The reward comes when you hold a completed piece up to the light and see your distorted reflection in its gleaming surface. The smallest children contribute in their own way, mostly by staying out of the way at crucial moments. They get sent on earnest errands that keep them occupied while accomplishing little practical purpose. Go count how many jars of jam are in the pantry. See if you can find my green scarf in the chest upstairs. Check whether the hens have laid any eggs in the last hour. These missions provide the children with a sense of participation while removing them from underfoot during delicate operations. Your youngest cousin returns from counting jam jars with a reported total that seems improbable. Either she can't count accurately yet, or she lost track partway through. But she delivers her report with pride, and your grandmother thanks her gravely, as though the information is crucial. You remember being that age, remember the importance of feeling useful even when you weren't, and you treat the small ones with patience when they interrupt important work, to show you a particularly interesting stone they found, or to ask whether angels wear shoes. The children's questions reveal the way they're processing Christmas's approaching reality. Will Father Christmas know we moved to a new house? How does he visit all the children in one night? What if the reindeer get tired? You answer as best you can, maintaining the magic while avoiding outright lies that might later cause trust. Issues. As Christmas draws closer, the children's excitement becomes almost tangible. It shimmers around them like heat haze, visible in the way they bounce rather than walk, the way they whisper in corners about suspected gifts, and the way they wake earlier each morning as though eager to hurry time along. They attempt to stay awake on Christmas Eve to catch some glimpse of magic, hiding at the top of the stairs, peeking around door frames, fighting sleep with increasing desperation. They never succeed. Sleep claims them despite their best efforts, and they wake Christmas morning with no memory of the transition, disappointed and relieved in equal measure. Their joy proves contagious, even when you're tired from work or frustrated with some task that won't come right. Their genuine delight in the season restores your own anticipation. You remember why all this effort matters, why the traditions continue, and why Christmas remains worth the work it requires. Watching your youngest cousin string her slow garland, eating more popcorn than she threads, you're reminded that Christmas isn't really about perfection or efficiency. It's about participation, about belonging to something larger than yourself, and about sharing in traditions that connect you backward through time and forward into the future. The child's imperfect garland matters more than a perfect one purchased from a shop, precisely because she made it herself. because it represents her contribution to the family's celebration. Christmas preparation isn't entirely a household affair. The village itself participates, with various communal efforts that distribute both work and celebration across multiple families. The church requires decorating, the village hall needs preparing for the Christmas dance, and various small kindnesses must be organised for those who need them. These collective efforts create bonds that extend beyond individual households, weaving the community together in preparation for a shared celebration. You volunteer to help with the church decorations, partly from genuine devotion, and partly because you enjoy the companionship of working alongside neighbours you might not otherwise see often. The work happens on a bitterly cold afternoon in early December, with frost still lingering in the shadows of gravestones and your breath visible in white clouds that dissipate slowly in the still air. The churchyard shows signs of winter's advance. The grass has turned brown and brittle, crunching under your feet. The trees stand bare, their branches black against a colourless sky. A few late roses cling to bushes near the church door, their petals brown-edged and fragile. Lasting days past what seems possible. Inside the church, it's not much warmer than outside, but at least you're sheltered from the wind. The stone walls seem to radiate cold, and you can see frost patterns in the corners of windows. The vicar's wife has organised the effort with military precision. She stands at the front of the church with a clipboard and a list, consulting it frequently and dispatching volunteers to various tasks with clear, specific instructions. You're assigned to greenery collection, a job that sends you back outside with clippers and baskets, searching hedgerows and woodland edges for holly, ivy and anything else suitably festive. Several other volunteers join you on this expedition, and you spread out across the surrounding countryside, each person taking a different direction to maximise coverage. The work requires more discernment than you initially expected. Not just any holly will do. You need branches with good berry production, the bright red berries that symbolise Christmas joy, and the leaves should be glossy and dark green rather than pale or damaged by frost. The perfect holly branch has berries clustered thickly along the stem, leaves that are whole and vibrant, and a shape that will look good when arranged. Finding such branches takes time. You walk along hedgerows, examining each holly bush critically. Many have few or no berries, perhaps birds have already taken them, or perhaps the summer weather didn't favour berry production. Others have berries but damaged leaves, or leaves in good condition but sparse berries. You're looking for that perfect combination, and it's rarer than you'd hoped. The ivy must be supple enough to drape gracefully rather than breaking when bent. You test this by carefully bending strands, seeing which ones flex smoothly and which snap. The best ivy has a slight shine to its leaves and trails in long, elegant lengths that can be woven into garlands or draped over stone. You also look for pine or fir boughs, not common in this area, but a neighbour has a few ornamental evergreens in his garden and has given permission for some cutting. The pine smells wonderful, sharp and resinous, a scent that speaks of winter and festivals. The needles are soft when young but sharp when mature, and you learn to handle the branches carefully to avoid getting stuck. After an hour of searching, your basket is full of carefully selected greenery. You return to the church to find it transformed into a hive of activity. The men have constructed a framework for the nativity scene, measuring and sawing in the side aisle with good-natured arguments about the proper way to join wood. Someone's aunt arranges candles along the windowsills with mathematical precision, ensuring each one stands at exactly the same height and spacing. A group of children practices carols under the direction of the choirmaster, their voices sweet and uncertain in equal measure. The greenery gets sorted and allocated to different projects. Some will be woven into garlands, some arranged in great sheaves, and some used to decorate the window ledges and frame the nativity scene. The vicar's wife oversees this distribution, her organisational skills ensuring that every area of the church receives appropriate attention. You're set to work on garland making with Mrs. Henderson and 2 other women. The process involves taking ivy as a base and weaving in holly, creating a rope of greenery that can be draped along pews or wrapped around pillars. The ivy provides the structure, its flexibility allowing you to twist and wind it, while the holly adds colour and visual interest. The work requires manual dexterity and patience. The holly prickles your fingers even through gloves, and the ivy's tendency to tangle must be managed carefully. You develop a rhythm, win the ivy, tuck in holly, secure any loose ends, move forward a few inches, and repeat. The garland grows slowly but steadily, becoming more impressive with each addition. The women chat as they work, conversation flowing easily around and through the task at hand. Mrs. Henderson shares news from her daughter, who married and moved to the next county. Someone else asks about the Christmas dance being planned for the village hall, and a lively discussion ensues about music and refreshments, and whether the floor should be chalked for better dancing. As the afternoon progresses, the church transforms. The garlands get hung, their dark green punctuated by red berries, creating a festive atmosphere. The nativity scene takes shape, its wooden framework awaiting the figures that will populate it on Christmas Eve. Candles multiply along every horizontal surface, ready to be lit for Christmas services and turn the church into a palace of light. The children's choir improves with practice, their voices gaining confidence and blending more harmoniously. They're learning traditional carols, while shepherds watched. The first nowl, and hark the herald angels sing. The choirmaster is patient but demanding, making them repeat sections until they achieve the sound he wants. By late afternoon, when the light fails completely and work must cease, the church has become something other than its everyday self. It glows with promise, the greenery and candles transforming its austere stone into something warm and welcoming. You walk home in the dark, tired but satisfied, part of something larger than your individual household. The village organises other communal efforts as well. The women's group assembles baskets for elderly residents who live alone and for families facing particular hardship this year. These baskets aren't charity exactly. The giving happens too quietly, too tactfully for that. Instead, they represent thoughtful kindness, the community caring for its own. Each basket contains a mixture of practical items and treats, a jar of jam chosen from someone's best batch, a small fruit cake wrapped carefully, oranges and perhaps some dates, tea or sugar or flour, basic necessities that are always welcome. The contents vary depending on what organisers know about the recipient's circumstances and preferences. Your mother contributes to several baskets, and you help her pack them. Each one gets assembled with care, with items arranged to look abundant rather than sparse. The jam goes in first as a foundation. The fruitcake gets wrapped in a clean cloth and placed prominently. The fresh items get arranged on top where they'll be seen immediately. A handwritten note accompanies each basket. Nothing that highlights need or poverty, just warm wishes for a happy Christmas from neighbours. Delivering the baskets becomes an afternoon's work a few days before Christmas. You accompany your mother on her rounds, visiting cottages you've never entered before and homes you pass regularly but rarely visit. The route takes you across the village, from one end to the other, up lanes and down paths, to houses tucked behind hedges and cottages sitting prominently on the main road. The recipients react with pleasure that seems genuine rather than polite. You share tea with an ancient widow who lives surrounded by cats and tells stories about Christmases from her youth, when the village was smaller and everyone knew everyone else's business in ways both comforting and intrusive. She describes Christmas pudding steamed in cloths and hung from ceiling beams to mature, outdoor ice houses that kept food fresh, and travelling musicians who came through the village playing carols. You listen to a retired shepherd explain his theory about why the sheep in the Christmas story were specifically mentioned. According to him, shepherds wouldn't have been out with their flocks in winter unless something unusual was happening. Perhaps a particularly warm year, or perhaps the sheep were being prepared for some special purpose. His theory becomes quite elaborate, involving theological interpretation and practical sheep husbandry in equal measure. You sit in a parlour crowded with photographs and knickknacks, while their owner points out each item's history. This clock was her grandmother's. That vase came from her uncle, who worked on ships and travelled to distant ports. These candlesticks were her wedding gift from someone whose name she can no longer quite remember. The accumulated possessions of a long life surround her, each one carrying memories and meaning. The visits take hours, but they don't feel like work. You're connecting threads in the village's social fabric, maintaining relationships that matter even if they're not exercised daily. You're ensuring that Christmas reaches everyone, even those who might otherwise spend it alone. Some people you visit are more reserved, accepting the basket with quiet dignity and few words. Their gratitude expresses itself differently, in careful attention to your mother's questions about family health, in offers of tea despite modest circumstances, and in promises to remember you all in their prayers. Walking between houses, you and your mother discuss the visits. She points out details you might have missed, the worn state of Mrs. Cooper's shoes, suggesting she needs more than a Christmas basket but would be too proud to accept direct help. The excellent condition of Mr. Barrett's cottage despite his age, indicating he's managing well and takes pride in his surroundings. The photographs of children and grandchildren that crowd every surface in Mrs. Peterson's parlour, evidence of a family network that should be providing more support than they apparently are. These observations aren't gossip but information, part of the community's informal welfare system. Your mother makes mental notes about who might need additional help, who should be checked on more frequently, and whose circumstances require watching. By the time you return home, darkness has fallen completely and your feet ache from walking, but you carry with you a fuller understanding of the village's interconnected lives, the ways people support and care for each other, and the quiet kindnesses that happen out of public view. Christmas preparation, you realise, extends beyond individual households to encompass the entire community, creating a network of mutual support and shared celebration. December brings real cold, the kind that freezes water in basins overnight and creates frost patterns on the inside of windows. The house contracts in the cold, floorboards creak differently, doors stick in their frames, and the wind finds gaps you never noticed in milder weather. The house requires more coal for heating, more candles for light, and more of everything that combats winter's darkness and chill. Managing these resources becomes crucial, balancing comfort against economy and celebration against sustainability. Your grandfather takes responsibility for the coal. He approaches the coal cellar with a steward's mentality, rationing the supply to last through winter, while allowing for some extra usage during Christmas week. The coal arrived in autumn, delivered by cart and shovelled through a small window into the cellar beneath the house. Your grandfather keeps careful accounting of its usage, calculating how much remains and how much is needed per week to last until spring. Each morning he descends to the cellar with the coal scuttle, a heavy brass bucket with a handle, and fills it for the day's use. The calculation is precise. The front room gets a fire in the evening when the family gathers, but not during the day when it sits empty. The kitchen range burns continuously, but its intensity gets modulated throughout the day, damped down to conserve coal during periods of lighter cooking, opened up when more heat is needed. Bedrooms receive no dedicated heat beyond what rises from below through ceilings and floorboards. You learn to layer clothing against the cold, adding sweaters and shawls until you resemble a mobile textile exhibition. The key is trapping air between layers. Air is an excellent insulator, your grandmother explains, and multiple thin layers work better than a single thick one. You wear a cotton chemise, a flannel petticoat, a wool dress, a cardigan, and sometimes a shawl over everything. Your feet get wool stockings and sturdy shoes, never the lighter slippers you might wear in summer. You learn to appreciate the small warm spots in the house, the chair nearest the range in the kitchen, the spot on the hearthrug in the front room where the dog lies, because it catches the fire's full warmth, and the sunny corner of the parlour during the brief winter afternoons when sun manages to penetrate the windows. These warm spots become precious, and you find yourself gravitating toward them without thinking. The cold isn't uniform throughout the house. The kitchen stays warmest because of the range. The front room achieves comfortable warmth on evenings when the fire is lit. The upstairs bedrooms are bitterly cold, with frost forming on the inside of windows and your breath visible even beneath the covers. You learn to dress and undress quickly, to appreciate the weight of extra blankets, and to tuck a hot water bottle wrapped in flannel near your feet before climbing into bed. Being genuinely cold makes eventual warmth feel like a luxury. Coming in from outside, your hands numb and your nose running, and standing near the kitchen range while feeling returns to your fingers and toes, that transition from cold to warm becomes a small, intense pleasure. You understand why people in earlier eras made such a point of hospitality, why offering warmth and shelter to travellers was considered a moral imperative. Cold isn't just uncomfortable, it's threatening, and warmth isn't just pleasant, it's life-sustaining. Candles and lamp oil require similar management. Your grandmother keeps strict accounting, marking down each candle used and each refilling of a lamp. The household possesses several oil lamps of varying sizes and quality. The best one, with a glass chimney that provides bright, steady light, is reserved for special occasions or when particularly detailed work is being done. The everyday lamps are simpler, providing adequate but less brilliant illumination. During Christmas week, extra illumination will be permitted, even encouraged. The good lamp will burn every evening. Additional candles will be placed around the house, creating a festive glow. But until then, frugality rules. You do handwork near windows during daylight hours, taking advantage of natural light to save candles and lamp oil. This requires planning. Certain tasks can only be done in good light, so you save them for afternoons when the sun is strongest. Other tasks can be accomplished in dimmer conditions, so you reserve them for morning and evening. The household gathers in one room rather than dispersing to several, each of which would require its own light source. This enforced togetherness has unexpected benefits. Evenings become social by necessity, with family members collecting in the kitchen after dinner, drawn by the warmth of the range and the single lamp burning on the table. Conversation flows more easily when you are all together with nothing particular to do except talk. Your father tells stories from his youth, tales that may be exaggerated but are always entertaining. He describes pranks played on unpopular teachers, misadventures while learning his trade, and the courtship of your mother told from his perspective with details that make her blush and protest. Your mother works on her mysterious sewing project, her hands moving in the lamplight with practiced efficiency. The shadows her hands cast on the wall dance and shift as she works. Occasionally she pauses to thread a new needle or consult a pattern, holding the paper close to the lamp to see the details. Your grandmother knits endlessly, creating socks and mittens for everyone. Her hands move without her needing to watch, the needles clicking in a rhythm that varies depending on the complexity of the pattern. She can knit and converse simultaneously, her hands maintaining their work while her attention focuses on whoever is speaking. You read aloud sometimes, choosing books from the small collection your family owns. The books are well worn and read multiple times, but familiarity doesn't diminish enjoyment. If anything, knowing a story makes the reading more comfortable, like visiting an old friend. You read Dickens sometimes, particularly appropriate for the season, and the long sentences and elaborate descriptions suit being read aloud, their rhythm matching natural speech patterns. The stories feel different when shared this way, more immediate somehow. When you reach an exciting part, you feel the attention of your listeners intensify, pulling you deeper into the narrative. You modulate your voice for different characters, trying to capture their individual personalities through tone and inflection. Your family sometimes requests favourite passages, asking you to reread sections they particularly enjoyed. The house smells different in winter. Wood smoke and coal smoke permeate everything, mixing with the sense of cooking and the faint mustiness that comes from keeping windows closed against the cold. It's not unpleasant exactly, just particular. The smell of winter and family and making do with what you have. You become nose-blind to it, not noticing until you return from being outside, and the scent hits you anew when you open the door. Bath night becomes an elaborate production. Water must be heated on the range, bucket by bucket, then transferred to the tin tub that hangs on the wall outside the rest of the week. The tub is small by modern standards, forcing you to sit with your knees bent, but it's large enough for washing. Privacy is achieved by setting up the tub in the kitchen and sending everyone else to other rooms, though you can hear them moving about and talking in adjacent spaces. You bathe quickly, aware that the water cools rapidly in the unheated air, and that others are waiting their turn. The bath follows a hierarchy. Youngest children first while the water is cleanest, then older children, then adults, with more hot water added as needed. By the time the last person bathes, the water is distinctly grey, but everyone is clean. Drying yourself near the range provides wonderful warmth, your skin tingling as blood flow increases. You dress in clean night clothes, flannel in winter, soft from many washings, and feel renewed, ready for the week ahead. These small austerities don't feel like hardship exactly. They're simply how life works in winter, how it's always worked. People in your grandmother's time lived this way, and her grandmother before her. The contrast makes Christmas's abundance more meaningful. The extra coal on the fire, the additional candles, the special foods, all of it matters more because it represents a temporary relaxation of normal constraints. A period of permitted extravagance within an otherwise careful economy. The week before Christmas accelerates somehow, time moving faster even though the tasks themselves can't be rushed. Days seem shorter, not just because of winter's limited daylight, but because there's so much to accomplish, and the deadline approaches with alarming speed. Your grandmother's kitchen becomes command central, with various projects proceeding simultaneously in different corners, the air thick with competing scents, and the constant bustle of activity. The final batch of mince pies waits for its turn in the oven while someone else rolls out pastry for sausage rolls. The Christmas cake, made months ago and fed regularly with brandy, gets its final decoration of marzipan and royal icing. Bread dough rises in a warm spot by the range while someone else chops nuts for stuffing. The kitchen table has disappeared beneath an array of bowls, cutting boards, and various preparations in different stages of completion. You move from task to task, helping where you're needed, learning skills through immersion rather than instruction. Your hands develop knowledge your mind hasn't quite caught up with. The right consistency for pastry dough. It should hold together but not be sticky. The correct temperature for proving bread. Warm but not hot. The dough should rise slowly rather than rushing. And the way properly whipped cream holds its shape. Soft peaks that curl gently rather than standing stiff and dry. The mince pies are particularly important. Your grandmother makes dozens of them, enough to serve visitors throughout the Christmas season and to give away to neighbours and friends. The filling was made weeks ago, a dark, rich mixture of dried fruits, suet, spices and brandy that has been maturing in a crock. Now it needs to be portioned into pastry shells and baked until the pastry achieves perfect golden brown flakiness. You help with the assembly line. Your grandmother rolls the pastry, cutting circles with a cutter. You fill each pastry shell with a generous spoonful of mincemeat. Your mother tops each pie with a smaller circle of pastry, crimping the edges to seal them. The completed pies get arranged on baking sheets, brushed with milk for shine, and marked with small cuts on top to allow steam to escape. The baking happens in batches, the kitchen growing increasingly warm as the oven works continuously. Each batch emerges golden and fragrant, the pastry crisp and flaky, the filling bubbling slightly where it escaped through the steam vents. The pies cool on racks that cover every surface, the kitchen table, the sideboard, even the top of the cold stove in the unused parlour. The house fills with baked goods in various stages of completion. Cooling racks cover every surface. Tins get packed with biscuits and small cakes, each layer separated by paper to prevent them from sticking together. Your grandmother has a system for this storage, with specific tins designated for specific items. The ginger biscuits go in the red tin with the picture of the king. The shortbread occupies the blue tin that once held tea. The various fancy biscuits, made with extra butter and decorated with cherries or nuts, get the fancy tin that's painted with flowers. The pantry shelves, so carefully emptied and cleaned months ago, now groan under the weight of preparation. Jars of preserves crowd next to bottles of cordial. Tins of biscuits are stacked 3 high. The Christmas cake sits on its special stand, waiting for Christmas Day. The puddings hang from their hooks, dark and mysterious. Packages of butter and extra sugar, purchased from the village shop, find their places among the homemade stores. Your father brings home the Christmas goose on the Saturday before Christmas. He arrives in the evening carrying it wrapped in paper, purchased from a local farmer who raises geese specifically for the Christmas trade. The goose is substantial, easily 10 or 12 pounds, representing a significant portion of the Christmas budget. Your mother examines it critically, lifting it from its wrapping and assessing its qualities. The skin should be pale and free of blemishes, the breast meat substantial, and the overall condition indicating a well-fed bird. She declares herself satisfied, and the goose goes to hang in the cold pantry, where the temperature stays just above freezing. Planning the goose's cooking becomes a project in itself. It must roast for hours at a moderate temperature, and the timing must be precise to have it ready for Christmas dinner. Your mother calculates backward from the desired serving time, accounting for the resting period after cooking, and determines when the goose must go into the oven. She writes this time on a piece of paper and tacks it to the kitchen wall where it won't be forgotten. The greenery comes inside now, or at least begins to. You've been cutting it for days, and it's been stored outside in buckets of water to keep it fresh. Holly branches that scratch your hands despite gloves, ivy that tangles and must be teased free, and pine boughs that smell wonderful but drop needles everywhere. The house gradually transforms as greenery gets arranged throughout its rooms. Holly goes along the mantelpiece in the front room, its berries bright against the dark wood. Ivy gets twisted around the banister, creating a green spiral ascending the stairs. Pine boughs appear on windowsills, filling rooms with their resinous scent. The greenery brings the outdoors inside, connecting the house to the natural world even as winter makes that world seem inhospitable. You make a kissing bough for the hallway, an elaborate construction of holly, ivy and mistletoe. The framework is made of bent willow, creating a sphere that gets decorated with greenery until the structure disappears beneath leaves and berries. You add ribbons, red ones saved from previous years, and hang it from a hook in the ceiling beam. The kissing bough represents a tradition older than Christmas itself, connected to ancient beliefs about mistletoe's magical properties. Standing beneath it, according to tradition, obligates those present to kiss. The thought makes you slightly self-conscious. Who will stand beneath it? Who might you encounter there? The house's transformation happens gradually, then suddenly. One moment it's your ordinary home, familiar and everyday. The next it's become something special, decorated and fragrant and full of promise. The change seems to happen without your quite noticing, though you've participated in every step. Small gifts appear under the tree, a modest affair set up in the front room, nothing like the elaborate productions of later eras, but precious nonetheless. Your family doesn't have a tradition of enormous trees or extravagant decoration. The tree is small, perhaps 4 feet tall, cut from a pine plantation with permission, and set in a pot weighted with stones. The tree gets decorated simply but carefully. Candles in holders clamp onto branches. These will only be lit on Christmas Day itself, and then only under careful supervision because the fire risk is real. A few glass ornaments that have been in the family for years, each one precious and handled with care. Strings of popcorn and cranberries made by children. Paper chains in bright colours, cut and pasted together. A star for the top made of folded paper covered with glue and glitter. The wrapped packages accumulate slowly beneath the tree, each one representing thought and effort and care. You add your own contributions, nervous that they won't measure up, that your handwork will seem crude compared to what others have created. The packages are wrapped in whatever paper is available, brown paper saved from parcels, newspaper, or the occasional piece of actual gift wrap purchased specially. Christmas Eve arrives with shocking suddenness. Despite months of preparation, its actual arrival catches you slightly unprepared. There are still last-minute tasks, the goose to prepare for tomorrow's cooking, the table to set with the good china, and the final batch of rolls to bake for breakfast. The goose gets its final preparation. Your mother removes it from the cold pantry and examines it one last time. She trims excess fat, seasons the cavity with salt and herbs, and prepares it for roasting. The prepared goose goes back into the cold until tomorrow morning, when it will go into the oven. The table gets set in the dining room, a space normally used only for special occasions. The good tablecloth comes out, yellowed slightly with age, but still beautiful, its pattern of vines and flowers embroidered by your grandmother's grandmother. The good china gets arranged carefully, plates for each person, serving dishes for the various parts of the meal, the gravy boat and the special dish meant specifically for the pudding. The Christmas candles get tested to ensure they'll light properly tomorrow. Your father examines each one, trimming wicks to the proper length, making sure they're secure in their holders. Everything must be ready because tomorrow will move too quickly for last-minute adjustments. The house feels different on Christmas Eve. The light seems softer, the shadows gentler. Everyone moves with a kind of contained excitement, performing familiar tasks with extra attention. Your grandmother hums carols as she works, moving through the kitchen with practiced efficiency. Your mother sets out everyone's Christmas clothes, brushed and pressed and ready for morning. You attend church for the Christmas Eve service, walking through the dark village with your family and neighbours. The church blazes with candles, more light than it sees the rest of the year combined. Every available surface holds candles, their flames multiplying and reflecting in brass and glass until the church seems to float in a sea of light. The service follows familiar patterns, comfortable and meaningful precisely because of their familiarity. The familiar carols sound different tonight, weighted with meaning and joy. You sing with everyone else, your voice joining the collective sound that rises toward the raftered ceiling. The vicar's sermon speaks of hope and peace and the eternal significance of this night, his words carrying weight in the candlelit space. Afterward, walking home through the cold night, you feel the satisfaction of preparation completed. Everything that could be done has been done. Tomorrow brings celebration, but tonight brings the quiet pleasure of anticipation fulfilled. The village is dark except for lights in windows, each household settled in for the night. Stars shine bright in the cold air, and frost crunches under your feet. At home, you go to bed with a sense of completion and anticipation combined. Tomorrow will bring the culmination of months of work, the reward for all the planning and preparing and creating. But tonight, Christmas Eve, holds its own magic, the magic of waiting, of knowing that something wonderful is coming, of existing in that perfect moment between effort and reward. Christmas morning arrives dark and cold, but you wake to the smell of baking bread and the sound of your mother moving quietly in the kitchen below. You lie in bed for a moment, warm under layers of blankets, listening to the house come alive around you. Your brother's door opens, then your father's heavier tread on the stairs. Voices murmur in the kitchen, too quiet to make out words, but the tone is cheerful and expectant. The cold air outside your blankets feels sharp against your face, and you delay the moment of emergence, knowing that once you leave this warm cocoon, you'll be fully committed to the cold of the unheated bedroom. Finally, you throw back the covers and dress quickly, layering on the Christmas clothes your mother set out, your best dress, stockings without holes, and the shawl your grandmother made for you last Christmas. Downstairs, the kitchen is wonderfully warm, the range burning hot and the air filled with the scent of bread and something sweeter. Cinnamon, perhaps, or the spices from the mincemeat. Your mother has been up for hours already, the Christmas bread rising and baking while the rest of the house still slept. The loaves sit cooling on racks, their crusts golden and their tops marked with the cross she always scores into Christmas bread. The day unfolds according to tradition and rhythm, each element falling into its proper place. Breakfast first, fresh rolls with butter and jam, the good tea rather than the everyday kind, and this morning a special treat. Preserved peaches from last summer, opened specifically for Christmas breakfast and served with thick cream. The peaches are a revelation. You'd almost forgotten their flavour over the months since summer, and tasting them now is like tasting sunshine and warmth made solid. The cream softens their sweetness, and the combination is perhaps the most luxurious thing you've eaten in months. After breakfast, the family gathers in the front room for the opening of gifts. The fire has been lit specially, making the room warm and welcoming. The tree stands in its corner, candles not yet lit, but the decorations catching the morning light that filters through clean windows. The small pile of gifts beneath seems modest, but precious. The opening proceeds in order, youngest to oldest, each person taking a turn. Your youngest cousin, staying over Christmas with her parents, goes first. She unwraps a rag doll, handmade by someone's aunt, with a painted face and clothes that button and unbutton for practicing. Her joy is uncomplicated and complete. She clutches the doll immediately, already naming it and assigning it a personality. Your brother receives a penknife, a grown-up tool that recognizes his increasing maturity. Your father shows him how to use it safely, demonstrating the proper way to open and close the blade and warning about the sharpness. Your brother listens with serious attention, understanding that this gift represents trust as well as utility. Your turn comes. The first package contains the pillowcase you made for your mother, and watching her open it provides a peculiar pleasure. She unwraps it carefully, preserving the paper for future use. and when she sees what's inside, her face softens. She holds it up to the light, examining the embroidery with real appreciation, running her fingers over the tiny stitches. "This is beautiful work," she says, and you know she means it because she's particular about such things and doesn't offer false praise. "The roses are perfect. You must have spent hours on this." You admit that you did, and she thanks you with a kiss on the forehead that makes you feel simultaneously proud and embarrassed. Your father admires his handkerchiefs with genuine appreciation, running his fingers over the tiny rolled hems, commenting on the fineness of the work and the evenness of the stitching. He makes a show of tucking one into his pocket immediately, declaring it too nice to actually use but perfect for carrying. The gifts you receive please you deeply. A new book, something you've wanted but wouldn't have bought for yourself. A scarf in a beautiful blue that matches your winter coat, knitted by your grandmother with her characteristic skill. A small bottle of scent from your brother, purchased with his own money from the village shop, and wrapped so enthusiastically that the paper is more tape than anything else. Each gift represents thought and care, chosen or made specifically with you in mind. Even the modest ones carry weight because they demonstrate that people pay attention to your interests and preferences, that you matter enough for this attention. After gifts, the serious business of Christmas dinner begins. The goose has been in the oven since early morning, filling the house with rich scents. Your mother bastes it religiously, checking on it with the focused attention of a general managing a crucial campaign. Each time she opens the oven, heat pours out along with intensified smells, and she pokes the bird with a fork to test its progress. Vegetables get prepared according to a careful schedule. Potatoes go into the goose fat to roast, becoming crispy on the outside and fluffy within. Brussels sprouts get trimmed and set to cook in salted water. Carrots get glazed with butter and honey. Bread sauce gets made, a mixture of milk, breadcrumbs and onions that sounds strange but tastes wonderful with goose. The table is extended with extra leaves to accommodate everyone. Grandparents, your married sister and her husband, and various aunts and uncles who live nearby. The good china gets a final check to ensure everything is clean and unchipped. Wine gets decanted, having been purchased specially for this meal. Everything must be perfect. Dinner happens in the early afternoon, when everyone has gathered and the goose has achieved perfect doneness. Your father carves it at the table, a ritual that requires skill and showmanship in equal measure. He sharpens the carving knife with long, dramatic strokes, then sets to work separating breast meat from bone, creating slices that fan out across the serving platter. The food tastes impossibly good. The goose is rich and flavourful, the fat having basted the meat as it cooked, creating layers of taste that seem to expand in your mouth. The roasted potatoes are crispy and golden, absorbing goose fat and becoming something transcendent. The bread sauce provides creamy contrast. The vegetables, simply prepared, taste fully of themselves. Conversation flows around the table, stories and jokes, family news and village gossip. Your uncle tells a long rambling story about a mishap with a Christmas goose from his childhood, involving a dog, an open window and a chase through the village. The details may be exaggerated, but the laughter is real. The Christmas pudding arrives flaming, your father having doused it in brandy and set it alight just before carrying it in. The blue flames dance across its dark surface, and everyone watches with appreciation for this dramatic presentation. The pudding gets served with brandy butter, a mixture of butter, sugar and brandy beaten together until light and creamy, which melts into the hot pudding and creates pools of richness. Your cousin finds the sixpence in her portion and shrieks with excitement. You find the thimble and try to look pleased about its implications for your future. The pudding itself is dark and rich. The dried fruits plump from their months of soaking in brandy, and the spices complex and warming. Afterward everyone sits drowsy and satisfied, too full to move much. Someone suggests cards and a game gets organised, though several people decline in favour of simply sitting. Someone else proposes charades, which generates enthusiasm from the younger members and groans from the older ones, who claim to be too full for such exertion. Eventually, people scatter to different corners of the house, some to nap, some to read, some to take a walk in the pale winter afternoon to aid digestion. You help your grandmother with the washing up, an enormous task given the number of dishes and pots used to create the meal. The work feels companionable rather than burdensome. You wash while she dries, and you talk about the day, about the preparation that led to it, and about how quickly it all passes despite the months of work it required. Was it worth it, you ask, thinking of all those hours of labour, the plum jam made in September, the pudding stirred in October, the endless handwork through November and December, and the final frantic week of cooking and preparing. She considers the question seriously, her hands still moving, drying each plate with care before stacking it in the cupboard. The day itself is lovely, she says finally, but the real gift is the preparation. It's having something to work toward, something to look forward to. It's the rhythm of the seasons and the traditions that connect us to everyone who came before. Next September, when the light changes again, we'll start over. And that continuity, that cycle, that's what matters most. You understand what she means. The preparation wasn't separate from the celebration, but part of it. Perhaps the better part. The making and planning and working together created something more valuable than the single day could ever contain. The afternoons with your grandmother's friends, working on handwork and sharing conversation. The community effort to decorate the church. The careful selection of oranges in the village shop. Even the tedious work of polishing brass and cleaning windows contributed to something larger. The celebration concentrated all those months of work into a single day, yes, but the work itself had value independent of the result it produced. The work created connections between past and present, between individual and community, and between the practical and the meaningful. Each jar of jam represented not just preserved fruit, but a connection to the September afternoon when you picked plums, to your grandmother's patient teaching, and to all the women in your family line who had performed the same task. Outside, night has fallen completely. Inside, the house glows with the candles lit specially for Christmas, more light than any other day of the year. The house feels different tonight, warmer somehow, fuller, as though the walls themselves have absorbed some of the day's joy. The family gradually reconvenes in the front room. Your father lights the candles on the tree, standing ready with a bowl of water in case any should set the pine needles smouldering. The candles transform the tree, their flames multiplying and reflecting, creating points of light that seem to float in the darkening room. Someone starts singing a carol, and other voices join. You sing together, the harmonies imperfect but heartfelt, filling the room with sound. The carols feel different sung here in the candlelight, in the warm room with your family around you, than they did in the church's formal setting. Here they're intimate and personal, connecting you to this specific moment with these specific people. As the evening progresses and the candles burn down, you find yourself thinking about the year ahead. In a few weeks, the decorations will come down and be stored for next year. Leftover food will be consumed, the house will return to its normal state, and daily life will resume its ordinary rhythms. But the cycle has been completed once more, the traditions maintained and passed along. Next September, when the light changes, you'll begin again. You'll help make jam and bottle fruit. You'll stir the Christmas pudding and make your wishes. You'll create gifts in secret and hide them carefully. You'll participate in all the familiar rituals that connect you backward through time and forward into the future. The continuity satisfies something deep within you. You're part of a chain that extends beyond your individual life, connected to everyone who came before and everyone who will come after. The traditions you're maintaining aren't just quaint customs, but threads connecting past to present to future, creating a continuity that transcends individual existence. Tomorrow will bring the work of cleaning up, of taking down decorations and storing them carefully for next year, of eating leftovers and settling back into normal routines. But tonight, you exist in the perfect moment between effort and rest, between preparation and celebration, and between the year ending and the year about to begin. The candles burn lower, their light softening and dimming. Your youngest cousin has fallen asleep in her mother's lap, clutching her new doll. Your grandfather dozes in his chair by the fire. The conversation quiets, people falling into comfortable silence, simply being together in the warm, candle-lit room. You dry your hands and join your family, finding your spot in the familiar arrangement of chairs and people. Outside, winter continues its cold dominion, but inside, you're warm and fed and surrounded by people you love. The season you've worked toward for months has arrived, has happened, and now begins to pass into memory. But the memory will sustain you. It will carry you through January's darkness and February's cold. It will provide hope during the difficult parts of the year, evidence that joy and abundance are possible, and that effort can create meaning and connection. And when September comes again and the light changes once more, you'll begin again, adding another layer to the accumulating traditions of a life lived with attention and care and love. The season of preparation, you realise, never really ends. It simply cycles, each year building on the last, each Christmas growing out of the work that preceded it, and planting seeds for the Christmas to come. And that cycle, that eternal return to familiar patterns and beloved traditions, provides structure and meaning that transcend any individual moment. You settle deeper into your bed, watching the candles flicker and the fire glow, listening to your family breathe and shift around you, and you feel profoundly grateful for this day, for this family, for the traditions that connect you all, and for the opportunity to participate in something larger than yourself. The Christmas you prepared for has arrived, and it was worth every moment of the work that created it. Close your eyes for a moment and imagine this. You're living 5,000 years ago and the sun is setting. But this isn't the sunset, you know, where you simply flip a light switch and continue your evening as though nothing happened. This sunset is changing everything. The world around you is transforming from a place of activity and relative safety into something else entirely. A realm of shadows, unknown sounds, and mysteries that your rational modern mind can barely comprehend. For ancient peoples, night wasn't just the absence of day. It was a completely separate dimension of existence, as different from daytime as water is from air. When darkness fell, you weren't just losing light. You were entering sacred territory, where the rules of ordinary life no longer fully applied. The ancient Egyptians believed that each sunset marked the beginning of Ra's perilous journey through the underworld. Your evening wasn't just about getting sleepy and tucking in. It was about witnessing a cosmic drama where the sun god battled chaos itself to ensure morning would come again. Imagine trying to fall asleep while genuinely worried that sunrise wasn't guaranteed. That night might actually win this time. In ancient Greece, night was personified as Nyx, a goddess so powerful that even Zeus, king of the gods, was said to avoid angering her. Night wasn't something you controlled with lamps and electronics. It was a force that controlled you, and you needed to approach it with the kind of respect you might reserve for a powerful but unpredictable neighbour. This relationship with darkness shaped everything about how ancient people prepared for sleep. You didn't just brush your teeth and set an alarm. You performed rituals, said prayers, arranged protective symbols, and essentially prepared for a journey into the unknown. Because that's what sleep was, a journey where your conscious self departed and something else took over. The Romans had a saying, in nocte consilium, which means the night brings counsel. They believed that darkness had its own wisdom, that problems unsolvable in daylight could find solutions in the mysterious hours after sunset. Your evening wasn't wasted time before the real day began. It was a valuable period when different kinds of thinking became possible. Ancient peoples understood something we've largely forgotten in our artificially lit world. Darkness does something to human consciousness. Without electric lights, your eyes would begin producing melatonin much earlier in the evening, triggered by the gradual dimming of natural light. Your body would start its shutdown sequence naturally, guided by the same rhythms that had governed human biology for hundreds of thousands of years. Picture yourself in a Bronze Age village as twilight deepens. The temperature drops noticeably. You can feel it on your skin like a gentle exhale from the earth itself. Birds shift from daytime songs to nighttime calls, their evening chorus marking the transition. Cooking fires around the settlement glow brighter as the ambient light fades, creating islands of warmth and safety in the gathering darkness. The sounds change too. Daytime noises, people working, animals moving, children playing, gradually give way to a different acoustic landscape. Night insects begin their rhythmic chirping, creating a natural white noise that's both comforting and slightly eerie. Somewhere in the distance, a dog barks, the sound carrying farther in the cooler, stiller air. Your sense of smell becomes more acute in the darkness. You notice the smoke from the fires more intensely, mixed with the scent of whatever was cooked for the evening meal. There's the earthy smell of the ground cooling, releasing the day's absorbed heat. If you're near water, you might detect the mineral scent of moisture rising as dew begins to form. Ancient peoples created elaborate threshold rituals to mark this transition from day to night. In many cultures, you would never go to sleep without some form of protection ritual. This wasn't superstition in the way we might dismiss it today. It was practical psychology, a way of creating mental security in a world that offered very little physical security once darkness fell. A Babylonian family might recite prayers to their household gods before sleeping, touching small clay figurines that represented divine protection. An ancient Celtic household would bank their fire carefully, believing that keeping a small flame alive through the night would ensure the family's continuity and protect against malevolent spirits. In ancient China, the evening routine involves specific attention to the directions. Your sleeping position mattered because different orientations aligned you with different cosmic forces. Sleeping with your head pointing north was generally avoided because that was the direction associated with death. The dead were laid out that way, and you didn't want to accidentally signal to the universe that you were ready to join them permanently. The sacredness of night also meant that certain activities were forbidden after dark. Many ancient cultures believed that cutting your nails at night would bring bad luck, that sweeping after sunset would sweep away your prosperity, or that looking into mirrors in darkness might reveal things you weren't meant to see. These weren't random superstitions. They were ways of acknowledging that nighttime operated under different rules. For ancient peoples, the act of lying down to sleep was spiritually significant. You were voluntarily making yourself vulnerable, surrendering consciousness, and trusting that you'd wake up again in the morning. In a world without modern security, without emergency services, without the extensive safety nets we take for granted, this was a genuine act of faith. The darkness itself was populated with entities that modern people no longer acknowledge. Depending on your culture, the night might contain helpful spirits, harmful demons, the wandering souls of the dead, or divine messengers. Your bedtime rituals weren't just about relaxation. They were about negotiating safe passage through a landscape that was simultaneously physical and supernatural. Ancient peoples also understood that night was when healing happened, when the body repaired itself, and when dreams brought messages from gods or the deep unconscious. Sleep wasn't empty time. It was when important work occurred, work that couldn't happen during the busy daylight hours when your conscious mind was in control. Here's something that might blow your mind as you lie there in your comfortable bed, planning to sleep straight through until morning. Your ancestors didn't sleep that way. For most of human history, sleeping through the night in one continuous stretch would have seemed as weird as eating one meal a day or speaking in rhyme all the time. Welcome to the world of biphasic sleep, or as historians call it, first sleep and second sleep. This pattern was so universal across pre-industrial societies that it's almost certainly how humans naturally slept for thousands of years before electric lighting fundamentally rewired our relationship with darkness. Imagine your typical winter night in medieval Europe, though similar patterns existed in ancient Rome, medieval China, and virtually everywhere humans lived before industrialization. Around 8 or 9 in the evening, when darkness had fully settled, and there was really nothing productive you could do by the dim light of candles or oil lamps, you'd go to bed. But you wouldn't call it going to bed for the night. You'd be starting your first sleep. You'd sleep deeply for about 4 hours, which would take you to around midnight or 1 in the morning. Then something natural and expected would happen. You'd wake up. But here's the crucial part. This wasn't insomnia. This wasn't a sleep disorder. This wasn't you doing something wrong. This was normal, anticipated, and even valued. The hours between first sleep and second sleep, usually lasting 1 to 2 hours, were considered special. These midnight hours had a particular quality, a liminal feeling that made them different from any other time of day. The world was at its quietest, its darkest, its most intimate. And ancient peoples used this time in ways that might surprise you. Some people would lie quietly in bed, thinking and reflecting. Historical records suggest this was considered an excellent time for contemplation, for processing the day's events, and for working through problems. Your mind was rested from the first sleep but hadn't yet been pulled into the busyness of daytime consciousness. Medieval prayer books actually specified prayers meant to be said during these wakeful midnight hours. Others would engage in quiet activities. You might tend the fire, check on children, have a small snack, or visit the privy. Some people would use this time for intimate relations with their partners. Medical texts from the medieval period suggest this timing was considered particularly good for conception, as the body was rested but not yet depleted by a full night's sleep. In communities where people lived in close quarters, and that was most communities throughout history, these midnight hours might involve quiet conversations. Historical documents mention people visiting neighbours during these wakeful hours, knowing that others would also be awake between their two sleeps. It was like a secret society of night wakeful people, all observing a rhythm that felt as natural as breathing. The ancient Romans had a term, concubia nocte, which referred to the time when people go to bed, acknowledging that this was an extended process rather than a single moment. Their sleeping arrangements and social patterns suggest they, too, experienced this divided sleep, though they left fewer specific records about it than medieval Europeans did. What's fascinating is that when you look at descriptions of sleep from ancient and medieval sources, they almost always talk about sleeps, plural. After the first sleep appears in everything from Homer to medieval court documents. It wasn't a figure of speech. It was simply describing how sleep actually worked. This pattern makes biological sense when you understand human sleep architecture. In darkness, without artificial light suppressing melatonin production, your body produces this sleep hormone in 2 waves. The first wave creates sleepiness in the early evening, then there's a natural dip in the middle of the night. This is when ancient peoples would wake between sleeps. The second wave of melatonin would then carry you through your second sleep, until natural morning light suppressed melatonin production and you'd wake for the day. The end of biphasic sleep coincided with the introduction of street lighting and later domestic electric lighting. When you could extend the useful day beyond sunset, when you could read and work and socialise long after dark, the first sleep gradually shifted later and later. Eventually it merged with the second sleep into one continuous block. Within just a few generations, humans forgot that we'd ever slept any other way. But your body hasn't entirely forgotten. Ever wake up at 2 or 3 in the morning and lie there feeling alert? Not really tired, just awake. You might be experiencing the echo of this ancient pattern, your biology expecting you to be up for a while before returning to second sleep. Instead of treating this as insomnia and getting frustrated, ancient peoples would have simply accepted it, perhaps even welcomed it as quiet time for thought or intimacy. The quality of sleep in this pattern was apparently quite good. When researchers have studied people sleeping without artificial light, allowing their natural rhythms to emerge, they often spontaneously develop biphasic sleep and report feeling more rested, less groggy, and more mentally clear than they do with continuous sleep. Ancient peoples also noticed something interesting about dreams in this pattern. The dreams during first sleep often felt different from those during second sleep. First sleep dreams might be more about processing the day's events and working through immediate concerns. Second sleep dreams, coming after the wakeful interlude, often felt more vivid, more symbolic, and more like the kinds of dreams that carried meaning or messages. In some cultures, the time between sleeps was specifically devoted to dream interpretation. You might wake from first sleep, reflect on whatever you dreamed, perhaps discuss it quietly with your partner, and then return to second sleep with the dream's meaning as the last thing in your conscious mind before slipping back under. The practical aspects of biphasic sleep also suited pre-industrial life. Fires needed tending through the night. They were your heat source, your protection against predators, and your breakfast cooking method. Waking naturally in the middle of the night meant someone could add fuel to the fire without disrupting the group's sleep with deliberate watches or shifts. Security concerns also made the wakeful period useful. In a world without alarm systems or police forces, having a period when most adults naturally woke up meant better protection for sleeping communities. It's hard to sneak up on a village when half the population is lying quietly awake in the dark listening to the night sounds. Picture this. You've spent your entire day outdoors because that's where everything happens. Work, cooking, socialising. As evening approaches when it's time to sleep, would you really want to confine yourself to a dark, stuffy interior? For many ancient peoples, the answer was a resounding no. They slept outside under the sky in ways that might make your modern camping trip look overly complicated. In ancient Mesopotamia, during the brutal summer heat when temperatures could easily exceed 110 degrees Fahrenheit, wealthy city dwellers would carry their beds up to their flat rooftops as evening fell. This wasn't roughing it. This was practical climate control combined with cosmic entertainment. You'd lie there on your reed mat or wooden bed frame, looking up at stars so bright and numerous they seemed close enough to touch, while the day's heat gradually radiated from the rooftop beneath you, and whatever breeze existed could reach your cooling skin. The rooftop bedroom was a feature of urban design across the ancient Near East. Houses were specifically built with flat roofs strong enough to support sleeping families. These weren't emergency measures for unusually hot nights. They were primary sleeping locations for months at a time. You'd carry up your bedding at sunset, sleep through the relatively cooler night hours, and bring everything back down at dawn before the sun turned your rooftop into a skillet. Ancient Egyptians took outdoor sleeping even further. The wealthy might have sleeping porches or pavilions designed to catch the evening breeze from the Nile. These structures were essentially architectural solutions to the climate, with open sides allowing air circulation while protecting sleepers from the more intense sun during daytime hours when someone might want to nap. But even ordinary Egyptians often slept outdoors during warmer months. Your typical farmer or labourer might simply spread a mat on the ground outside their small home, using the house itself as a windbreak if needed. The earth beneath you would still be warm from the day's sun, creating a natural heated pad, while the open sky allowed body heat to dissipate. The sensory experience of sleeping outdoors in ancient times was entirely different from modern camping. There was no distant hum of highways, no airplane contrails overhead, and no light pollution washing out the stars. The darkness was profound, textured, and alive. Your ears would attune to night sounds, wind moving through crops or palm fronds, the distant calls of night birds or jackals, and the close rustling of small nocturnal creatures going about their business. Ancient peoples developed sophisticated knowledge of how to sleep safely outdoors. Location mattered enormously. You'd avoid low spots where cold air settled and morning dew would be heaviest. You'd position yourself to catch any breeze, but also avoid being too exposed to wind that might chill you before dawn. You'd sleep on slightly elevated ground where water wouldn't pool if unexpected rain came. In ancient Greece and Rome, summer sleeping arrangements often involved the garden or courtyard. Wealthy Romans would have slaves set up couches in their peristyle gardens, those lovely colonnaded spaces that were half indoors and half outdoors. You'd fall asleep to the sound of a fountain, surrounded by night-blooming flowers and herbs whose scents became more intense in the cooler evening air. The Greek philosopher Diogenes famously slept in a large ceramic jar in the marketplace of Athens, taking the outdoor sleeping concept to an extreme that probably seemed eccentric even then. But his choice reflected a widespread understanding that sleeping outdoors wasn't a hardship. It was often more comfortable than being inside. Ancient Chinese culture developed the concept of sleeping porches and pavilions in gardens, particularly for summer months. These structures were carefully positioned to maximize evening breezes and morning light, while providing some protection from sudden rain. The philosophy behind them wasn't just practical, it included ideas about connecting with natural energy flows during sleep's vulnerable hours. In ancient India, sleeping outdoors under mosquito nets was common practice. These nets were marvels of practical engineering, light enough to allow air circulation, fine enough to keep out insects, and often beautiful enough to serve as decorative elements during the day. You'd sleep under a canopy of cotton or silk, the fabric moving gently with any breeze, creating a private cocoon under the open sky. The Aboriginal peoples of Australia had perhaps the most sophisticated outdoor sleeping practices, refined over tens of thousands of years. They understood how to read the land for the best sleeping spots, how to position themselves relative to fires for warmth without smoke inhalation, how to use windbreaks effectively, and how to stay comfortable in climates ranging from tropical to desert. Australian Aboriginal sleeping positions even had a temperature unit named after them, the 3-dog night. On cold nights you'd sleep with dogs, dingoes in their case, for warmth. A 1-dog night was chilly but manageable. A 3-dog night meant it was seriously cold, requiring 3 dogs to maintain a comfortable sleeping temperature. These weren't pets in the modern sense. They were living, breathing sleeping bags. For nomadic peoples across the ancient world, sleeping under the stars wasn't a choice but a way of life. Bedouin tribes in the Arabian desert perfected the art of sleeping outdoors in extremely challenging conditions. They understood how to find ground that would radiate warmth through the cold desert night, how to position camps to avoid flash floods in wadis, and how to create efficient shelter from the intense sun while maintaining ventilation. The Bedouin knew that sleeping directly on sand was usually uncomfortable. It provided no insulation and lost heat rapidly after sunset. Instead, they'd use multiple layers of woven goat hair blankets, creating a system that insulated from below while providing warmth above. The goat hair naturally repelled some moisture and provided better insulation than plant fibre textiles. Ancient peoples sleeping outdoors developed intimate knowledge of the night sky that served both practical and spiritual purposes. You'd mark time by constellations' positions, predict weather by the appearance of the sky and the behaviour of animals, and navigate by stars when necessary. The sky wasn't just scenery, it was your clock, calendar, and weather forecast combined. Seasonal changes determined sleeping arrangements in most ancient cultures. Summer meant sleeping outdoors or in the most ventilated spaces possible. Winter meant retreating to whatever interior spaces existed, often shared with animals whose body heat contributed to warming small dwellings. But even in winter, many ancient peoples preferred sleeping near open doorways or windows when weather permitted, valuing fresh air over sealed warmth. The spiritual dimension of sleeping under the open sky was significant for many cultures. Some believed that sleeping outdoors made you more accessible to divine messages and dreams, that the unobstructed connection between your sleeping mind and the cosmos allowed for clearer communication with whatever gods or spirits you recognized. Native American tribes across North America often preferred sleeping under the stars even when other options existed. The practice wasn't just about comfort. It reflected a philosophical position about humanity's place in the natural world. Being enclosed in solid structures for sleeping seemed almost insulting to the earth and sky. A rejection of the world that provided everything you needed. Get ready for this one. Privacy while sleeping is a modern luxury that your ancestors would have found bizarre and possibly even disturbing. For most of human history, sleeping alone wasn't just unusual. It was actually considered unhealthy, potentially dangerous, and maybe even a sign of social failure. Picture a typical medieval English household, though similar arrangements existed in ancient Rome, Tang Dynasty China, and indigenous cultures worldwide. The entire family, parents, children, possibly grandparents, maybe apprentices or servants, would sleep in the same room, not because they had no other choice, but because sleeping together was the expected, normal, healthy way to do it. This communal sleeping wasn't just about body heat conservation, though in drafty ancient buildings that was certainly a practical benefit. It was about security, social bonding, and a fundamental understanding of human nature that we've largely abandoned in modern Western culture. In ancient Japan, the concept of separate bedrooms didn't really exist in most households until remarkably recently. Families would spread futons across their main living space each evening and sleep together in the same room. The act of laying out sleeping mats and tucking them away in the morning was part of the daily rhythm, a ritual that marked the transition between waking and sleeping life. Ancient Roman sleeping arrangements varied by class but shared this communal aspect. A wealthy Roman household might have sleeping cubicles, cubicula, off the atrium, but these small rooms often contained multiple beds. Parents and young children would share space, while older children and household servants might sleep in other grouped arrangements. Sleeping alone was so unusual that when it happened, writers mentioned it specifically as noteworthy. The ancient Greeks had a similar approach. Their homes were designed around a central courtyard with sleeping rooms radiating off it. But privacy as we understand it, individual rooms for individual sleepers, wasn't the goal. The word alone in ancient Greek could carry connotations of exile or punishment. Why would anyone voluntarily endure that condition for the vulnerable hours of sleep? In medieval Europe, the Great Hall of castles and manor houses often served as the communal bedroom for most of the household. The lord and lady might have a slightly more private space, though private still often meant sharing with children and trusted servants. But everyone else would bed down in the main hall. You'd fall asleep to the sounds of other people breathing, shifting, occasionally snoring, maybe talking in their sleep. This arrangement had practical security benefits. In a world before alarm systems and police forces, having many people sleeping in the same space meant better protection against intruders. If someone unusual entered during the night, multiple people would likely wake and raise the alarm. But the communal sleeping went deeper than mere practicality. Ancient peoples understood something about human psychology that we're only now rediscovering through research. Humans regulate their nervous systems through proximity to other humans. Sleeping near people you trust actually helps you achieve deeper, more restful sleep because your subconscious doesn't need to maintain high alert levels. Babies and young children slept with their parents as a matter of course in virtually all ancient cultures. The modern Western practice of putting infants in separate rooms would have struck ancient peoples as negligent, potentially cruel and dangerous. How could you protect your child, respond to their needs, or ensure they survived the night if they were in another room? The ancient practice of communal sleeping included elaborate social rules about positioning and hierarchy. In a Roman household, where you slept relative to others reflected your status. In a Japanese household, the specific location of each person's futon followed careful protocols. These weren't arbitrary rules, they were ways of maintaining social harmony even during the vulnerable hours of sleep. Medieval inns took communal sleeping to levels that would horrify modern travellers. You didn't rent a room, you rented a space in a bed, and that bed would likely contain several other travellers, complete strangers who had also paid for their spot. The large beds at inns weren't romantic. They were an efficient use of space, allowing innkeepers to accommodate many travellers in limited rooms. These shared inn beds had their own etiquette. You'd sleep in your day clothes, though perhaps removing outer layers. You'd position yourself carefully to minimise disturbing your bed partners. You'd accept that someone else's cold feet might touch your leg during the night, and that was just part of travelling. Complaints about sharing beds with strangers don't appear in historical records. It was simply how inns worked. Ancient peoples also understood that sleeping near others provided warmth in ways that made survival possible in cold climates without modern heating. In Norse longhouses, the entire extended family clan might sleep in one large communal space, with the warmth from many bodies and the central fire making the structure habitable through brutal winters. The social bonding that occurred through communal sleeping was significant. You developed deep familiarity with your household's rhythms, who snored, who rose for the privy multiple times, who talked in their sleep, and whose babies woke for feeding. This intimate knowledge of each other's patterns created social cohesion that's hard to replicate when everyone sleeps in isolation. In ancient China, the kang, a heated platform bed large enough for entire families, served as the centre of household life during winter months. The family would sleep together on this warm surface, and during waking hours, it might serve as a workspace or dining surface. The kang wasn't just furniture, it was the heart of the household, and sleeping on it together reinforced family bonds. Monastic communities took communal sleeping to an institutional level. Medieval monks would sleep in dormitories, rows of simple beds or sleeping platforms in one large room. This arrangement served religious purposes. It promoted humility, discouraged private vice, and created an atmosphere of communal spiritual discipline. But it also reflected the same deep human preference for sleeping in groups that existed in secular life. You might have a glass of water on your nightstand, maybe your phone charging, perhaps a book. Now imagine if your bedside was crowded with amulets, talismans, herbs, magical symbols, and various objects designed to protect you from the very specific dangers that lurked in the dark. Welcome to bedtime rituals across ancient cultures, where going to sleep was as much spiritual preparation as physical settling. Ancient Egyptians took nighttime protection seriously. A typical household might have small figurines of protective deities positioned around sleeping areas. Bes, a dwarf god with a lion's mane and a rather comical appearance, was particularly popular for bedroom protection. He looked fierce enough to scare off harmful spirits, but friendly enough that you wouldn't mind having him watch over you all night. These protective figures weren't mere decoration. Families would address them directly during evening rituals, essentially asking for security through the vulnerable night hours. You might touch the amulet while reciting a brief prayer or formula, creating a small ceremony that marked the transition from waking concern to sleeping trust. The ancient Romans had their lares, household protective spirits that watched over the family's well-being. Before sleep, you might leave a small offering at the lararium, the household shrine, perhaps a bit of food or a pinch of incense. This wasn't superstition. It was relationship maintenance with the supernatural forces that shared your home. Many ancient cultures believed that specific plants had nighttime protective properties. Medieval Europeans might stuff pillows or mattresses with herbs like mugwort, believed to prevent nightmares and promote prophetic dreams. The strong, slightly bitter scent would be the last thing you smelled before sleep, and possibly the first thing you noticed if you woke during the night. Lavender, chamomile and vervain found their way into sleeping spaces across ancient Mediterranean cultures. These weren't just pleasant scents, they were considered spiritually significant. Lavender was associated with purity and protection. Chamomile was connected to solar deities, and thus provided a link to light even during darkness. Vervain was believed to prevent evil spirits from approaching sleepers. Ancient Chinese sleeping rituals involved careful attention to placement and direction. You might hang specific talismans on the wall facing your bed, images of protective deities, coins arranged in auspicious patterns, or written charms with prayers or formulas designed to ward off nightmare-bringing spirits. The bedroom became a carefully curated space where every object had a protective purpose. The placement of mirrors was particularly important in many cultures. Ancient peoples generally avoided having mirrors in sleeping areas, or if mirrors were present, they'd be covered at night. The reasoning varied. Some believed mirrors could trap souls, others thought they provided portways for spirits to enter the physical world, and still others worried that catching your reflection while in the vulnerable state between sleeping and waking could bring bad luck. In ancient India, the practice of placing sacred items near sleeping spaces was highly developed. You might have a small oil lamp burning through the night, not just for light, but as a symbolic presence of divine awareness. The flickering flame represented the eternal, unchanging reality, beyond the illusions of both waking and sleeping consciousness. Many ancient cultures prescribed specific prayers or recitations to be performed while lying down to sleep. These weren't quick mumbles, they were substantial verbal formulas that served multiple purposes. They calmed the mind, marked the transition to sleep, invoked protection, and sometimes asked for specific kinds of dreams or messages during the night. Ancient Mesopotamians used clay tablets inscribed with protective spells, positioned around sleeping areas to create a perimeter of safety. These tablets contained elaborate formulas addressing various nighttime dangers, demons of disease, spirits of chaos, and the ghosts of those who died untimely deaths and might be angry about it. Reading these tablets today, you realize how many specific threats ancient peoples worried about during sleep's vulnerability. The concept of the nightmare has much older roots than you might imagine, and the word itself reflects ancient belief systems. The mare part comes from a Proto-Germanic word for a spirit that sits on sleepers' chests, causing bad dreams and breathing difficulties. Various cultures had their own versions. The incubus in medieval European tradition, the liderk in Hungarian folklore, and the shaitan Layla in Arabic tradition. Protection against these nightmare spirits involved physical talismans worn during sleep. Ancient peoples might wear amulets strung on cords around their necks, special rings that featured protective symbols, or small bags of herbs and stones tucked under pillows or mattresses. These weren't just comforting superstitions, they were technologies of consciousness, tools that helped the sleeping mind feel secure enough to release into deep rest. The practice of placing iron near the bed was common across many ancient cultures, from Celtic Britain to ancient China. Iron was believed to repel or confuse malevolent spirits. You might find an iron horseshoe nailed above the bedroom entrance, iron nails driven into the bed frame, or small iron objects positioned at the corners of sleeping spaces. The metal itself was considered magically potent, its strength and durability translating into spiritual protective power. Ancient peoples also used sound for nighttime protection. Bells were particularly popular. Their clear tone was believed to disperse harmful entities. You might have small bells sewn into the hangings around your bed, positioned so that any movement of the fabric would create gentle chiming. The sound wouldn't necessarily wake you, but it would create an acoustic environment believed to be inhospitable to nightmare spirits. Salt appeared frequently in ancient sleeping rituals. A line of salt across the threshold of the sleeping room, salt scattered in the corners, or small bags of salt under the pillow. All these practices existed across diverse cultures. Salt's preservative properties made it symbolically powerful against decay and corruption, and this power extended to spiritual protection during sleep's vulnerability. Dreams themselves were so important to ancient cultures that inducing specific kinds of dreams became a major focus of bedtime rituals. If you wanted prophetic dreams, you might sleep with a piece of paper under your pillow on which you'd written a question for the gods. In ancient Greece, sick people would sleep in temples dedicated to Asclepius, the god of healing, hoping to receive cure instructions in their dreams. The practice of incubation, deliberately sleeping in sacred spaces to receive divine dreams, was formalized in many ancient cultures. You'd undergo purification rituals, make offerings, recite specific prayers, and then sleep in the temple precincts. The expectation was that the deity associated with that space would visit your dreams with messages, healing, or guidance. Imagine walking into a furniture store where the bed options include a pile of leather straps stretched across a wooden frame, a woven reed mat that gets rolled up each morning, a sand-filled pit lined with animal hides, or a raised platform designed primarily to keep you away from floor-dwelling scorpions. Welcome to ancient bedroom furniture, where comfort was defined very differently than it is in your mattress store catalogue. The ancient Egyptians actually had fairly sophisticated beds, at least by pre-modern standards. If you were wealthy, you might own a wooden bed frame elevated on legs carved to look like animal paws, usually lion or bull feet, because nothing says restful sleep like thinking about powerful animals. These frames held a sleeping surface made of woven rope or leather straps, creating a slightly yielding platform that distributed weight reasonably well. But here's the part that might make you squirm. Egyptian beds had a peculiar feature called a headrest, which was nothing like your plump pillow. Instead, it was a curved piece of wood, stone, or ceramic positioned to support your neck while your head hung off the bed's edge. Your skull would be suspended in air while your neck rested on this hard curved surface. Egyptians apparently found this comfortable, or at least preferable to alternatives. These headrests served multiple purposes beyond neck support. They elevated your head away from crawling insects that might traverse the sleeping surface during the night. They kept your elaborate hairstyles from getting crushed. Hair maintenance was serious business in ancient Egypt, and they were believed to have protective properties. Some were decorated with images of gods or protective symbols, positioned right at the vulnerable passage between the skull and body. The ancient Romans elevated bed design to an art form, at least for the wealthy. A well-off Roman might sleep on a lectus, essentially a couch that served double duty for reclining during meals and sleeping at night. These featured wooden frames, often beautifully decorated with inlays and carvings, with the sleeping surface created by a lattice of rope or leather straps topped with cushions stuffed with wool, straw, or, if you were truly wealthy, down feathers. But most Romans, like most ancient peoples, slept on much simpler surfaces. A straw-filled mattress on the floor, a simple wooden platform, or even just blankets spread directly on the ground were far more common than elaborate bed frames. Straw had the advantage of being cheap and readily renewable, and providing some insulation from cold floors. Its disadvantages included attracting various insects and needing frequent replacement when it became compressed, and frankly, unpleasant. Ancient Greek beds were similar to Roman ones, featuring the same basic design of wooden frames with rope sleeping surfaces. But the Greeks added an interesting innovation: the klein, a type of couch bed that featured raised edges on 3 sides, creating a semi-enclosed sleeping space. These raised edges weren't just decorative. They helped keep bedding and sleepers from rolling off during the night, functioned as backrests during waking hours, and created a psychological sense of protected space. In ancient China, the kang, that heated platform bed mentioned earlier, represented sophisticated engineering applied to sleeping comfort. The kang was essentially a brick or clay platform built over a system of flues that carried warm smoke from the kitchen or heating fire. The surface would be warm, sometimes almost hot, providing radiant heat from below. Families would cover this platform with mats and cushions, creating a sleeping surface that remained comfortably warm even during bitter winters. The thermal mass of the kang meant it would stay warm for hours after the fire went out, providing consistent warmth through the night. But it also meant you needed to be careful about the temperature. Too hot, and you'd be uncomfortable. Too cool, and you'd lose the main benefit. Managing a kang was something of an art form, requiring attention to fire temperature, flue draft, and seasonal adjustments. Japanese sleeping surfaces were elegant in their simplicity. The futon wasn't the thick folded mattress that Westerners associate with that word. Traditional futons were relatively thin cotton batting mattresses laid directly onto tatami mats, those woven rush grass floor coverings that have slight cushioning and natural humidity regulating properties. You'd sleep on a surface that was barely an inch or 2 thick, yet millions of people found this comfortable for centuries. The practice of laying out and putting away futons daily had practical benefits beyond space saving. It meant your bedding aired out regularly, preventing the moisture accumulation that could lead to mildew in Japan's humid climate. It meant examining your sleeping surface regularly for any issues, and it meant that sleeping wasn't something that happened in a separate, dedicated room. It was an activity that temporarily transformed your living space. Viking sleeping arrangements combined practicality with communal living. In Norse longhouses, platforms along the walls served as multi-purpose surfaces, seating during the day and sleeping spots at night. These platforms were typically covered with furs and woven blankets. You'd burrow into layers of wool and animal hide, creating an insulated cocoon against the cold, while the central fire burned through the night. The quality of your sleeping furs reflected your status in Viking society. A wealthy chieftain might have bear furs or luxurious seal skins, while ordinary farmers may do with sheepskin or cowhide. But everyone understood the principle. Layers of material that trapped air provided insulation, and animal furs with their natural oils repelled some moisture while retaining warmth. Hammocks, developed by indigenous peoples in Central and South America, represent perhaps the most innovative sleeping surface in the ancient world. Woven from plant fibres or cotton, hammocks conformed to your body's shape, distributed weight evenly, kept you off the ground away from snakes and insects, and allowed air circulation that made them comfortable even in hot, humid climates. The hammock wasn't just a portable bed, it was a sophisticated understanding of ergonomics and climate adaptation. When European explorers encountered hammocks, they were impressed enough to adopt them for use on ships, where they proved ideal for cramped quarters and moving vessels. The gentle swaying motion that might seem disorienting to modern hammock novices was apparently something ancient peoples adapted to easily. Ancient Mesopotamian beds, based on archaeological evidence and artistic depictions, often featured very high frames that required steps or stools to climb into. This wasn't just status display, it was practical elevation above floor-level drafts, insects, and the dust that settled during the night. You'd essentially be sleeping on a platform several feet off the ground, with the psychological benefit of being literally above whatever crawled across floors in the darkness. The mattresses and bedding used on these elevated frames varied by wealth, but followed similar principles. Layers of textiles, wool, linen or cotton, depending on what was locally available, would be stacked to create cushioning. These layers could be adjusted seasonally, more layers for winter warmth, fewer for summer comfort. Ancient Indian beds, mentioned in texts like the Kama Sutra, could be quite elaborate affairs. A proper bed might have a wooden frame with ivory inlays, posts supporting a canopy to keep insects away, and mattresses stuffed with various materials depending on the season, cotton for summer, wool for winter. The canopy wasn't just practical, it created an intimate space within the larger room, a private realm where the outside world was temporarily suspended. In ancient Persia, the concept of sleeping in comfort reached remarkable heights among the wealthy. Beds might feature silk cushions, fine linen sheets, and elaborate hangings. But even ordinary Persians understood the basics. Sleeping surfaces should be slightly yielding, should provide insulation from ground cold, and should be high enough to discourage casual insect traffic. Bedding materials across ancient cultures reflected sophisticated understanding of textile properties. Linen was prized in hot climates for its coolness and moisture-wicking abilities. Wool was valued in colder regions for its insulating properties even when damp. Silk, where available, was treasured for its smooth texture and temperature-regulating qualities. The ancient practice of stuffing mattresses and cushions with various plant materials demonstrates remarkable knowledge of natural resources. Beyond obvious choices like straw and wool, ancient peoples used materials like dried grass, moss, leaves, and even seaweed. Each material had specific properties. Some lasted longer, some smelled better, some were softer, and some repelled insects more effectively. Flax, the plant used to make linen, also produced seeds that could be used as mattress stuffing. Flax seeds in a cloth sack created a rustling, shifting surface that conformed to body shape. Some ancient peoples believed sleeping on flaxseed promoted good health, though whether this had any basis beyond the placebo effect is unclear. Ancient peoples also understood the importance of bedding cleanliness. Though their standards and methods differed from ours, bedding would be aired regularly in sunlight, which naturally killed some bacteria and parasites. Textile coverings would be washed when possible. Though laundering large items like mattress covers was labour-intensive and couldn't be done frequently, the presence of bedbugs, fleas and other parasites was largely accepted as inevitable. Ancient peoples developed various strategies to minimise these pests. Certain herbs scattered in bedding supposedly repelled insects, regular replacement of organic stuffing materials, and occasionally more drastic measures like burning and replacing infested materials entirely. Bed frames themselves often incorporated design features meant to deter pests. Smooth surfaces gave insects fewer places to hide. Some ancient peoples would place the legs of beds in small dishes of water or oil, creating moats that crawling insects couldn't cross. Others used materials or finishes that insects supposedly disliked, though the effectiveness of these methods was probably limited. The concept of separate beds for married couples, now common in some cultures, would have seemed strange to most ancient peoples. Married couples slept together as a matter of course, often in beds barely large enough for two. This wasn't just about intimacy, it was about the fundamental understanding that sleeping together was normal, that sharing warmth and space was how humans naturally rested. Imagine a world without alarm clocks, not just turning off your phone's alarm. Imagine a world where the very concept of an artificial wake-up signal doesn't exist. Your internal clock, synchronized with natural light cycles, would be your alarm. The sun rising, birds beginning their morning chorus, the temperature shift as darkness gave way to day. These would be your wake-up call, and they'd be far more gradual and gentle than the jarring electronic beep you probably experienced this morning. Ancient peoples woke with the dawn, not because they were particularly virtuous or ambitious, but because that's when melatonin production shut off in response to increasing light, and their bodies naturally transitioned from sleep to wakefulness. Without artificial lighting to extend the evening, they'd go to sleep much earlier than you do, so waking at dawn meant getting adequate sleep, not shortening it. The process of waking was itself quite different. Instead of an abrupt transition from unconsciousness to alarm-induced panic, ancient peoples would experience a gradual emergence into consciousness. The pre-dawn light would start registering through closed eyelids. The temperature would shift as the sun's first rays began warming the air. The sound environment would change as daytime animals and insects became active. This gradual awakening meant that people often drifted in and out of consciousness for a period before fully waking. You might become semi-aware of your surroundings, shift position, perhaps register the presence of other people stirring nearby, then drift back into light sleep before finally opening your eyes to the day. Ancient Romans had a specific term for the pre-dawn hours, diluculum, meaning when day begins to light up. This wasn't clock time, it was experiential time, the period when darkness hadn't fully lifted, but enough light existed to begin daily activities. For early risers, and most Romans were early risers by modern standards, this was when the day actually started. The morning rituals that followed waking were as elaborate as the evening ones, though with different purposes. Where evening rituals focused on protection and preparation for vulnerability, morning rituals emphasize purification, gratitude, and preparation for the day's activities. Ancient Egyptians would immediately wash upon waking, using water from clay vessels kept in their homes. This wasn't just hygiene, it was spiritual cleansing, washing away the night and any harmful influences encountered during sleep's journey. The water for morning washing might have been scented with oils or herbs, turning a practical activity into a sensory ritual that marked the transition to waking consciousness. Morning prayers or acknowledgements to household gods came next in many cultures. Having been protected through the night, you'd express gratitude and perhaps request guidance or good fortune for the day ahead. These weren't lengthy ceremonies, just brief recognitions that you'd survived another night and were beginning another day. The ancient practice of dream interpretation often occurred during these early morning hours. If you'd had a particularly vivid or disturbing dream, you might discuss it with family members while the dream was still fresh. Some cultures kept dream journals or consulted dream interpreters who maintained elaborate systems for understanding dream symbolism. Ancient Chinese culture developed sophisticated dream interpretation systems, with different types of dreams believed to carry different meanings. A dream during first sleep might be treated differently than a dream during second sleep. Dreams that occurred just before waking were considered particularly significant, as though the messages being conveyed needed to be immediately available to waking consciousness. Breakfast as we know it, a substantial meal eaten shortly after waking, didn't exist in many ancient cultures. Romans generally skipped morning food, or had only a small bite of bread. Their main meal came in the afternoon. This pattern makes sense when you consider that ancient peoples might have had a light snack during the wakeful period between first and second sleep, meaning they weren't waking from as long a fast as modern breakfast suggests. However, morning drinks were important across many cultures. Ancient peoples would drink water, sometimes flavoured with herbs or diluted wine. These morning beverages served practical purposes, rehydration after the night, but also ritual purposes, a first taste that marked the transition from sleeping to waking state. The social aspects of morning in communal living situations meant that waking up involved immediately re-engaging with your household. There was no private morning routine in a separate bedroom, no time to gradually caffeinate in isolation. You'd wake to find others already stirring, and you'd all navigate the transition from sleep to wakefulness as a group. Children waking in ancient households would be integrated into the morning routine immediately. There was no concept of letting children sleep in, or shielding them from early morning activities. From young ages, children participated in morning chores and rituals, learning the rhythms of daily life through immersion. Ancient peoples also had to deal with the practical consequences of sleep. Bedding needed to be aired or put away, sleeping spaces needed to be converted to daytime use, and night soil needed to be disposed of. These morning chores weren't optional extras. They were essential parts of daily life that everyone participated in. The morning light itself had significance beyond mere visibility. Ancient cultures generally believed that morning light carried special properties, that the first rays of sun held power that dissipated as the day progressed. Some people made a point of exposing themselves to early morning sunlight, standing in doorways or windows to let the dawnlight fall on their skin. This practice had biological validity that ancient peoples couldn't have understood in modern terms. Morning light exposure helps reset your circadian rhythm, suppresses lingering melatonin, and triggers cortisol production that helps you feel alert. Ancient peoples knew empirically that greeting the dawn made you feel better, even if they attributed this to spiritual rather than biochemical mechanisms. Seasonal variations in sunrise meant that morning occurred at quite different clock times throughout the year. Ancient peoples adjusted their schedules naturally with these changes. Summer might mean waking very early by modern standards. Winter might mean sleeping later. This flexible relationship with time, governed by natural light rather than arbitrary clock conventions, kept ancient peoples more synchronized with natural rhythms. The morning sounds of ancient communities would have been remarkably different from modern morning commutes. Instead of traffic and alarm clocks, you'd hear roosters crowing, animals being let out of nighttime enclosures, the first sounds of cooking fires being kindled, water being drawn from wells, and people greeting neighbours as they emerged into the new day. Morning was also when dreams would fade from memory in most people, though particularly vivid dreams might linger. Ancient peoples who wanted to remember their dreams would speak them aloud immediately upon waking, telling them to companions or repeating them to themselves. This practice of dream-telling helped preserve the dream content and also serve social functions, as dream sharing was often a way of maintaining intimate bonds. The physical sensation of waking in ancient sleeping arrangements, on surfaces harder than modern mattresses, in rooms without climate control, possibly with morning dew on your face if you'd slept outdoors, would have been quite different from modern waking. Your body would be stiff from the night's rest, needing movement and stretching to limber up. This morning stiffness would motivate people to begin physical activity fairly quickly after waking, which probably contributed to overall fitness levels. Ancient peoples understood that how you began the day influenced everything that followed. Morning wasn't just a time to mechanically prepare for work, it was when you set your mental and spiritual orientation for the hours ahead. The rituals, prayers, greetings, and small ceremonies that marked the transition from sleep to wakefulness were investments in having a good day, creating positive momentum that would carry through until evening when the cycle began again. As you lie there tonight in your controlled environment, with your white noise machine and your sleep tracking app, consider this. Ancient peoples understood something about sleep that our modern obsession with optimization sometimes misses. They knew that sleep wasn't something to be conquered, controlled, or perfected. It was something to be surrendered to, a natural process that worked best when you stopped trying to manage it. The ancient relationship with sleep was fundamentally different from ours. Sleep wasn't a problem to solve or a resource to optimize. It was simply part of the natural cycle of life, as inevitable and necessary as breathing. You didn't worry about whether you were getting the right kind of sleep or achieving optimal REM percentages. You slept when darkness fell, woke when light returned, and trusted that your body knew what it needed. This trust in natural processes extended to dealing with sleep difficulties. If you couldn't sleep, you didn't panic about it. You'd lie quietly, thinking, perhaps doing the contemplative work that the period between first and second sleep was meant for. The understanding was that your body would eventually sleep when it truly needed to, and forcing it was counterproductive. Ancient peoples also recognized that sleep needs varied by season. Winter sleep was longer and deeper, matching the extended darkness. Summer sleep was lighter and shorter, aligning with brief nights. This seasonal variation in sleep patterns is something modern society largely ignores. expecting consistent sleep duration year-round, despite living at latitudes where day length varies dramatically. The quality of darkness also affected ancient sleep in ways we rarely experience. True darkness, the kind that exists miles from any artificial light source, produces a depth of visual blackness that most modern people never encounter. In this profound darkness, your eyes would fully adapt, your pupils dilating to their maximum, and you'd perceive subtle variations in darkness that would be invisible in light-polluted modern environments. This quality of darkness did something to human consciousness. Without any light stimuli, your brain would fully commit to nighttime neurochemistry. Melatonin production would be robust and sustained. The transition between waking and sleeping consciousness would be smoother, less jarring. Sleep itself would be deeper in its deep phases and more complete in its cycles. Ancient peoples experienced weather during sleep in ways modern people don't. Rain on a thatched roof, wind moving through the sleeping space, temperature drops during the night. All these would register in sleeping consciousness, creating a continuous thread of awareness connecting sleeper to environment. You were never completely isolated from the natural world, even during sleep's deepest phases. This ongoing connection to the environment meant that ancient peoples developed sophisticated unconscious awareness of nighttime conditions. You'd wake if wind shifted to a direction that might bring rain into your sleeping space. You'd stir if the temperature dropped enough to require pulling up additional covering. You'd register unusual sounds that might signal danger without fully waking. This vigilance was the price of sleeping in less protected environments, but it also kept you integrated with natural rhythms. The social dimension of sleep also created different patterns of consciousness. Sleeping near other people meant your sleeping mind was tracking their presence, their breathing rhythms and their movements. This wasn't exactly awareness. You weren't conscious of it, but it created a baseline of social connection that continued through sleep. Humans are social animals, and having that social presence during vulnerability may have been deeply comforting at levels below conscious recognition. Ancient peoples had elaborate folklore about sleep and its liminal states. The hypnagogic period, that transitional state between waking and sleeping, was recognized as a special kind of consciousness where visions might appear, where the boundary between inner and outer worlds became porous. Some cultures deliberately cultivated this state for divination or creative inspiration. Similarly, the hypnopompic period, the transition from sleep to waking, was considered significant. Messages received in this state, visions seen or thoughts arising might be treated as particularly important, representing the last communications from the dreaming mind before waking consciousness reasserted control. Sleep paralysis, that unsettling experience where you wake but can't move, was universally recognized and explained through various cultural frameworks. Whether seen as visits from spirits, attacks by demons, or natural physiological events, ancient peoples had ways of understanding and coping with these experiences. The cultural explanations might seem superstitious to modern minds, but they served important psychological functions, giving people frameworks for processing frightening experiences. The ancient understanding of sleep also included recognition that some people naturally needed more sleep than others, that sleep patterns varied across life stages, and that temporary sleep disruptions usually resolved themselves without intervention. This wisdom, that sleep is inherently variable and self-regulating, is something modern sleep science has essentially rediscovered. Ancient peoples also recognized the connection between physical activity and sleep quality. Their daily lives involved far more physical labor than most modern occupations require. This natural exhaustion produced good sleep as a simple consequence of bodies needing recovery. The modern epidemic of sleep problems correlates with sedentary lifestyles in ways that ancient peoples never experienced, because their lives demanded physical engagement. The absence of caffeine in most ancient cultures, tea and coffee came later, meant that people's natural sleep-wake rhythms weren't disrupted by stimulants. You'd feel sleepy when your body said it was time to sleep, without artificial alertness from afternoon coffee interfering with natural drowsiness. Your circadian rhythm would operate cleanly, undisturbed by chemical interventions. Ancient peoples also benefited from the absence of blue light exposure in the hours before sleep. Every light source they used, fires, oil lamps, candles, emitted warm, reddish light that didn't suppress melatonin production the way modern screens do. The evening hours would see the natural ramping up of sleep hormones, uninterrupted by the biological alarm signals that blue light sends to the brain. As you prepare to sleep tonight, surrounded by modern conveniences that would have seemed miraculous to ancient peoples, you might wonder which approach to sleep is actually better. The honest answer is complicated. Modern life has brought enormous benefits. Climate control, protection from predators and disease vectors, comfortable mattresses, and the ability to sleep securely even when living alone. These aren't trivial advantages, but ancient sleep patterns also offered benefits we've lost. The synchronization with natural light cycles, the social bonding of communal sleeping, the biphasic sleep pattern that included built-in contemplation time, the integration with seasonal rhythms, all these represented a kind of wisdom we've traded away for our modern sleep arrangements. Perhaps the real lesson isn't that ancient sleep was better or worse than modern sleep, but that sleep is deeply influenced by culture, environment, and expectations. Ancient peoples didn't have worse sleep because their mattresses were lumpy and their rooms were cold. They had different sleep, adapted to different circumstances and serving different needs. Your ancestors would find your sleeping arrangements as strange as you find theirs. A room all to yourself, a mattress so soft it might swallow you. Complete darkness achieved through room-darkening shades. Temperature control to the degree. To them this would seem like sleeping in an isolation chamber, cut off from human connection, natural rhythms, and the protective presence of family and household. But they'd probably also appreciate aspects of modern sleep. Not having to worry about predators or intruders would be a relief. Sleeping on a surface that doesn't hurt your back would be welcome. Having sufficient blankets to stay warm all night would be luxurious. Being able to sleep past dawn if you wanted to would seem like incredible freedom. As you drift off tonight, you're participating in one of humanity's most ancient activities, one that has connected every generation of humans who have ever lived. You're surrendering to the same vulnerability that your ancestors surrendered to, trusting that consciousness will return in the morning just as it has for countless millennia. The rituals you perform before sleep, checking locks, setting alarms, arranging pillows, echo the protective rituals ancient peoples performed, even if the specific threats you're guarding against have changed. The desire for security during vulnerability is universal, whether you're addressing it with talismans and prayers or deadbolts and alarm systems. And as you sleep, your brain will do essentially what your ancestors' brains did: cycle through sleep stages, consolidate memories, process emotions, clean metabolic waste from neural tissue, and prepare for tomorrow's waking hours. The fundamental neurobiology of sleep hasn't changed, even if nearly everything else about how we sleep has transformed. So sleep well tonight, knowing you're participating in an ancient human tradition. Whether you're sleeping alone or with a partner, in a soft bed or a firm one, waking to an alarm or to natural light, you're joining billions of humans across thousands of years who have closed their eyes each night and trusted that morning would come. And it always has. Now, close your eyes for a moment and imagine stepping through a low doorway into another world. The year doesn't matter much. It could be 1650 or 1850. Because some things about English pubs remained beautifully consistent across the centuries. The first thing that would strike you is the light, or rather the particular quality of dimness punctuated by warm spots of illumination. Before electricity transformed our nights into perpetual day, pub lighting came from fireplaces, candles, and, later, oil lamps. This wasn't the harsh, revealing light of modern life that shows every imperfection. This was light that softened edges, created pools of shadow, and made faces glow amber in the firelight. The dancing flames cast moving shadows on walls darkened by centuries of smoke, creating an atmosphere that was less about seeing clearly and more about feeling safe. The ceiling would be lower than you're accustomed to, low enough that tall visitors sometimes needed to duck beneath the heavy oak beams. These beams, blackened with age and smoke, had often been salvaged from old ships or hewn from ancient forests. Running your hand along them, you'd feel the rough texture of wood that had witnessed generations of stories, arguments, celebrations, and quiet contemplations. The air itself would tell you stories if you paid attention. There was always the foundational scent of wood smoke, not the clean outdoorsy smell of a campfire, but something richer, mixed with centuries of tobacco, spilled ale, damp wool, and the accumulated essence of human presence. On cold days, you'd smell wet dog as well, because dogs were welcome companions in most pubs, lying contentedly by the fire while their owners conducted business or simply passed time. The furniture bore the marks of hard use and genuine age. Tables were thick slabs of wood, their surfaces worn smooth by countless elbows and scarred with the initials of patrons long dead. Benches and settles lined the walls, their backs high enough to block drafts and create semi-private spaces where conversations could unfold without the whole room listening. The wealthiest establishments might have a few chairs, but benches were democratic. They accommodated however many people squeezed together, regardless of social standing. Sound would envelop you differently than in modern spaces. Without the constant hum of refrigeration, air conditioning, or electronic devices, the acoustic texture of a pub was entirely human and organic. There was the crackle of the fire, the clink of pewter tankards, the scrape of benches on worn floorboards, and the murmur of conversation that rose and fell like a tide. Laughter would burst forth suddenly, then fade back into the general hum. Someone might be singing in the corner, not performing, but simply singing because that's what people did when they felt content and slightly warm from ale. The fireplace dominated most pub rooms, and it was genuinely necessary rather than decorative. English weather has never been known for warmth, and buildings before modern insulation were only marginally better than being outside. The fire was where new arrivals gravitated first, holding cold hands toward the flames and stamping feeling back into feet that had walked muddy roads. The hearth was also where food was cooked, filling the room with smells that made your stomach remember how hungry you were. You'd notice that everyone seemed to know everyone else, or at least everyone knew the publican. The keeper of the establishment wasn't just a bartender in the modern sense. They were a community banker, information hub, amateur counsellor, and sometimes peacekeeper. They knew who could be trusted for a loan, whose crops had failed, which families were feuding, and where a traveller might find work or lodging. The pub existed in a particular relationship with time that we've largely lost. It wasn't a place you visited for exactly 1 hour for a scheduled meeting before rushing to the next appointment. Time in a pub was elastic, expandable. You might stop in for a quick ale and find yourself there 3 hours later, not because anything particular happened, but because the warmth and companionship made leaving seem unnecessary. This wasn't wasted time. It was time spent maintaining the social bonds that held communities together. To understand the English pub, we need to go back to its roots, which stretch deeper into history than you might imagine. The tradition of public drinking houses in England predates even the Norman conquest, reaching back to Anglo-Saxon times when ale was safer to drink than water, and every village needed someone who could brew it properly. The word pub itself is simply a shortened form of public house, but this doesn't fully capture what these places meant. In medieval England, there were actually 3 types of drinking establishments, and the distinctions mattered. Alehouses were basic, often just someone's front room where they sold the ale they'd brewed. Taverns were slightly more upscale and served wine as well as ale. Inns were the most substantial, offering food, drink, and accommodation for travellers. The earliest alehouses were marked by a simple but effective advertising method. A pole or bush stuck out from the building. This ale pole or ale stake tradition dates back to Roman times, and it served the practical purpose of alerting people who couldn't read, which was most people, that ale was available here. The saying, "good wine needs no bush," comes from this tradition, suggesting that quality products advertise themselves. In these early establishments, the person brewing and selling ale was often a woman, an alewife. Brewing was considered domestic, work, like baking bread, and women dominated the trade for centuries. The image of a witch with a pointed hat and broomstick actually evolved partly from the traditional costume of alewives, who wore tall hats so customers could spot them in crowds, and used broomsticks to signal when a new batch of ale was ready. The ale itself would be quite different from anything you'd drink today. It was thick, nutritious, and relatively low in alcohol, more like liquid bread than modern beer. People drank it because the brewing process killed the bacteria that made water dangerous, and it provided calories that supplemented often meagre diets. Children drank it, pregnant women drank it, and monks drank it with every meal. It wasn't about getting drunk, it was about staying alive. Medieval alehouses were governed by laws that seemed charmingly specific to modern eyes. The Assize of Ale, established in 1267, regulated prices and quality, with inspectors called ale tasters, who had the official duty of testing each batch. These weren't wine snob types swirling and sniffing. They were local officials who would literally sit in a puddle of ale poured on a wooden bench. If their leather breeches stuck to the bench when they tried to stand, the ale contained too much sugar, and the brewer would be fined. By the 14th and 15th centuries, inns had evolved into sophisticated operations that served the emerging networks of commerce and travel. These weren't romantic highway stops with roaring fires and jovial innkeepers. Well, some were, but most were practical businesses that filled a crucial economic function. An inn was where a merchant could stable horses, store goods overnight, conduct business over dinner, and sleep without fear of being robbed. The best inns essentially functioned as medieval hotels and restaurants combined. The food served in these early establishments reflected both the limitations and the surprising sophistication of medieval cuisine. Forget the image of peasants gnawing on turkey legs at the Renaissance fair. Real medieval inn food was often remarkably well prepared, because innkeepers knew their reputation depended on it. Travellers would specifically seek out inns known for good food, and that reputation could make or break a business. A typical meal at a decent medieval inn might include pottage, a thick stew that was the foundation of English cuisine for centuries. This wasn't the watery, flavourless gruel of popular imagination. Good pottage was complex, made with whatever meats, vegetables and grains were available, and simmered for hours until everything melded into something that was simultaneously simple and sophisticated. The pot was rarely empty completely. New ingredients were added each day, creating a continuously evolving dish that might technically have been cooking for months. Bread accompanied everything, and its quality indicated the establishment's standards. The finest white bread, made from wheat, was for the wealthy. Most people ate darker breads made from rye, barley or mixed grains. The very poorest ate bread so coarse it was barely palatable. Innkeepers learned to judge their customers quickly and serve accordingly. There was no point in wasting expensive white bread on someone who'd be satisfied with rye. The serving vessels tell their own story about these early establishments. Before mass production, every cup, plate and bowl was individually made and relatively valuable. Wooden trenchers, thick slices of stale bread that served as edible plates, were common for ordinary customers. Better establishments used wooden or pewter dishes. Only the finest inns could afford pottery or rarely glass. Let's step away from the inns and alehouses for a moment to understand what ordinary English people were eating at home, because this context makes pub food more meaningful. The diet of common folk was dictated by the seasons in ways we can barely comprehend in our era of year-round strawberries and imported asparagus. Winter was the hardest time. Fresh food was scarce, and people relied on what could be stored, preserved, or kept alive until needed. Root vegetables, turnips, parsnips and carrots, kept relatively well in cold storage. Cabbage could be harvested late into the season. Onions and garlic hung in bundles from rafters. Dried peas and beans provided protein when fresh meat was beyond reach, or forbidden by religious dietary laws. Salted, smoked and dried meats sustained families through cold months when fresh slaughter was impossible. The autumn pig killing was a crucial event in every rural household, and every part of the animal was used with a practicality born of necessity. Hams and bacon were salted and smoked. Sausages were made from scraps and organs. Blood became black pudding. Even the bladder was useful as a storage container. Spring brought what was called the hungry gap, that period when winter stores were depleted but new crops hadn't yet matured. This was when people relied most heavily on wild foods: nettles, dandelion greens, wild garlic, and whatever could be foraged from hedgerows and fields. The arrival of the first fresh vegetables and herbs was celebrated with genuine relief. Summer and autumn were times of relative abundance, when fresh vegetables, fruits and berries were available to supplement the basic diet of bread and pottage. People preserved everything they could, making jam, pickling vegetables, drying fruit, because they knew winter would come again with its limitations. Cheese was more important in the English diet than we often realise. It was protein that could be stored for months, improving with age rather than spoiling. Every region had its traditional cheese, and people took fierce pride in local varieties. A piece of cheese, some bread and an onion constituted a meal that satisfied both stomach and soul. Dairy products in general played a crucial role. Butter, cream, milk and cheese weren't luxuries but staples that made the difference between adequate nutrition and hunger. The phrase bread and butter wasn't just an idiom, it literally described what many people ate for breakfast every single day. Meat consumption varied enormously by class and season. Wealthy people ate meat regularly, sometimes multiple times a day. Poor labourers might taste fresh meat only a few times a year, usually at festivals or celebrations. Game, rabbits, birds and deer, was theoretically reserved for landowners, but poaching was common enough that many families supplemented their diet with accidentally acquired protein. The spice trade had profound effects on English cuisine, though not always in the ways you might imagine. Contrary to popular belief, spices weren't primarily used to mask the taste of rotten meat. Food preservation was too important for people to deliberately eat spoiled food. Instead, spices were status symbols and flavour enhancers that wealthy people used to demonstrate sophistication and worldliness. Common folk had their own flavouring arsenal, herbs from the garden or hedgerow. Parsley, sage, thyme and rosemary weren't just a pretty song. They were the foundation of English seasoning. These herbs grew readily in the English climate and transformed simple dishes into something more interesting. A pot of beans cooked with an onion, and some thyme became a meal worth anticipating rather than just enduring. Cooking methods reflected both technology and fuel availability. Open hearth fires were standard until remarkably recently. Even in the late 18th century, many homes still cooked everything over an open flame. This required genuine skill. You couldn't just turn a dial to adjust temperature. You learned to judge heat by holding your hand above the fire, to arrange coals for different cooking temperatures, and to use the ambient heat of the hearth for slow cooking while using direct flames for faster work. Baking was often done communally because few households had their own ovens. Village bakeries would bake bread for families who brought their own dough, or families would bring prepared dishes to be cooked in the baker's oven after the day's bread was done. This created a community rhythm where certain days were baking days, and the smell of fresh bread would fill the village. Fast forward to the 18th and 19th centuries, and English pubs had evolved into something we'd recognise more readily today while still maintaining connections to their medieval roots. The Georgian and Victorian eras saw pubs become increasingly sophisticated, differentiated, and central to social life across all classes. Georgian pubs, those operating during the reigns of the four King George, from 1714 to 1830, developed distinct personalities based on their clientele. In London and other cities, you'd find pubs that catered specifically to merchants, others to labourers, and still others to the growing middle class. This wasn't enforced segregation, but organic social sorting. People gravitated toward establishments where they felt comfortable, where their occupation and social standing aligned with other patrons. The food served in Georgian pubs reflected England's growing prosperity and expanding global trade. Coffee houses had emerged as competitors to traditional alehouses, and pubs responded by improving their food offerings. A respectable Georgian pub might serve meat pies that were genuinely worth ordering, not just fuel to soak up alcohol. Roast beef was becoming the dish that defined English identity, served in thick slices with Yorkshire pudding and gravy. Victorian pubs took this evolution further, often becoming quite grand establishments with etched glass, polished brass, and multiple rooms serving different purposes. The snug was a small private room often used by women, who were increasingly accepted as pub patrons, though still somewhat segregated from the main drinking area. The saloon bar was slightly more upscale than the public bar, charging a penny or two more per drink in exchange for better seating and more refined surroundings. Food in Victorian pubs ranged from basic to surprisingly sophisticated. The humblest offerings included bread and cheese, perhaps with pickled onions or chutney. Many pubs served a simple ordinary, a set meal at a fixed price, usually featuring whatever the kitchen had made that day. This might be stew, pie, sausages with mashed potatoes, or the eternal favourite, fish and chips. Actually, let's pause on fish and chips for a moment, because this dish tells us something important about Victorian England and pub culture. Fried fish had been sold by street vendors for decades, while chips, thick-cut fried potatoes, were a separate tradition. The genius of combining them emerged in the 1860s, creating a meal that was hot, filling, cheap, and could be eaten without utensils while wrapped in newspaper. Pubs quickly adopted this combination, and it became as fundamental to English identity as tea or the monarchy. The quality of pub food varied wildly, and Victorians developed codes for evaluating establishments. A pub with sawdust on the floor was marking itself as basic. The sawdust soaked up spills and was swept out daily. Bare floorboards suggested slightly higher aspirations. Carpet indicated genuine pretensions to gentility. These weren't arbitrary markers, but practical signals about what kind of experience and what kind of food quality you could expect. Pub kitchens in the Victorian era were gradually modernising, though they remained far from today's standards. Coal-fired ranges were replacing open hearths, allowing more precise temperature control and multiple dishes to be cooked simultaneously. Refrigeration was still primitive or non-existent, so pubs relied on cool cellars, daily deliveries of fresh ingredients, and cooking methods that preserved food through heat or preservation. The pub lunch became an institution in Victorian England, particularly in cities. Office workers, shop assistants, and labourers would stream into pubs at midday for a quick meal, and perhaps a pint before returning to work. This wasn't the leisurely pub experience of an evening, it was efficient, practical eating. The publican who could serve decent food quickly earned steady daytime business that supplemented evening drinking trade. Certain dishes became pub classics during this period, and many remain so today. Ploughman's lunch, though it wasn't called that until the 20th century, was essentially the portable field meal of agricultural workers brought indoors. Bread, cheese, pickles, and perhaps cold meat. Scotch eggs, which despite the name are probably English in origin, became pub staples. Pork pies, sausage rolls, and various savoury pastries filled the role that sandwiches fill today. The Victorian pub also became the centre of an emerging tradition, the pie and mash shop culture that paralleled pub dining. These specialised establishments served meat pies with mashed potatoes and a parsley sauce that locals called liquor. While technically not pubs, they served similar functions and often shared customers with nearby public houses. Drinks had evolved. Beyond simple ale, porter, a dark beer that was easier to store and transport than traditional ale, became hugely popular in the 18th century, and its stronger cousin, stout, followed. Gin had gone from cheap, destructive mother's ruin to a more respectable spirit, often mixed with tonic water. Wine was available in better establishments, though beer remained the democratic drink of choice across all classes. To truly understand pub dining, we need to see it in context with how people ate at home, because the pub was never separate from domestic life, but rather an extension of it. The rhythm of daily meals at home created the framework that made pub culture meaningful. For most of English history, the majority of people ate 2 main meals a day rather than 3. Breakfast was often simple, bread with butter or dripping, perhaps some cheese, washed down with small beer or milk. This was fuel for the day's work, consumed quickly before heading to fields, shops or factories. The main meal of the day was traditionally called dinner, and eaten anywhere from noon to early afternoon. This was the substantial meal, the one where families gathered if work allowed. For rural labourers, dinner might be brought to the fields. Bread, cheese, cold meat if available, and a drink to wash it down. For those who worked near home, dinner meant returning to a hot meal prepared by whoever managed the household. These home dinners centred around the same pottages, stews and pies that we've mentioned, because these dishes made economic sense. You could cook them in one pot, they improved with time, and they stretched expensive ingredients like meat by combining them with cheaper vegetables and grains. A skilled cook could make a small amount of meat flavour an entire pot of stew that would feed a family for days. Supper was lighter, often just bread and cheese, perhaps with ale or tea. As tea became more affordable in the 18th and 19th centuries, it transformed English eating habits. Tea time emerged as a distinct meal, particularly among the middle and upper classes. But for working people, tea was often supper, bread and butter with a cup of tea, maybe with an egg if times were good. The kitchen hearth was the literal and metaphorical centre of home life. Even as coal stoves became more common, many homes kept their open hearths because they provided heat as well as cooking capability. The fire was never allowed to go completely out if it could be helped, because restarting it from scratch was laborious. Instead, it was banked at night, covered with ash to preserve coals that could be coaxed back to flame in the morning. Cooking equipment was minimal by modern standards. A pot, a pan, perhaps a griddle, some wooden spoons, and a knife or two. Wealthy households might have specialised equipment for specific dishes, but ordinary families made do with basics. This limitation actually produced creativity. Cooks learned to make diverse dishes using the same simple tools, varying ingredients, and techniques rather than relying on different equipment. Food storage was its own challenge. Without refrigeration, fresh food needed to be used quickly or preserved immediately. The larder, a cool room or cabinet often on a north-facing wall, kept dairy and meat from spoiling for a few days. Mesh safes protected food from flies and mice. Salting, smoking, pickling and drying remained essential skills well into the 20th century. The weekly shopping rhythm structured home cooking. Market days brought fresh produce, meat and fish to towns and villages. Savvy shoppers learned to time their purchases, arrived too early and prices were high, arrived near closing and selection was poor but bargains could be found. Whatever you bought on market day determined what you'd eat for the next week. Seasonal eating wasn't a lifestyle choice but an unavoidable reality. Spring lamb, summer berries, autumn apples, winter root vegetables. The year rotated through its ingredients with rigid predictability. This created anticipation that we've largely lost. The first strawberries of summer genuinely meant something when you hadn't eaten anything fresh and sweet for months. The first autumn apples were celebrated because they represented abundance after the hungry gap of late summer. Baking day was a weekly ritual in homes that had ovens. Bread was baked in quantity, enough loaves to last the week, growing increasingly stale but remaining edible. Pies, both sweet and savoury, were baked for eating throughout the week. Cakes and biscuits were luxuries for special occasions, but when they appeared, they marked celebrations worth remembering. The communal nature of food extended beyond individual households. Neighbours shared surpluses. Too many eggs, extra milk, a glut of garden vegetables. This wasn't charity but practical mutual support. You shared when you had extra, knowing others would share with you when your circumstances reversed. These informal networks of food sharing built and maintained community bonds that were as important as the food itself. Understanding these home rhythms helps explain why people went to pubs. It wasn't primarily about the food. Most people could feed themselves more cheaply at home. Pubs offered something else. Warmth without using your own fuel, light without burning your own candles, companionship beyond your immediate family, news from the wider world, entertainment, and a break from the domestic routine that structured so much of life. The way people ate, the customs, traditions, and unspoken rules that governed meals, tells us as much about English life as what they ate. These traditions evolved over centuries, mixing practical necessity with social meaning to create eating customs that shaped how people understood their place in the world. Table manners in England developed gradually from medieval times onward, but they weren't the rigid, anxious affairs that Victorian etiquette books might suggest. Most people's table manners were simply habitual practices passed down through families, designed to make communal eating work smoothly, rather than to exclude anyone. The concept of courses, separate dishes served in sequence, was initially an upper-class practice that slowly filtered down through society. In ordinary homes, everything appeared on the table at once. The stew or joint of meat, the vegetables, the bread and the cheese. You helped yourself to whatever you wanted in whatever order made sense. This wasn't chaos, but a different organisational principle. Abundance displayed simultaneously rather than rationed sequentially. Eating utensils evolved more slowly than you might imagine. Forks didn't become common in England until the 17th century, and even then many people continued eating with a knife and spoon, using bread to push food onto the spoon. The fork was initially seen as affected, even effeminate. Real English people didn't need fancy Italian implements to eat their dinner, but gradually forks proved their utility, and by the Victorian era, elaborate place settings with multiple specialised forks had become status symbols. The proper way to hold utensils varied by class and period. Continental style, fork in left hand, knife in right, tines down, was considered more sophisticated than switching hands after cutting. But in pubs and ordinary homes, people ate however was comfortable and effective. The anxiety about correct utensil use was largely a middle-class preoccupation, as the aspiring middle classes used etiquette as a way to distinguish themselves from working classes below and demonstrate their fitness for higher social status. Grace, before meals, was standard practice across most of English society, though the elaborateness varied. In religious households, grace might be a formal prayer thanking God for providing sustenance. In less devout homes, it might be a quick mumbled formula, more habit than heartfelt devotion. But the pause before eating, the acknowledgement that food was not to be taken for granted, remained nearly universal. Toasting traditions in pubs developed their own complex customs. The simple act of raising glasses before drinking became layered with meaning and ritual. You made eye contact while toasting. To skip this was considered bad luck or even an insult. You never toasted with an empty glass, and you never toasted with water. This superstition came from the belief that toasting with water condemned the recipient to a watery death. The round system, where each person in a group takes turns buying drinks for everyone, became fundamental to English pub culture. This wasn't just about fairly distributing costs. It was a social bonding mechanism that kept groups together and created obligations of reciprocity. Leaving before you'd bought your round was a serious breach of pub etiquette that marked you as untrustworthy. Seasonal foods came with their own traditions and meanings. Goose at Michaelmas, September 29th. Oysters in months with an R. Hot cross buns on Good Friday. Pancakes on Shrove Tuesday. These weren't just culinary customs, but ways of marking time, connecting to the agricultural calendar, and participating in communal rituals that transcended individual households. Christmas dinner traditions evolved over centuries into the elaborate meal we recognise today. The centrepiece shifted from peacock to swan to goose, and finally to turkey as these birds became available and affordable. But the principle remained constant. Christmas was when you ate better than any other day of the year, when even poor families tried to provide something special, and when the usual scarcity was temporarily suspended in favour of deliberate abundance. The tradition of cold collation for Sunday supper reflected religious prohibitions against working on the Sabbath. Since cooking counted as work, Saturday's cooking provided cold meats, pies, and other dishes that could be eaten Sunday without further preparation. This practical religious observance created its own distinct cuisine of cold dishes that were meant to be delicious at room temperature. Funeral foods, the meals served after burying the dead, followed their own traditions. Ham was common and practical because it could be prepared ahead and served cold to any number of mourners. The funeral meal wasn't about elaborate cooking, but about gathering community, sharing grief, and acknowledging that life continued despite death. Food at these occasions served social purposes beyond mere nutrition. Harvest traditions brought communities together around shared meals that celebrated successful gathering of crops. Harvest suppers, though declining by the Victorian era, had been central to rural life for centuries. The farmer who employed harvest workers was expected to provide a feast at harvest's end, not from generosity but from obligation. These meals acknowledged the interdependence of farmer and labourer, land and community. The pub fit into all these traditions as a space where communal eating and drinking could occur outside the home. It was where harvest suppers might be held if the farmer's barn was inadequate, where workers could celebrate completion of a project, where community organisations met over meals, and where travellers could participate in local food customs even though they were strangers. As you finish your tea and prepare to drift into sleep, let's trace how these old traditions echo into our present, shaping how we eat and drink in ways we rarely recognise. The pub and its associated food culture aren't just historical curiosities, they're living traditions that continue evolving while maintaining connections to centuries past. The modern pub meal owes obvious debts to its ancestors: fish and chips, meat pies, ploughman's lunch and Sunday roast. These dishes survive because they genuinely work. They're satisfying, relatively economical, and compatible with the social atmosphere that defines pub dining. But they've also evolved. Modern pub food often includes international influences that would have bewildered 18th century publicans: curry, pasta, and burgers. Yet these additions exist alongside traditional dishes, creating a menu that honours history while acknowledging contemporary tastes. The gastropub movement of recent decades represents both change and continuity. These establishments elevate traditional pub food using refined techniques and quality ingredients, but the underlying concept, gathering in a public house to eat well-prepared food while enjoying drinks and companionship, remains unchanged from medieval alehouses. Your great-great-great-grandparents would understand the appeal, even if they'd be confused by the foam garnishes. Certain eating rhythms persist despite massive social changes. The Sunday roast, though threatened by modern lifestyles, remains an institution in many families and pubs. It connects contemporary English people to centuries of tradition. That same desire for a substantial communal meal that marks the week's transition from work to rest. The specific dishes may vary, but the underlying pattern endures. The round system in pubs continues, though younger generations sometimes resist its obligations. This tradition survives because it serves social functions beyond economic fairness. It creates structure for group drinking, establishes trust through reciprocity, and turns casual pub visits into small ceremonies of friendship. The anxiety some people feel about keeping up with the rounds reflects the serious social weight this seemingly simple custom carries. Seasonal eating, which for our ancestors was an unavoidable necessity, has become a conscious choice for some. Modern eaters seeking connection to agricultural reality. Farmers' markets, seasonal menus, and local food movements all represent attempts to recreate the seasonal rhythm that once governed all eating. We've chosen to recreate constraints our ancestors would have gladly escaped, because we've learned that those constraints created a relationship with food that felt more meaningful than our current abundance sometimes provides. The physical spaces of pubs continue evolving while maintaining recognisable connections to their past. Many old pubs genuinely are old, buildings that have served drinks for 2, 3 or even 5 centuries, their floorboards worn by countless feet, their walls soaked with accumulated atmosphere. Others are modern constructions designed to evoke historical ambience through exposed beams, fireplaces and architectural details that reference traditional pub design. What's remarkable is how people still use these spaces for fundamentally similar purposes. You go to a pub to escape home temporarily, to see friends, to mark occasions both significant and trivial, and to participate in community life beyond your immediate family. The medieval alewife would recognise these motivations instantly, even if the specific manifestations have changed. The language of food and drink preserves historical echoes. Pub grub acknowledges that pub food isn't haute cuisine, but something more basic and satisfying. Last Orders references licensing laws that once strictly regulated pub hours. Lock-in refers to the technically illegal but widely practiced custom of pubs continuing to serve drinks after official closing time with doors locked against outside observation. These linguistic fossils carry historical meaning into present usage. British food's international reputation, for better or worse, stems partly from this pub and home tradition we've explored. The emphasis on heartiness over refinement, on substance over presentation, and on familiar comfort over adventurous novelty reflects centuries of English eating patterns. British food isn't bad. It's designed for different priorities than, say, French cuisine with its emphasis on technical perfection, or Italian cuisine with its focus on prime ingredients simply prepared. The working-class food traditions we've discussed, the meat pies, the fish and chips, the hearty stews, have achieved a cultural status that transcends class boundaries. Wealthy people eat these dishes not from necessity but from choice, finding in them connections to broader English identity. This democratization of once lowly foods mirrors larger social changes, while also honouring traditions that sustained generations. Immigration and globalization have transformed English eating, while often working through existing pub structures. Indian and Chinese restaurants are now as fundamental to British food culture as pubs themselves, but many pubs have incorporated these influences into their menus. Curry night at the pub represents a fusion of traditional English social space with adopted culinary traditions, creating something new while maintaining continuity. The decline of cooking skills that characterised much of the 20th century, when convenience foods replaced home cooking, has partly reversed as younger generations rediscover traditional dishes and techniques. This isn't simple nostalgia, but a recognition that the old ways of preparing food often produced results that mass-produced alternatives can't match. Your grandmother's stew recipe, passed down through generations, connects you to centuries of English cooks solving the same problems of making modest ingredients delicious. Even the aesthetic of pub food persists. That brown, hearty, slightly monochrome appearance that critics sometimes mock actually reflects authentic food traditions. Foods designed to sustain work, provide warmth, and satisfy hunger rather than photograph well for social media. There's honesty in a properly made steak and kidney pudding that transcends visual appeal. The communal aspects of pub dining have become more precious, as modern life increasingly isolates us in private spaces. The pub remains one of the few truly public spaces in English life where strangers can easily interact, where chance conversations happen naturally, and where you're expected to share space and sometimes tables with people you don't know. This function, creating community across social boundaries, matters more as other such spaces disappear. Looking forward, pubs face challenges that would have been incomprehensible to earlier generations. Smoking bans, drink driving laws, changing social habits, economic pressures and competition from home entertainment all threaten the traditional pub model. Yet pubs persist because they provide something that homes, restaurants and bars don't quite replicate. That particular combination of informality, tradition, community and comfort that makes them distinctly and enduringly English. As you drift towards sleep tonight, perhaps you'll dream of stepping into that warm, dim pub we visited at the beginning, finding yourself welcomed by firelight and the smell of something savoury cooking, joining the centuries of people who've sought the same simple comforts of good food, decent drink and companionship that made the cold world feel a little warmer and a little more manageable. The Old English pub and its food traditions matter not because they're quaint historical curiosities, but because they represent an enduring human need for spaces that are neither purely private nor purely public, for food that satisfies without pretension, and for traditions that connect us to the past while remaining relevant to the present. Your great-great-grandparents knew this, and so do you, even if you've never consciously thought about it. When you seek out a cosy pub on a rainy afternoon, when you order fish and chips because it feels right, when you linger over a pint longer than you planned because the conversation is good and the fire is warm, you're participating in traditions that stretch back through the centuries, connecting you to generations of English people who found the same comfort in the same simple pleasures. In our journey through English pub history and the meals that define daily life, we've travelled from medieval alehouses to Victorian establishments, from humble pottages to elaborate Sunday roasts. We've seen how people adapted to scarcity, celebrated abundance, and created traditions that gave meaning to the simple act of eating together. The story of English pub food is ultimately a story about community and resilience. In a world where life was often harsh, where winters were long and work was hard, and where most people had limited control over their circumstances, the pub offered a democratic space where everyone could find warmth, sustenance, and connection. The food served there wasn't about culinary innovation or gastronomic excellence. It was about providing reliable comfort in uncertain times. Think about the continuity represented by a pub that's been operating for 300 years. The building itself has sheltered countless thousands of people, each with their own worries, celebrations and daily concerns. The same hearth has warmed multiple generations. The same basic dishes, refined and adapted but recognisably continuous, have satisfied hunger across centuries. That kind of institutional memory, embedded in physical space and culinary tradition, creates a sense of permanence that our modern world rarely provides. The meals we've discussed, the stews and pies, the roasts and puddings, the bread and cheese weren't just fuel, they were expressions of ingenuity, making the most of limited ingredients through skill and patience. They were demonstrations of care, whether in the alewife brewing a wholesome batch of ale, or the pub cook preparing a proper meat pie. They were vehicles for tradition, connecting people to their parents and grandparents, and the long chain of ordinary folk stretching back into history. What's beautiful about pub food traditions is their essential democracy. Unlike haute cuisine, which has always been the province of the wealthy, pub food was available to anyone who could afford a few pennies. The labourer and the merchant might sit at different tables, but they were eating in the same room, drinking from similar tankards, and sharing the same basic experience. Food in the pub was a levelling force, reminding everyone of their shared humanity. The seasonal rhythms we've explored created a relationship with time that modern life has largely erased. Our ancestors lived in intimate connection with the agricultural year, experiencing real hunger in late winter and genuine relief when spring vegetables appeared. They understood in their bodies what we mostly know intellectually, that food comes from the earth, requires labour and time, and that abundance is never guaranteed. This knowledge shaped not just what they ate, but how they thought about life itself. The domestic cooking we've discussed, the careful management of limited resources, the skill required to feed a family from a single pot over an open fire, the preservation techniques that made summer abundance last through winter scarcity, represents a form of expertise that's rapidly disappearing. These weren't simple people making simple food. They were highly skilled practitioners managing complex challenges with limited tools. The dismissal of traditional English cooking as boring or unrefined often reflects ignorance about what those cooks were accomplishing under difficult circumstances. The customs and traditions surrounding meals, the graces and toasts, the seasonal dishes and communal feasts, the elaborate etiquettes and simple courtesies created structure and meaning around eating. They transformed mere consumption into something richer. Ritual, celebration, community building and cultural transmission. When you raise a glass in a toast or share a Sunday roast with family, you're not just eating and drinking, you're participating in practices that connect you to centuries of human culture. As you prepare for sleep, consider what a privilege it is to have these stories, to understand even a little of how your ancestors lived and ate. The medieval alewife, the Georgian publican, the Victorian cook, and the countless ordinary people who brewed ale, baked bread, tended fires, and created meals under circumstances we can barely imagine. They weren't so different from us. They wanted warmth, security, good food, companionship, and a sense that their lives mattered. They found these things in many of the same ways we do, by gathering together, sharing meals, maintaining traditions, and creating spaces where community could flourish. The English pub, with its worn floors and scarred tables, its traditional dishes, and timeless atmosphere, represents continuity in a changing world. It's a reminder that some human needs remain constant across centuries. The need to escape home occasionally, to see friends, to mark the passage of time with small ceremonies, and to experience the particular comfort that comes from familiar food in a familiar place surrounded by people who share your understanding of how things should be. Modern threats to pubs, economic pressures, changing habits, generational shifts, matter because they threaten not just businesses but living links to the past. When an old pub closes, it's not just a commercial failure. It's the severing of connections that have been maintained for generations, the silencing of stories that those walls have held, and the ending of traditions that have sustained communities through wars, plagues, and countless personal tragedies and triumphs, but pubs survive, adapting as they always have. The gastropubs, the renovated traditional pubs, and even the modern establishments that reference pub traditions all represent the continuing evolution of an institution that has proven remarkably resilient. As long as people want to gather in public spaces, to share food and drink, and to participate in traditions that connect them to something larger than themselves, the pub in some form will endure. The legacy of Old English eating extends beyond specific dishes or establishments. It's embedded in language, social customs, cultural identity, and collective memory. It shapes how English people think about hospitality, community, and the proper relationship between public and private life. It influences what feels like comfort, what tastes like home, and what seems like an appropriate way to mark occasions both momentous and mundane. Understanding this history enriches your own eating experiences. That pub meal you enjoyed last month connects to centuries of tradition. The Sunday roast you make for family participates in rituals that have defined English weekends for generations. The cup of tea you're perhaps holding right now links you to the transformation of English drinking habits that occurred in the 18th and 19th centuries. Nothing you eat exists in isolation. Every dish, every meal, every food tradition carries history within it. As you sink deeper into your pillow, let your mind drift through the scenes we've visited. The medieval alehouse with its earthen floor and simple ale, the Georgian inn with its roaring fire and savoury pies, the Victorian pub with its etched glass and elaborate dishes, and the countless homes where ordinary people perform daily miracles of transforming modest ingredients into satisfying meals. Imagine the hands that kneaded bread, stirred pottage, poured ale, and tended fires. Imagine the conversations, the laughter, the tears, and the countless moments of human connection that occurred around food and drink. These people are your ancestors, if not by blood, then by culture. Their ingenuity shaped the world you inherited. Their traditions inform practices you follow without thinking. Their struggles and solutions created foodways that still sustain both body and spirit. In understanding their lives, you understand something essential about human resilience, creativity, and the eternal importance of gathering together to share sustenance. Sleep well, and may you dream of warm fires, hearty meals, and the comforting certainty that some things, hospitality, community, the simple pleasure of good food shared with others, remain constant even as everything else changes. Tomorrow, when you eat breakfast, when you prepare lunch, when you perhaps stop at a pub for dinner, you'll carry these stories with you, seeing in your own meals echoes of centuries of English eating. The warm glow of the Old English pub, whether you find it in an actual historical establishment or simply in the traditions and dishes that have survived into the present, remains a beacon of human warmth in a sometimes cold world. It reminds us that we're not alone, that others have faced the same challenges we face, and that the simple acts of eating, drinking, and gathering together have sustained humanity through everything history has thrown at us. And so, we raise a final toast to the alewives and innkeepers, the cooks and publicans, the farmers and bakers, and the countless ordinary people whose skill and care gave us the traditions we cherish. To the pubs that have sheltered us across centuries, to the meals that have sustained us, to the customs that connect us, to the past that lives on in every familiar dish, every raised glass, and every gathering of friends and strangers in that peculiarly English space where everyone is welcome. May those traditions continue, evolving but never entirely disappearing, connecting future generations to the wisdom and warmth of the past. And may you find, whenever you need it, a cosy pub with a warm fire, good food, and the kind of companionship that reminds you what really matters in this brief, precious life. Rest well. The fire is banked, the doors are locked, and tomorrow is another day. But tonight you've travelled through time and returned safely home, carrying with you the stories of how your ancestors lived, ate, and found comfort in a world very different from ours, yet fundamentally the same. Sweet dreams, and may you always find a warm welcome in any pub you enter.